Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you. Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager for Asian Poker Tour. I'm here in Phu Quoc, Vietnam at the gorgeous Corona Resort. And today I'm gonna take out the Indian poker sensation, Daval Mako, to lunch. What's up, man?
What's up, man? So good to see you after so long.
Welcome to Phu Quoc.
Thank you.
First
Happy
time?
to be here. First time in Phu Quoc to play poker, but I've been here before.
Wow, but Vietnam is our favorite, right?
Vietnam. I love Vietnam. You know it.
All right, let's go grab some lunch, right?
Let's do it, man. I'm hungry.
Good to have you back.
Very happy to be back on the Asian Poker Tour, man. It's been a while. And
sure.
Finally now back. First time for me since the changes. So that's nice too.
I know, like we're making some changes and well, there are more players than ever. And I think, well, at least I hope like everyone loved it more.
I think so. Exciting events on the horizon as well. So that's nice. What are we eating today?
Vietnamese.
Okay.
This is what in Vietnam, right?
Gosh. That's probably not the right way of pouring out red chili, but...
Well, I mean, it is now. Oh, thank you.
Oh,
that looks great.
I don't even know how to eat that. That's enough.
You can go with that too.
Yeah. Professional prawn peeler.
This place is just gorgeous.
I came here many years ago for a music festival.
Oh, no way, really?
It's techno festival.
Techno, huh?
Yeah. It's so exciting to be back out on the circuit now, actually, because live poker is so much fun. Meeting everybody after so long, just going out, like, you know.
So this is the second series in 2023. I know it was already great. Like
I believe so.
we were at capacity every day.
Oh, I remember. Suddenly there was like you couldn't have the side events, and like I was watching the streams as well because I had a couple of the Indian boys were on them and stuff. The Indian players are very happy with the APT. There's fantastic structures at the APT, right? So it's well suited for Indian aggression. You guys must be very, very excited about what's coming next.
Yeah, absolutely. You've been to Taiwan, right? Never.
None of the Indian crew have ever been to Taiwan. And we're very excited because largest poker room in Asia, biggest guarantee.
Taiwan is at the point, the number of local players is so huge. That's how they can support even like, you know, they're moving to a new
big venue, yeah.
55 tables, huge.
Yeah, it's really exciting because first of all, we haven't visited it. I believe it's a really fun country as well.
It is.
And lots of really good street food and stuff. So that's nice. It's like always exciting to be able to do something new, visit a new town.
I think I can safely say we're already doing pretty good in terms of players' experience.
Right, I think so.
Wow.
I think I found people having a good time at the APTs. Like, it feels like a friendlier, happier tour than the rest of them.
But now we're trying to elevate it.
Now to make it all of it together, right? Like professionally great as well, and then fun experience as well. Yeah, that's the dream.
That's the dream. Yeah. That was fun having lunch with Dhaval. I'm going to try to do this every series of APT. So, at next stop, Taipei, maybe I will take you out. What the hell? They told me they open at noon.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
So Lee Son, one of the middling stacks, has opened from under the gun, and the short stack, Peter Rudnev, shortest by a huge margin, playing just 6.5 bigs, has a mountain to climb in front of him if he is to emerge victorious at this APT Hanoi main event final table. Top prize of over $127,000. Lee Son does put him all in, and Peter Rudnev obviously happy to oblige and make the call. Some of the best news he could have seen, that he is at least flipping against Lee Son. No help on the 9-9-8 board. Gonna need an ace or a queen only. King of hearts, no dice. 4 outs once for the Russian. Ace of hearts, corner pocket, Rudnev gets the double. So the overwhelming chip leader gonna raise with the ace-8 offsuit. Is gonna pick up one customer from the big blind, German Bukharov. Playing just shy of 40 big blinds effective to start the hand. King 3 suited. Heads up to the flop. 380k, 480k in the middle. Queen 6-3, 2 spades. Gerdman flopping best with bottom pair. He is up against a very aggressive and competent local player, Huang Hai Nam, reaching for a c-bet. Does come out firing. 130k into 480k. Bukharov going to make a quick call. What an interesting spot here for Huang. Stabbed flop. He puts all of his time bank chips in front of him. Turn went check check when the flush came in. He obviously turned top pair. Now a 4th spade has rolled off on the river, and Bukharov has come firing, turning his flopped bottom pair into a bluff. Huang knows what his image is at the table. He's been incredibly aggressive. The overwhelming chip leader with 125k up top. Wow. Wow. Makes the call. And I tell you what, if that doesn't send a message to the rest of the table that I'm here to win this, I don't know what does. How about that for a hero call?
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
A very warm welcome to the broadcast booth here in Phu Quoc. We are live from the Corona Resorts and Casino for the APT main event. Main event time with 231 entries as we finally welcome you to the break desk. Vidor Singh alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Vidor, main event time, mate. 231 people have made it through today too, and the plan today is not only to play down to the money, where 71 players are going to be making the money, but we're going to be playing down to around the final 5 or 6 tables, I believe. Obviously, the tournament director with the discretion on how long we run into the night, but an exciting day ahead of us.
An extremely exciting day, Henry. I'm glad to be here. I welcome all of you because this is going to be the big one. Let me just say, we guaranteed 10 billion Vietnamese dong for this main event, and we smashed that guarantee to 14.5 billion, so it's all to play for right now. And here we are, 231 players battling it out.
231 players. We're going to throw it down to the main floor where we are going to dive straight into the action for this Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event. Wonderful island in Vietnam. And, you know, we're playing some poker. A great thing about this resort that I really like, by the way, is the fact that so many players have just been like, oh, this is ideal. I can bring my family. I can bring my other half. You know, they can just enjoy the beach. They can enjoy the resorts whilst they're busy getting to work. Such
a cool advantage of being here. A lovely place, by the way. This is my first time here. I'm absolutely loving it. I'm sure all of the players are as well. We have a great venue here. And here we go. We're kicking off the the feature table on day 2 here. 7 nationalities out of 8 players, Henry. That just goes to show the lovely diversity we tend to find at the APT. We have players ranging from countries from Switzerland to South Korea. And we'll tell you a lot more about each player as we go on. Meanwhile, here we go. We kick it off with the first hand here.
Yeah, Ives Thalman, or Thalman Ives rather, a name that I recognize from Hanoi. Made a deep run in the main event there. Actually had his kings cracked by deuces in a wild 4-bet pot. Just a byproduct of being in Vietnam, I guess. Somehow the deuces just got all the chips in the middle pre and flopped quads, sending Thalman to the showers early. But still, early days here before he can dream of making another deep run. Long old ways to go. So we head to the 8-7-5 two-tone. Yang, the pre-flop aggressor with the open-ender.
Maybe it's just me, Henry, but if I'm going to get my kings cracked by deuces, I'd rather see quads on the flop instead of just one deuce and hold on for that hope to hit that king. If it's over, I guess. Such is poker.
Got UK's Ben Andrew in the mix as well, playing a very comfortable 86 big blind stack. Yang gonna fire out a c-bet. Interesting spot for Ives with the ace of clubs, but not interested in chasing running flush cards and gets out of there. So Yang with the... I played with Yang in the Super Hold'em. I just recognized them.
Remember anything?
No, no. No, I don't remember too much actually. But he was thoroughly enjoying himself. I mean, the Super Hold'em is just, you know, such a fun event. It's something I really want the Asian Poker Tour to continue to grow, because the players are always just, you know, there's no headphones, there's no hoodies. People are just enjoying themselves and having a fun time.
Love that, love that. And you see this all over the floor today as well, where people are just having a great time. There's 5 or 6 more events today apart from the day 2 of the main event that we're watching here. So there's something for everyone. And as you said, you can even bring your family. You can take a day off if you want. There's a theme park right next to where we are. It's not your typical poker venue, I have to say.
And if I'm not mistaken, Greg mentioned that there's a players party tonight.
Indeed there is.
I mean, that was what he said. So, you know, I got a funny feeling Greg's the type of guy to know where the party's at, just based off of his energy in the videos that he produces here at the APT. He's a bit of a party animal.
I have a feeling the next tournament series we do, there's going to be a little B-roll of Greg with his shirt off, spinning it around at the players' party here.
Wouldn't surprise me one bit. It's a bit of a loose cannon, that one. I'll tell you who's not a loose cannon. Thalman, incredibly solid poker player. I'll pop things up. Opening off of 30. Has to be pretty cautious both pre and post flop now. Every big blind really matters at this stack depth, in a spot where, you know, you play a single raise pot, you c-bet, and it doesn't work out. You end up dropping into the sub 20 big blind, you know, kind of territory, and that's where it gets really dicey.
Yeah, that blind management psychology I always find is a huge part of tournament poker, both in terms of you being in that spot to manage it, and then also realizing that that's what your opponents are doing. An interesting call here, by the way. Jack 10 suited, a pretty easy call on the button from our player from Thailand. I'm just going to go with Isara there. Of course, the Thai players have sometimes hard to pronounce names for little old Indian souls like me. Jack 10 suited, an easy defense, and Ace 9 comes along for the ride, understandably, from the big blind.
Yeah, little does Fat know he is dominated, but somehow comes 9 high. But have a look at Hisara's holdings. 2 overs and an open-ender, as well as backdoor spades. Thalman with a gut shot of his own. Only player with a diamond in his hand. There could be some real fireworks on this board texture, Vidor.
Something for everyone, as you correctly said. And of course, the player with the best hand in the worst position in the big blind. So he has to sort of check to the pre-flop aggressor, who also checks behind. And a real decision for Isara. Multi-way, Jack 10, 2 overs and an open-ender.
Yeah, Thalman really doesn't want to get blown off of his equity. See how Fat opts to play this top pair, top kicker after Isara takes a stab with the open-ender. Note the stack depths, Vidor. This could very easily go in, depending on the way it's played. Fat just making the call.
Looking at the board texture, Henry, 9-8-6, 2 diamonds. This range actually smashes the big blind. We have essentially a low board with lots of straight draws. When, of course, with the Ace-9 just choosing to flat, not wanting to blow it, and Thalman surprisingly comes along for the ride with just the gutter and the back door.
Well, 7 would be an absolute disaster, but how about the Ace of Hearts giving Thalman top pair, but Fat turning top 2 with 24.6 in the middle.
An absolute action card. Check back to the aggressor on the flop, Isara, and he might want to realize his equity here by checking behind, considering he got 2 callers on the flop. You can't be too comfortable anymore with simply an open-ender.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It'd be a disaster to have to bet fold this much equity. Big river coming as the board does pair, not the board pair that Fat was looking for. Maybe the type of river that's going to save Falman a lot of chips. I expect won't be folding though, given the action on the turn.
Fat feeling pretty comfortable. Knows he has top 2. Check, check, check on the turn. Puts out a value bet. The only question is...
Wow, it's gone really small, Vidal. Little 25% block.
Milking, as we call it. Now does Thalmann realize he's being milked here, or does he just succumb to his top pair and pay it off?
A lot of questions about players getting eliminated. There's no more rebuys, only buy.
30.8 in the middle. Just getting an insane price on a call. It's 5-1. Has to be good just, what, 17% of the time, which we know he's going to be.
And let's not forget, Henry, he actually beats the board if Fat had simply, let's say, an ace-deuce. He would have aces and sixes with a 9, of course. So Thalmann with his 10 has to be tempted to pay it off, and pay it off he does.
Yeah, Falman pretty fortunate to not lose more chips there. I don't think he would have been folding to a larger sizing on the river from Fat. Still has 21 bigs in his arsenal to try and put to work. So we can see the tournament clock in the background. 231 hopefuls came back today for this APT main event day 2 in Phu Quoc. 223 players remain, 71 places paid, so a long old ways to go before we can start, really diving into the nitty-gritty details about bubble play and whatnot.
Well, one of the beauties of the main event here at the APT is that we have 1-hour levels, which is just an amazing structure. Any poker player worth their salt is always commending the APT for their beautiful structure. And I think good players tend to adjust and become more patient. They know they have simply more hands to play with the beautiful structure. They can be a little more snug in different positions. I mean, I'm excited that we saw a great hand to kick that off, a very exciting multi-way hand. But I do think that players have all the leeway they need to be just fairly tight, fairly aggressive in select spots.
Well, I couldn't agree more, but you know how it goes. You do tend to see players just sometimes getting a bit impatient as well, even though we do have those long clocks. I'm guilty myself, playing cash games and having to just fold for a couple of hours and then deciding to just rifle it all in. Bit of a punt.
It's so easy to convince yourself that you're card dead, and now you have to do something. You're owed some action. And we've all been there. That's part of the poker journey.
Moon going to bump things up with the suited ace, early position. Going to fold round to the blinds. Fat now nursing a very healthy 41 bigs.
Henry, I was highlighting the diversity we have on the table. Moon, of course, one of 2 South Korean players. We mentioned Asara from Thailand. We saw some flags going up there in the previous hand. We have England, Vietnam, of course, being represented by 2 players. We'll tell you more about them as the table goes on. And of course, players from China and Switzerland as well. Love to see it.
Another multi-way affair here. So we head to the Queen, 10, deuce, rainbow board, Fat flopping best. Can't be too comfortable with his middle pair. Weak kicker. Does have backdoor diamonds for backup. See what Moon comes with. It's one of those types of hands, Vidal, that feels like doesn't mind stab folding. Just you have a range advantage in the form of overpairs, queens and tens. You have the strongest queen X, king, queen, ace, queen. And if you do face any resistance, this is a hand that you don't hate, just like bet folding.
Absolutely. It's the power of position. And of course, he was a pre-flop aggressor against 2 blinds.
Wow, there we go. Fat just opting to fold straight off the bat. Feels a bit snug, given that he has flatted out the small.
Yeah, what are you hoping to hit, right, with 10-7? I mean, middle pair is going to be a pretty frequent part of the flop there, but I think it just goes to show players being snug. It's early in the day. You've just made it to day 2. You don't want to take those dents in your stack that you were talking about earlier, Henry, where you suddenly find yourself in the danger zone, get a little off kilter. Just playing snug, maybe wants to smash the flop before he really commits.
How about this, man? Thailand, Switzerland,
local Vietnamese players, of course, here in force. We were talking about it over lunch yesterday as well. The diversity of the APT is pretty wild. You know, I don't really see it anywhere else.
It's absolutely beautiful. You know, I'm from India. No Indian on the feature table yet. Hoping to see one pop in.
But time. Maybe the final table.
And of course, I'd be rooting for that as well, just my home country. But you know, with the Indian contingent coming here more and more, I get to hear essentially reviews of the APT, so to speak, where everybody just talks about the diversity. You interact with people from various countries, various cultures, and various playing styles, which actually improves you as a player. You know, you get used to playing with players from your home country, and there's a certain style. We've all heard, you know, Germans play a certain way, maybe Americans play a certain way. Here you're on a table with 6, 7 nationalities, and you have to adapt and figure it out. Great for your game.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I remember first jumping in the mix in Vietnam and just getting smashed around, to be perfectly honest with you. Just had no clue how to adjust to some of these guys because they can really, you know, just pull moves that you get to a river and you're like, wow, it's just so difficult to have bluffs here. You know, you start counting the combos of bluffs and you don't realize that these guys are adding a lot more bluffs to their bluffing range on the river, and yeah, it could be really difficult to adjust. As Sara,
remember the old school expression, excuse me, ATC poker, any 2-card poker?
Any 2-card poker. I think that is one of the biggest appeals to the APTs as well, man. It's like you said, you know, just have all these different play styles, and people see it on the streams. They come and experience it one time, and they're just like, what on earth is going on? They go back to wherever they're from. They tell their friends about it. They're sharing it on social media as Trung looks down at pocket jacks out of the big, nursing a 17 big blind stack, and surely this is going to find its way into the middle, although he has seen a decent amount of action in front of him, an early position open, being attacked from the Thai player in the hijack. The pocket jack's just too strong of a hand. 17 bigs.
Very calmly puts his chips in the middle. I love seeing people's physical, I wouldn't call them tells, I'm not saying I'm any expert at spotting them, but just the dynamics and the behavior, what they seem to be giving off. Thuy Duong Chung, let's go with, I think was very, very measured, and Ace Queen has got to feel pretty good, could have a huge range of hands that they're up against. Has the blinds to afford calling it off, but the question is, does he want to be in a flip yet? Or worse, of course, his opponents could have Ace King quite easily as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty grim spot. You do almost feel forced into calling, but best case scenario is the one that we're looking at, where you're up against jacks. 9s and 10s feels close. Is Trung going to be rifling in a hand like Ace 4, Ace 5 suited, Ace 10, Ace Jack, some suited broadways? You mentioned the structure of these main events, and typically those spots that you might see taken in a more turbo format tend to get passed up in this main.
That's a great point. I mean, he's certainly, Isara is certainly not going to be up against something like an Ace 10 here.
Right.
You know, an open from early position, a 3-bet, probably jamming pretty tight ranges.
Taking his time. You can see just how pained he is by this decision.
Really is. Bit of a blender early on here on the feature table.
He probably had, like, it feels like a spot where he had the plan to 3-bet fold against the jam from the early position open, and now the short stack out of the big has come over the top with the cold 4-bet as well, might I add. And now he's just completely lost. Understandably so, Ace Queen out.
He looks like he's flipping a coin in his head.
It does, let it go. What a huge pickup for Trung, increasing his stack by almost 50%. Uncontested as well. Although he did have to sit through that excruciating 90 seconds, you know, it's like... Although, once you fade the snap call,
yeah,
you're like, please call.
Yeah,
I just have the best hand. Like, I want to call.
Listen, if you're not up for those excruciating 90 seconds, tournament poker is going to be a rough time, because there's certainly a lot of situations where you all in and your opponents have to essentially put you to the test for all your chips. It's part of the beauty of the game. Some people love the pain. That's why they do it. Stacking up those chips. He's going to be super happy with that pickup simply because did not have to put his tournament life at risk. That's what he wants to see. Another big hand under the gun too. Moon from South Korea. Certainly will be getting in the mix here.
And one of the chip leaders at this feature table. It's been the most active as well so far today. Byproduct of having legit hands, of course. Ben Andrews does cover in the hijack. King Queen of Diamonds more than playable.
A hot deck we have here, Henry. Big hands, Ace King, now King Queen in the hijack, King Queen suited in the hijack, and will certainly be looking to get in the mix here.
It's gonna 3-bet. I really like this from Ben, by the way. I was about to say, you know, all the options are on the table for Ben. Can just flat in position against the under the gun opener. But given just how deep they are, it's going to take it north to 10k. We can obviously see that Moon's going to have something to say about that once it folds back round to him, if it does. Interesting spot for Moon now. Just makes the snap call, Vidor. Just flicks in the call, not interested in 4-betting this deep. Very disguised ace-king from early position.
Once again, I'm noticing the physical dynamics and just looking very casual there. Putting the chip in as though he has some sort of suited connector maybe. Checks to the aggressor, and Andrews has flopped a backdoor flush draw, but that's about it. But a 6-6 deuce board is certainly going to favor the 3-better. Little does Andrews know that Moon actually has him beat. Has a hand that pretty much has to continue on a board like 6-6 deuce usually. Indeed, that's what Moon does.
Yeah, given the backdoor diamonds as well, you're blocking some of the floats from Moon. Wow, ace of spades on the turn, maybe a card that Ben is going to continue firing on. Maybe target some of those 7s through pocket 10s type holdings.
You do feel in Ben's spot, you have King Queen, you know, and you got floated on the flop. You're likely not ahead anymore. And so when a card like an ace comes on the turn, you're almost forced to represent it to try and take down the hand. You can get maybe something like pocket 3s, 4s, maybe till even something like pocket 7s and those random 2 overfloats on the flop to fold. Instead, of course, Ben is drawing dead here.
So a couple of quick calls from Moon. Really trying to disguise the strength of his hand, not only pre-flop but post-flop as well. As the flush does come in. 69k in the middle. See what Ben comes with.
I'm very curious. We'll get to see what Ben's mindset is at this feature table, because of course he knows he's not ahead anymore with his king high. The flush has come in, another sort of combo he can try and represent. Really thinking it through.
Boy.
Here we go.
He's reaching for a lot of chips by the looks of things, although he has returned a decent amount of them. Okay, so he's trying to get 7s through 10s to fold, right? Just tripling off 35k half pot.
I'm surprised Moon hasn't thrown in the chip already, considering how underrepresented his hand was. This is exactly the scenario you want to set up when you flat pre-flop with ace-king, bink that ace on the turn. I doubt he's contemplating a fold, although the size of the bet is a huge chunk of his stack. It certainly is something you might want to think through. And it would be a bit aggressive to try and raise and try and get more value here, considering the flush came in. I mean, even if Ben had something like a weaker ace,
right,
it's unlikely to call off a raise.
You'd need Ben to have a hand like ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen with the heart. Wow. He's moved all in. What a gangster.
Wow. I am super impressed. I mean,
how about it? 181k pot going Moon's way.
And I believe he was putting his own tournament life at risk by doing that.
Yeah, he was.
Talk about gangster. I mean, a better word I could not have spoken for that move. Like, it's almost like he can see his opponent's hand, you know? They used to say you've played a hand perfectly if you played it as though you could see your opponent's hand. Modern poker theory has changed that. They say it's almost as though you could see your opponent's range. But in that case, I mean, wow. Old school, perfectly played poker.
Perfectly executed. There's obviously some dynamics that we're not too familiar with. Some of these guys may have history against each other, although we obviously just started this day 2 coverage, so a lot of players playing for the first time against each other, just getting comfortable at the feature table, getting to know each other's tendencies and whatnot. Look, when you stare down a young Brit such as Ben Andrews, rocking an Aston Villa sweater in Vietnam, no less, a long way from home, you kind of know that he knows how to play poker and he's going to take the spots aggressively.
Maybe Moon just doesn't like Aston Villa.
Maybe, maybe he's like a Birmingham fan or something.
Henry, I do want to point out, you were talking about people feeling it out and sort of getting used to things. We have an overwhelming chip leader on this table who we haven't seen, well, we haven't heard from yet, at least in terms of the poker. Park Seok-hoon from South Korea. I just saw the graphic, 230 big blinds, an absolute monster stack. I can only imagine the crazy hands that led up to him having this stack. But he's pretty much not interested in being what they call table captain, it seems right now. A lot of players with a monster stack tend to just start bullying other stacks around, especially on something like a day 2 when things are getting serious. But clearly Park has a plan of just taking it easy, cruising it out, making the most of his stack in certain spots.
Well, he just has such an overwhelming chip lead over everyone. He's currently 2nd in chips in the entire tournament, at least coming into day 2. And it's a great point you make. You know, we've talked about the structure. He has infinitely more than average as things stand, so he could even just play snug for a couple of hours and then shift through the gears, move into the role of table captain once we get closer to the money bubble, which would make a lot of sense, right? You don't need to be playing table captain right now where there's not as much ICM considerations or bubble implications in effect.
I once made this mistake. I got a 4-way all-in with aces and won it, and I had essentially this 200 big blind plus stack. And then, of course, punted it off over the remainder of the day.
Of course.
And this little statement a buddy of mine made still haunts me, because he came over to me and he's like, "You had a final table stack on day 2. Where did it go?" Still hurts me to think about. So clearly Park knows what he's doing there. Doesn't want to end up like I did.
That's painful. A final table stack.
On day 2. I'll never forget the words. Back to the action. Looks like Win just needs to check to win it, which is indeed what happens. Nice little pickup there.
Yeah, great start to this main event, day 2 for Fat. That ace-9 earlier on, turning top 2 pair, getting some value on the river from Thalman.
You know you have a lot of chips when they can't even show them in blinds. Just 39% of the whole table. That's Park, of course. Over 200 big blinds, as we saw earlier. Oh, the Aston Villa jacket is off. Maybe he heard us.
Damn.
That's Ben Andrews in C3. If anybody's just joining us, of course, we are covering day 2 of the main event here. After 4 flights, day 1 A, B, C, and D, kicking off the day with 231 players. I see on the screen that you see on your above the players there, 206 left, so we have had some eliminations. Playing down to the money here today. It's going to be an exciting day of poker, and let's not forget the prize pool that everybody's playing for, 14.8 billion Vietnamese dong. That's over 600,000 US dollars, Henry, an absolutely monster prize pool. For a $1,400 buy-in, by the way, 33 million Vietnamese dong, about 1,400 US dollars.
Every time we convert it to the VND, well, oh, I'm just a billionaire.
I know.
Yeah.
It's a great feeling, I'm guessing.
All right, going
Just
up
the
to
billionaire.
all the high rows in the house. If you're one of the three, we are going to start this year 5.
Over 120,000 will be going to the eventual champion. 120,000 USD.
Life-changing score in any country, but certainly if you're from Southeast Asia or India like I am, truly life-changing money. I mean, 120,000 US dollars goes a long, long way.
It really does. Now, here comes... sorry, I apologize. I thought it was our chip leader. Yang going to open things up with the 9-7 suited. Did you see, by the way, the average stack is currently 62 big blinds.
That's amazing. And let me just point out to any casual viewers why that's great. It's just a testament to the beautiful structure at the APT main event. 1 hour levels, we had a deep start. An average stack of 60 big blinds means there's a lot of real interesting poker being played on the floor out there. On every table, not just the feature table you see before you.
Catching up with some of the viewers over on YouTube. Do appreciate you guys getting involved in the chat. As always, let us know whereabouts you're watching from, if there's any friends or family members in this tournament that you're rooting for. Let's see, next Asian rooting for all the Thai players. The Thai contingent, man, is really going from strength to strength for the last year or so. Byproduct of people like Punat Punsri, Pachara, Kanapong, all these guys heading to these high rollers now, and also taking like an entire production team with them, like shooting vlogs and releasing content on YouTube, Twitch, etc.
So great. You hardly see a final table at the APT without at least some representation from Thailand. Does make our life a little difficult sometimes. I do struggle with those Thai names. I need some coaching.
Yeah, I mean there are nicknames, like Kanapong's surname is just impossible for someone like me to pronounce, and he's just made it easier for everyone. He's like, yeah, just call me 10.
Nice.
So, but yeah, Thailand's. Do you know the rules to family names in Thailand?
Oh no.
You're not allowed to have the same family name as someone else, as another family. So when you start a family, you have to create a completely unique surname.
Very interesting.
That's why you have all of these complex family names, because they're having to like get creative and choose something that's never been chosen before. It's wild.
Funnily enough, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that is the point of a name, a unique identifier.
Yeah, 100%.
Very cool. What an interesting hand here, Henry. If I could just recap. We had Yang, Liu Yang, actually limp with ace-jack, under the gun +2. And Moon just got super frisky with jack-5, pounced on the weakness. I guess that's what you do when you have over 100 big blinds. And raised it to 5K.
Okay, so just waiting for the graphics to catch up. So Yang has made the call. I was concerned for a moment. I thought... the ace-jack just like limp folded. And I was going to start questioning whether I was seeing things correctly or not. But Moon in trouble. Ace-high board, a board texture that he's likely going to want to... I mean, if you're going to raise the jack-5 or ISO with the jack-5, you're going to start repping the ace-high boards, right?
That's exactly what you're almost hoping for with jack-5. I mean, apart from actually flopping a pair, you want an ace so you can just bet and take it down. That's not what's going to happen here. And what's interesting is with the board being so textured, a flush draw, a straight draw possible as well, certainly Moon will think that Yang's range is a lot wider than something with an ace.
Queen of diamonds, overcard to the 9 and 7. Does also produce backdoor flush draw. Checks through. So Moon waving the white flag on the turn, and somehow does river some showdown now. So those jack 10s, those king high flush draws have bricked. 22K in the middle as Yang comes firing.
Shakes his head.
Oh, he tables it as well.
I am shocked. Strategically speaking, tabling the Jack 5 is like showcasing that you're a maniac.
Okay.
And you better know how to handle once
Image
you showcase.
building.
Yeah.
Image building from Moon.
Not to mention, he also showcases that he didn't call despite rivering the 5.
That's true.
So it's like, I'm a maniac, but I know how to deal with being a maniac because I didn't pay you off.
A lot of information being shown in that hand. Be interesting to see if he makes any adjustments going forward, and it'd be interesting to see if the players pick up on that and maybe start fighting back against Moon. Already lost 30 players so far here today. Early doors in day 2 of the APT Phu Quoc main event, live from the Corona Resorts and Casino.
Not uncommon to see a lot of eliminations early on in the day. I find that usually in the previous day, there are some people hanging on to shorter stacks, just wanting to make day 2. And a lot of, poker professionals and otherwise will say, well, it doesn't matter, day 1, day 2, it's all the same, it's just levels. But there is a psychological joy to making it to the next day. You're still in it. You're still looking at the prize pool. You have a shot. When you're doing a day 1 flight, your only goal is really to make it to day 2. You're not thinking beyond that. So probably a lot of shorter stacks who had hung on in their respective flights got eliminated fairly quickly here. But we are in for a long day of fun poker ahead because we're playing down to the money and things are going to get serious soon.
Apologies for completely segueing into a different topic. Someone pointing out in the chat, correctly so, my name Jeff, saying, I think he had 2 picture cards, and I backtracked the stream. If you take a look here, it does look like he had pocket jacks, or that would make sense given that we saw the Jack of Hearts, and maybe, just maybe, there was a misread on the live feed, on the RFID rather.
Well, what an amazing catch by my name Jeff, because that completely changes how we think of the hand now.
It looks like, either like King Jack of Diamonds or 2 jacks. I can't quite make it out, but no. Well spotted, my name Jeff. Appreciate it. Pluggy saying, love you APT from Thailand. Sending the love right back your way. And guys and girls at home, obviously, if you do enjoy this content, much appreciate you just taking a couple of seconds out of your day to click the like button. It really helps grow the channel, and it really helps YouTube know that you guys are enjoying this content to then push it to a wider audience. We're going to be live for the next 4 days. Day 2, plan is to play down to 48 players into the money, and tomorrow we'll be playing down to the final table. Then, of course, on Saturday, we'll be crowning our APT Phu Quoc main event champion. And then if that wasn't enough, Vidor, some high roller action on Sunday.
Some beautiful, beautiful high roller with some sickos. That's what I like to see. Just thinking back to the hand that we just clarified there, Henry. I mean, the fact does remain that he tabled his hand at the end, which is still interesting. He is clearly somebody who is comfortable showcasing one way or the other and hopefully adapting after the fact. We're talking about Yang here, of course, who's once again in the mix. A pretty loose open with King 10 off under the gun. A lot of players usually just prefer to keep it pretty tight from such early position. He finally gets the chip leader, the overwhelming chip leader, Phu Quoc, in the mix with ace-queen, but just a flat call, respecting the early position open.
Wow, what a disaster spot for Ben Andrews in the small. The good news is that Yang has opened. Had it just folded round to park, Ben could have maybe been in big trouble had it just gone an open from the ace-queen. Potential squeeze spot here, but he is looking an under the gun open and a cut-off flat from the first time from the chip leader. Just going to make the call, and that opens the door for Fat to call from the big and see a flop with the suited connectors. Potential 4-way affair. I tell you something, but something that we haven't been taking for granted is the card distribution so far today.
The deck is hot and action-inducing, which is what we love to see. I'm grateful for that.
Wow, how about that for Ben Andrews? Jack 3, Flops, trip jacks with the ace kicker. See if Yang... No, not interested whatsoever in continuing. Some fun turn cards though. Well, that's not really one of them, Vidor. It does give Fat 2 pair, of course.
With it being checked around on the flop, I mean, Fat might feel pretty good about his 2 pair right there. I mean, he has essentially the highest pair on the board with the exception of the jacks, which 2 jacks on the board, you expect them to be pretty rare in the hands of the players. Of course, as we see, Ben has the goods here. And exactly, I mean, Fat decides to take a small stab at it, hoping to take it down, maybe even get some value from something with 2 diamonds, an obscure straight draw, or overcards.
Yeah, overcards makes a lot of sense. We can see Park in the tank here. Ace Queen with the ace of diamonds in hand. Maybe some bluffing opportunity for the chip leader should a 3rd diamond roll off on the river. And may also just have the best hand.
Fat's bet with the 6-5 of hearts is almost like a blocker bet, multi-way on the turn. It's just probably willing to fold to any resistance and raises. The question is, which one of those 2 options does Ben choose? Resistance with just a call, pretending maybe he has a wider range of hands, which includes diamonds, gives the stare down. Does he want to put some more money in the middle to make the most of his monster?
Definitely value to be had for the Brit. And those are raising chips. See, check raises on the turn. Such a weird spot, right? Like, it's difficult to have hands that you're loving life against with the 6-5. Yeah, Ben can have some combo draws, some like 7-5 of diamonds, 4-5 of diamonds that, although do they flat out the small, you know?
Yeah, and the raise, you know, is so strong because, of course, when Fat bet out, Fat could easily have a jack. So combo draws will tend to be a bit conservative against a range that could include jack or even full houses. The strength was just too much. I think Fat found a pretty cheap fold there considering the run out of the cards. Well played on all accounts.
Yeah, wanted to just build a pot, obviously, against the made hand.
In these spots, Henry, I just start taking notes of all the players who've been a bit too quiet because I just feel this sort of pent-up desire to get in the mix, and that usually leads to some exciting hands with some wild cards. I actually thought that Jack-5 hand that we had a bit of a misread from the RFID reader was one of them. I was like, oh, I guess Yang has been pretty bored here getting in the mix with Jack-5. But there are a few players who haven't been as active as some of the others. Curious to see how they get in the mix. Meanwhile, back to Ben, who finds an ace on the button, and I suspect he will be opening it up here.
Open he does. Yang in the big. He's been in the mix. Jack 10, 100 big blinds.
See a shot of the felt here with those chips up top. You can see the denominations as well. Really like the look of these chips. Not your usual boring affair. A lot of swirls, a lot of colors. Little things you don't realize subconsciously improve your experience as a player, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
Fun to play around, look around, look at all these different colors, big stacks being formed.
Sent over some new chips as well that are going to be released in Taipei at our next event in Taiwan later on this year, April 28th.
If anybody watching the stream right now, or even in the future, if you haven't had the chance to get in the mix with a live tournament, a live MTT, Oof, I cannot recommend it enough. It is a completely different and a very surreal experience from online sometimes the first time you do it. But it is just so much fun. You know, usually any poker room worth their salt will have just a crazy noise of chips riffling everywhere, players hanging out, talking, making bets and raises. It's really nothing like it. With the APT Taipei coming up, I cannot recommend enough checking it out. If it fits in your schedule and your budget, there's usually some event that will cater to all kinds of budgets. It's going to be a great time.
No, 100%. And also there's like, when we've been talking of budgets, Natural 8 can qualify, can win packages from as little as $30. I believe there was actually a super satellite into the $30 satellite the other day for like $3 or $5. So plenty of ways to make your way to Taipei. And that live experience that I was talking about really is thrilling. Gets the heart racing as Yang check calls a stab on the turn from Ben. Little does Ben know, has the best hand going to the river as the Jack of Diamonds rolls off, giving Yang third pair.
As we mentioned, players tend to be sort of settling in the early part of day two. We haven't seen anybody get too out of line. For a moment, we thought we did. Of course, that was a bit of a confusion with the card reader there. So I don't expect anybody to go too crazy with their blockers and bluffs, and that's exactly what we see here. Yang takes another small pot down, but it's going to add to his already healthy stack, and he's certainly one of the bigger chip stacks on the table. We have constantly mentioned the biggest stack, not been too active, so Yang is arguably taking over that table captain slash most active player dynamic. There we see the chip counts. Second in chips on the table, just 100 big blind plus stack is always going to be super comfortable. It's going to let you be super aggressive when you want to.
Dropping like flies. First level of the day. Already lost 35 players. 15% of the field from the start of the day.
A bit too early for everybody else to take note and start thinking about being in the money. Of course, we're a bit far out from the money right now, but it does become more and more real. You know, once you go down below the 200 mark, suddenly you're like, hey, I made it this far. Why not all the way? Mind starts playing tricks on you. Start imagining yourself with all that cash, all the supercars you can buy with it. Very important to stay really in the zone pretty much throughout a tournament, and that really is what separates the best from the rest when it comes to live tournaments. There's many, many variables. Your poker play is one of them, but certainly your patience, your mindset management, all these things come into play. Sara gets busy with the ace-6 off. Not the prettiest hand to look at, but an ace nonetheless from the hijack, late position. It's going to be good enough to open it up. Most people going for the standard 2x open, as they say, twice of the big blind, 3.2k. Has been enough to get the job done when needed most of the time. 7 deuce, the worst hand to show resistance, and suited nonetheless, but Sara gets this one through. Going to be a good boost to his confidence. There we see the nationalities we were talking about. In case you're not the best at identifying flags, which I am not either. Seat 1, South Korea. Thailand after that, England. Vietnam, of course, local representation. Yang from China in seat 5. Vietnam again in seat 6, and then Switzerland and South Korea to round it out. Great to see.
You're not good with flags and geography?
Not my strongest suit.
No?
I hope to get better at it, especially with the APT, where you see a lot of flags. What about you?
I feel like I used to be much better than I am now. I think it's just like an age thing where you stop paying attention to it because you don't have a test coming up next week kind of thing.
Precisely.
Yeah. But when I was a kid, definitely I could like name a lot of capitals and a lot of flags.
Well, with flags in particular, there's only so many colors and so many patterns to choose from. They get so confusing. Some are, of course, easier than the rest. Yang from China, we see there. Vietnam, of course, easy to identify now for me. Would love to hear from chat, by the way, if they have actually visited Vietnam, if they're not from here, because it's my first time here. I landed just yesterday. I plan to spend a few days after the event in Hanoi, which should be amazing. I'm looking forward to that. But if anybody has been here, has anything cool to say about the country or pro tips for me, would love to hear them in chat. Phu Quoc, where we are right now, just an amazing island, great weather, great resorts. Wow. Talman gets busy with the queen jack. Remember, Henry, I was talking about getting frisky because you've been quiet for a long time. I think that's exactly what we've seen here, and my eyes were on Talman, who had been very quiet. He's going to get the insta-call here with the ace-king suited. He's not going to love life at the moment, but he does have 2 live ones with the queen jack off.
Yeah, I think blind v blind at this stack depth seems absolutely fine.
If you are the chip leader at your table, please start by
5 cards to come. As it comes, King, Jack, 5. There was a glimmer of hope for a brief second as the Jack of Clubs peeked out first, but now Thalman looking for a queen. Or Jack, that was quick dealing from the dealer. Deuce, deuce.
Absolutely.
Didn't even have time to to call the turn and river action as we lose Ives Thalman early on day 2. No back-to-back deep runs for him in APT main events, but I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of Ives at future APT events. He seems to be a regular on the tour.
We will be filling his seat fairly quickly, I assume, but let's not forget the huge bump in chips that we just saw Duong from Vietnam get with the ace-king suited. It's going to be a lot more comfortable on this table now. I love that tracking shot, by the way. As we lost Thalman, we followed the player a bit, saw a wider view of our feature table, studio area. Shout out to the production team. Doing a great job, of course, with all the production you're seeing, the tables, the card readers, all the players. And then let's not forget these beautiful tracking shots. Hopefully it gets viewers like you a good idea of what it's like to be there. Sara with the queens in early position. This deck is just not letting up. There's action, action, action all the way. Good hands.
Yeah, we've really been spoiled. The inevitable snail pace play as we close in on the bubble, maybe in a few hours' time. It's gonna balance out everything, given how action-packed it has been.
Usually the tension of the bubble makes up for it a little bit.
That's true.
It's usually quite palpable. And Fat with a pretty decent holding. I mean, he's going to feel compelled to at least peel a flop here. Being in the hijack, he has a few players behind, probably taking a look at their stack sizes. And I wonder if he's contemplating a 3-bet. Does he think Asara is getting a bit out of line?
I can't wait for 10 years from now, Vidor, where our lives are much easier in the booth because everyone's got a chip in their heads and we're actually hearing their thought process out loud. Because I want to know, right? And I know you've had this feeling, and I know every single player at home has had this feeling, as has every single player out there playing the main. Sometimes you just don't like a guy.
Yeah.
Right? Can we just all, for 1 minute, just admit that there have been times in the past where for no reason other than the fact we don't like a guy, we've gone after him.
Yeah.
And there was a moment just there when you said, is Win thinking a 3-bet? I was like, maybe he just doesn't like him. Maybe, you know, hand selection just goes out the window. I mean, look at Yang. He's in the mix with the 5 deuce. Let's go. Oh, Fat's going to be in trouble here. Flopping top pair, backdoor diamonds, but does have a ton of equity against... Is that Asara checking the queens, getting trappy?
A bit of pot control as well. It's a pretty wet board. Jack 8-7, 2 spades. Probably doesn't want to bloat the pot, because if he does bet out with the queens, he's likely to get called in a couple of spots with all kinds of draws that could then cost him down the road.
I couldn't agree more, but isn't that precisely the reason why we'd want to just set this up for like a 2-street hand at this stack depth? We've got 23 bigs. There's, what, 15.6 in the middle. We're the effective stack with 37k. Or does he come with a check jam? Doesn't, just going to call.
Doesn't jam there as well. And I think this might be one of those situations where you want to see a safe card on the turn before you get really committed to the pot.
Snug play as the jack of clubs, would you believe, has found its way to the turn. And now, given the wet texture that you mentioned, you know, there are still a lot of straight draws out there. There are still flush draws available that Wing could be semi-bluffing with. Although Asara, with 2 queens in his hand, blocking hands like Queen 9, Queen 10 suited.
Queen is going to be extremely comfortable in this hand. I mean, if you think about a hand that would open pre-flop, early position, and then check that board, Jack 10 is behind none of those hands, maybe with the exception of a super trappy Ace-Jack or something really trappy like Pocket 8s, which also really wouldn't make sense to not raise on the flop at least. So Quinn is just in milk mode here, bets 9k into about 25, is setting up for a pretty, wow! His heart doesn't think too much and makes a great fold there. He recognizes that there's not many hands he's beating. I mean, he made it look a lot easier than I think it is to let that hand go.
I'm just going to put it out there. I'm out of the tournament, personally. I am not in for a chance to be the Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event champion. I'm just GG's. World-class fold there from Asara. Just correctly deducing that his opponent's range can still have 7s, 8s, 9, 10, obviously Jack X as well. Just letting go of the queens. Also shows, or showcasing, just the discipline behind folding these premium pairs that some people get emotionally attached to. You know, they raise and they think just because they raise with aces, kings, or queens, they're now duty-bound to win the hand. And he just let it go really quickly, Vidor. I'm pretty shocked.
He just knew everything that was going on in the hand, and let's go back to when we were talking about his play on the flop. He checked multi-way, he let somebody else do the betting, and then only call, looking for perhaps a safe card, as I was guessing. And when the safe card did not come, he just lets it go. No issues. Great play there.
All right, main event, please have to turn 15-minute break.
Oh, Ben Andrews is going to get busy. I can confirm that we are going to be going on a break that you and I were unaware of, but it's beautiful because it means we can grab a coffee, get some fresh air. And we're going to have a new feature table at the end of this level. So 2 more hands of play, I believe, we're going to be squeezing in as Yang looks down at queens from the hijack. I'm going to tell you what, it feels like every hand we're just having premium hand v premium hand. But just quickly, we're going to be going on break. And then a little tease. Certain Elky going to be joining the feature table once we return from break. So any Elky fans out there in the mix, do let us know. Elky, obviously a true legend of the game. It's Ben Andrews.
And Henry, I did spot Elky on the floor.
Yeah.
He's dressed up just like you want Elky dressed up.
Oh, I've seen that man's wardrobe.
So anybody else who joins us after the break when Elky's on the feature table, they're going to get the full dose. They're going to get the exactly the aesthetic you want to see Elky in. And wow, look at that. Quick fold again.
If Elky isn't rocking some like bejeweled style t-shirt with just different colors and the suit, he wears this suit all the time and it's got like it's like diamond studded, or I don't know. It's just Elky.
It's Elky.
Being Elky, as we welcome you back to the broadcast booth here at Vidor Sincourt alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. action start to this APT Phu Quoc main event. It felt like every hand we just had to keep our eye on the feed because we were just, it was hand v hand.
Well, partly it's because of the poker gods. The deck was just running really hard, giving a lot of big hands here and there. Let's just talk about the hand we saw right before the break. I mean, a great fold there with queens, so it just goes to show the caliber of the players we're dealing with here. As you said, you and I might have been out of the tournament right there, but here we are. So we're starting to separate the best from the rest in this main event, and I can't wait for what we have ahead.
Well, when we come back, the plan obviously today playing down to the final 48. So we're getting closer to the money. Still a long ways to go. 71 players paid. We're going on a 15-minute break, but don't go too far because when Vidura and myself come back, we'll also be joined by a certain Elki at the feature table in this APT Phu Quoc main event. We'll see you guys in 15.
And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you. Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager for Asian Poker Tour. I'm here in Phu Quoc, Vietnam at the gorgeous Corona Resort. And today I'm gonna take out the Indian poker sensation, Dhaval Marco, to lunch.
What's up, man? What's up, man? So good to see you after so long.
Welcome to Phu Quoc.
Thank you.
First
Happy
time?
to be here. First time Phu Quoc to play poker, but I've been here before.
Wow, but Vietnam is our favorite, right?
Vietnam. I love Vietnam, you know it.
All right, let's go grab some lunch, right?
Let's do it, man. I'm hungry.
Good to have you back.
Very happy to be back on the Asian Poker Tour, man. It's been a while. And finally now back, first time for me since the changes. So that's nice too.
I know, like we're making some changes and well, there are more players than ever. And I think, well, at least I hope like everyone loves it more.
I think so. Exciting events on the horizon as well. So that's nice. What are we eating today?
Vietnamese.
Okay.
Because we're in Vietnam, right?
Of course. Oh, that's probably not the right way of pouring out red chili, but...
Well, I mean, it is now. Oh, thank you.
Oh,
that looks,
boy.
That looks great.
I don't even know how to eat that. That's enough.
You go with that too?
Yeah. Professional prawn peeler.
This place is just gorgeous.
I came here many years ago for a music festival.
Oh, no way, really?
It's a techno festival.
Techno, huh?
Yeah. It's so exciting to be back out on the circuit now, actually, because live poker is so much fun. Meeting everybody after so long, just going out, like, you know.
So this is the second series in 2023. I know it was already great. Like,
I believe so.
We were at capacity every day.
Oh, I remember suddenly there was like, you couldn't have the side events, and like I was watching the streams as well because I had a couple of the Indian boys were on them and stuff. The Indian players are very happy with the APT. There's fantastic structures at the APT, right? So it's well suited for Indian aggression. You guys must be very, very excited about what's coming next.
Yeah, absolutely. You've been to Taiwan, right? Never.
None of the Indian crew have ever been to Taiwan. And we're very excited because largest poker room in Asia, biggest guarantee.
Taiwan is at the point, the number of local players is so huge. That's how they can support even like, you know, they're moving to a new
big venue, yeah.
55 tables, huge.
Yeah, it's really exciting because first of all, we haven't visited it. I believe it's a really fun country as well.
It is.
And lots of really good street food and stuff. So that's nice. It's like always exciting to be able to do something new, visit a new town.
I think I can safely say we're already doing pretty good in terms of players' experience.
Right, I think so.
Wow.
I think I found people having a good time at the APTs. Like, it feels like a friendlier, happier tour than the rest of them.
But now we're trying to elevate it.
Now to make it all of it together, right? Like professionally great as well, and then fun experience as well. Yeah, that's the dream.
That's the dream. Yeah. That was fun having lunch with Dhaval. I'm going to try to do this every series of APT. So, at next stop, Taipei, maybe I will take you out. What the hell? They told me they open at noon.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
So the Swiss player, Yves Thalmann, kicking things off with a raise from the cutoff, does have the goods. Opening off of a very shallow stack, sub 15. Quoc to Pham, 1 seat over. Looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Wants to try and apply pressure to the shorter stack deep in the APT Hanoi main event. We are down to the final few tables. Really abusing his position on Yves. Still got kings, Yves, and they are good. 4-1 favorite to double up here. And the crazy thing is that I feel like Quoc has kind of priced himself in a little bit here, as Yves does announce himself. Local Vietnamese player gonna ask for a count. Only has to call an additional 225k. There's 740 in the middle. Just has to hope that he's up against a hand like ace king, ace queen, some suited broadways. You can obviously see he's in really rough shape as he does make the call. So cards on their backs. He gets shown the kings. The tables, the deuces. 5 to come. Deuce in the window. Daily quads for the local Vietnamese player. Has Yves drawing to running kings only, as the queen of diamonds leaves him dead on the turn. So death by quads deep in the APT Hanoi main event. Yves Thalmann did nothing wrong. Got his final 15 bigs in with the kings, but flopped quads for the local Vietnamese hero. So win Doi An on the button with ace 7-0. Started things off around 50 big blinds effective deep into the APT Hanoi main event. Tournament chip leader Gurman Bukharov. Good to defend from the big blind. Does have the local Vietnamese player covered. 175k in the middle. And well, how about that for a flop? Ace, Queen, Jack, 2 spades. Gurman Bukharov has flopped Broadway. More importantly, a very aggressive Win Doyan has flopped top pair on a board texture that could really get spicy. It's going to continue. Just shy of third pot, 60k into 175. Question is, does Gurman Bukharov want to apply the pressure right here, right now? He is reaching for raising chips. Looks like 185,000. Just north of 3x. Really interesting spot for Win, obviously. Bottom v big blind. Going to have wider ranges than normal. He knows that Gurman's good enough to have gut shots. Have hands like Queen 10, King 7 of spades. Any suited King X, basically. Any suited 10x. 4 of diamonds on the turn. Disastrous turn card for Win. He's going to have the best hand a lot of the time. It's a real setup deep into the main event here. Gurman setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.6 by betting 350,000 into 545,000. Already more than average in the pot. 895k in the middle. Can understand the quick call from Win. He's going to pray for some spade or straightening card to roll off. The 7 of hearts. Giving Win 2 pair. Now beating some value as well. Hands like Queen Jack. He knows Gurman is good enough to triple off with a bluff here. King 8, King 9. King 6 suited, 10-9, 10-8. All of those hands that would want to apply max pressure. It's the only player at the table that has Win covered. Deep into the APT Hanoi main event, over 120,000 up top. 1.2 million in the middle. Win with just 860,000 behind. Gurman set up the river jam perfectly, and he does announce himself. Action back on the local Vietnamese player. You can see the discomfort. You can see the discomfort in Win. He knows Gurman can have bluffs here. I just don't think he can get away from this. I don't think he can. There's just too many bluff combos, and even beating some value, like I said, Queen Jack, throws in all the time bank extensions, pained by this decision. Does make the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news. Gurman flopped the nut straight. Maybe there was a world where Win could have got away from it on the river had the 7 of hearts not rolled off, but rivering 2 pair, and he was one of the contenders to potentially win this main event, now exiting before the final table, and Gurman Bukharov extends his chip lead at the APT Hanoi main event with this classic cooler.
get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
If that B-roll footage doesn't sum up poker in Asia, I really don't know what does. A warm welcome back to the Breakdesk. Vidor Sincourt alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Just watching that, you know, the excitement and also just the emotion as well. I feel like it's something that in recent years has been kind of suppressed by some of the high rollers and whatnot, where they want to remain stoic and not be too emotional. And I love that because, you know, I love, the reactions from the players that we just saw, because you know how much it means to them.
Yeah.
You know, and just it's part of the culture here.
We're all human. It certainly is part of the culture, and it's one of the many beautiful things about playing in Asia is that you do see those emotions surface to the top, and of course you see the beautiful beaches and the other B-roll footage that we saw. Anybody joining us now, I want to welcome everybody back to the main event at the APT Phu Quoc. We're here at day 2. We're going to cut to the feature table. We have a host of players, including the legend Elki himself, so I'm very excited to see what happens here. I'm Vidor Sincourt with Henry Kilbane, and let's get back to the action.
Main event, day 2. 231 hopefuls came back today, all eyeing up the top prize of over 120,000 USD. Obviously, a long way to go before we can start discussing the money bubble and payouts and the top prizes. 3 days of poker from the main event will be coming to you live from the Corona Resort and Casino here in Phu Quoc. And then on Sunday, a little dessert. Some high roller action to wrap up this festival here in Vietnam.
For all those people who've been with us since the start of the stream today, you will see a completely new set of players on the feature table here. We will, of course, introduce you to them as time goes on, but to summarize, we have once again about 6 nationalities out of 8 players. That's the beauty of the APT, of course. Crazy diversity from all over, and of course, representing France, Bertrand Grospellier, or as he's known, Elki. He, of course, has a lot of connections to Asia. I'm sure you'll be able to expound on that. Henry is, of course, a very famous gamer back in the day and used to play in South Korea. We have a couple of South Koreans along with him on the table, and then also people from the United States, Sweden, China, and, of course, local representation from Vietnam. Henry, I see a familiar face, by the way, from APT Da Nang, Mr. Khan right here. An absolutely crushing player. A solid, you know, sometimes you might look at someone and judge them by their age in terms of how they might play.
Guilty.
Conservative. He's wearing that sort of easy breezy, I'm a small business owner jacket, but with the poker player hat. And a lot of that added up to his image, but man, he finished in the top 3 in the main event in APT Da Nang. Or was it one of the big high rollers? I think one of the big events that almost paid as much as the main event. So he's clearly taken his score and turned it into buy-ins for future APTs. You love to see it. And I like that he sort of set the standard on his outfits as well, looking very similar to how he did at the APT Da Nang.
He looks like my granddad. It's just, you know, let's go fishing. You know, the boat's ready.
Exactly.
The bait's in the boat. The rods are ready. It's like a Sunday morning kind of thing. Let's go, grandson. You know, look, he's playing the part.
And on that same note, we've been calling him Mr. Khan as a result. So maybe we could continue that trend.
Yeah, 100%.
We have a chip in a chair all in here, it seems like.
Yeah, Kronholm, someone I'm very familiar with, have played plenty of PLO cash with Kronholm over the span of both of our careers. Now touring the Asian Poker Tour circuit, down to just half a big. Flipping, however, as we see the King 9-4, 2 spades roll off as Kronholm not only, well, okay, this dealer is lightning fast. Ace of spades, sealing Kronholm's double up on the turn, up to 3 bigs.
Chip in a chair. I like the fast dealer, Henry. You know, we'll 100%. Deal with it in the booth. Let the players get more hands in. One of the big transitions for people who start off playing poker online and then transition to live is they can't deal with the pace of play. I mean, there's only so fast you can deal a hand. it really is part of the experience to like really soak it in, to get maybe 20, 30 hands an hour as opposed to the 50 to 100 you'll see online. But whenever the dealer can help it along, that's great. Needless to say, the most colorful character on the table is our man Elky in seat 1. This rose-based concoction he has going on with his jacket and his pants over there. I just love how he lives up to his image.
The floral attire.
If anybody's not familiar with Elky, I almost recommend that you look him up alongside the stream, I should say. Absolute crusher, legend in all aspects of the game, from cash to, of course, tournaments where he really made his mark.
Yeah, he's really completed the game.
Like that, like a video game.
Yeah, just like in every aspect. You know, the titles that he's won throughout his career. Seems somewhat frustrated by the card distribution as things stand, nursing a very short stack. We know that he's not shy about putting his chips in the middle when the opportunities present themselves. American at the table. Very far away from home.
I lived in America for a while, Henry, and Vietnam is constantly climbing the ranks as a tourist destination in America. Firstly, of course, the US dollar goes a long way here, and people realize what a great time they can have and at very affordable prices. And now with all the poker action with the APT, I think it's a no-brainer.
Well, Albert flopping best and turning to pair, just in case he was up against an ace or a hand like jacks, queens, or kings.
Slight error in the graphic there, by the way. We see 2 9s on the graphic, but of course we saw a shot of the flop, and I believe there was a 10 on the turn.
Clubs do get there. On the river, Seokjin with the underpair to the board, 4 clubs in hand, looking to turn his hand into a bluff. I think blind v blind, Albert with just too much of a hand, too high up in his range. Blind v blind, still beating some value as well. Let's see, did he announce call? Yeah, he has made the call, and the 4s hit the mark. You don't need to show, mate. Just scoop in the pot. Up to 91 big blinds. That's like a very healthy stack, only second to the local Vietnamese player with 109 bigs. Elky. 9 bigs, Vidal. Plenty of time with this 60-minute clock, although we know Elky would much rather be playing a deeper stack.
He knows what to do with every stack depth, essentially. He's going to pick a good spot. He's observing the table. That being said, we did see a hint of frustration and friskiness when we saw that he did not pick up a reasonable holding to get in the mix with. The shortest stack, under the gun, folds it, and this is very interesting because, of course, we have the big blind ante, which means he's going to be automatically all in with his stack, or maybe just a hair under automatically all in. So he'd rather take the variance of being all in blind than commit with the queen 5 under the gun there. Understandable. I do want to clarify, if anybody's not familiar with the big blind ante, by the way, any viewer watching, that just means that the big blind posts the antes for the entire table. There you see on our graphic it says 1K, 2K, hyphen 2K again. So that means your 2K goes as a big blind, and another 2K goes into the middle as all the antes for the table. Just keeps things efficient. You don't need to collect an ante chip from everyone. It's a good innovation to the game over the past few years.
Yeah, it's really sped everything up. There's always one guy, man, back in the old days where you've forgotten your ante, mate. Come on. You're slowing down the entire table. And then you would get dealers who would refuse to deal until all the antes. You know, it was their right, you know, rightly slow, but it just definitely slowed down the game, and it's a huge improvement.
Well, what I'll never forget is that legendary Prahlad Friedman showdown with, I forget who his opponent was, but at the World Series of Poker, he just kept alleging that somebody on the table hadn't put in an ante. And he just, like, it seemed like he put his career on the line almost to say this man hasn't put in an ante. They had to roll back the tape, and actually his opponent had put in the ante, so the whole ruckus was for no reason.
What?
And I just remember thinking, this is so unnecessary, you know. That's how I came to hear about Prahlad Friedman, who's now, I mean, part rapper, part poker player, now a bit of a Twitter personality, I'd say. One of the older school legends of the game.
Snap call from Albert, by the way, there on the river. Just picking off the bluff with the ace high. Second level of the day. 231 players came back for day 2. All going to have their eyes on the top prize of 121,000 USD, 2.85 billion VND. 108 players remain. Still a long old ways to go before we make it into the money. 71 places paid here. The APT main event.
That massive first place prize, of course, made possible because of the total prize pool here. You can see on your screen 14.75 billion with a B, Vietnamese dong. That works out to over 630,000 US dollars. Absolutely smashing the 10 billion Vietnamese dong guarantee. A great turnout, great showing of the poker talent we have, the diversity of poker talent across Asia and the rest of the world. A lot of Americans on this table as well.
Yeah, more and more people venturing out from Europe as well. And rightly so, you know. The cost of traveling, hotels, flights and whatnot in Europe before you've even played a hand of poker for like a 10-week festival in places like London, Barcelona, Paris, you name it. It's going to cost you the better part of 2.5, 3K. Or you could just come to a 5-star resort on a tropical island in Vietnam for a fraction of the price.
Easy decision to me. By the way, not to mention, for someone like me from India, essentially anybody not from Europe, really more comfortable on the visa front as well, which is a big issue sometimes when you're going to some European countries. Wait times for visas, you know, the application process can be tedious. Vietnam, usually most countries, like most citizens, visa on arrival. Maybe you have to just submit a form online 3 days in advance. These things add up, you know, and Vietnam is turning out to be a premier destination because of all these things.
Well, Kronholm, as you alluded to, kind of forced all in with the 6 straight. It's looking rough for the Swedish player. 10-10-8 is still drawing live, running diamonds or a 6 needed. That's
there
the
it
Jack
is.
of diamonds gives Seokjin top pair, but does present the backdoor diamonds for Kronholm.
Kronholm hoping to quadruple up with a diamond. The 5 of diamonds, of course, would not be that useful. It would give Van a full house.
Oh my.
Beautiful.
The chip and the chair was down to 1K, his backdoor to flush. And it's going to more than, would you say, quadruple up?
It was 15K before the side pot began, so from 4K to 15K is almost
Let's
a quadruple up. That is beautiful.
Seokjin trying to squeeze out some more value from the local Vietnamese player.
A pretty decent bet into a side pot, considering the side pot is just about 12K itself.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. What is going on here? Van cutting out calling chips, but then reaching for the bigger 5K chips. That's 12K in front of him. There is a side pot between him and Seokjin. does eventually find the fold. So Seokjin going to win a small side pot. Kronholm with the backdoor flush up to 14.5K.
Did you hear that off the table? Hanging around, someone said, quoting the all-famous Teddy KGB from Rounders, of course. And you know what? That's more than hanging around. That's 7 big blinds right there, with the big blind having just passed him. He's back in the mix.
He is indeed. The chip in the chair from half a big to 7 big blinds. This 60-minute clock can really afford to now wait a few hands and just pick his spots wisely.
And Henry, I don't know about you. I mean, we're not biased here, of course, but I am automatically rooting for someone who was down to chip in a chair. I mean, the true underdog story. Would love to see a deep run coming off a chip in a chair.
Let's go, Elke. In go the 9 bigs. The King 10 suited from early position. Pick up any customers. It's going to fold round to the blinds. Kronholm going to get out of the way with the ace-6. You never know when you're you're a poker superstar, right? If you're Elke. Let's just call a spade. He's an absolute celebrity, both in Asia and all over the world. True superstar. Do you think there's ever any element of people just wanting to like bust him from the tournament? And you look down at King 7, you're like, you know what? Cool. I just want to tell people at home that I eliminated Elke from the tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, there is always an unsaid bounty on your head. Now, the best players, and Daniel Negreanu often talks about this, they actually use it to their advantage. You know, they're sometimes shoving lighter, knowing that there is effectively a bounty. People are calling them off much more lighter than they would other players. And you navigate that, but yeah, let's not pretend that bounty doesn't exist on you, and it can, of course, backfire when you get it all in with King 10 and maybe get loose calls. You don't want to be getting it all in and battling it out for your tournament life when you're as good as Elke. And listen, I've been guilty of this too. If I play with a poker celebrity, I want to tell my friends back home that I busted them from a tournament.
I feel like there was a time period where there was just the Phil Ivey effect, where Phil would just always have like a massive stack early in day 1s and day 2s because these recreationals that had like qualified and whatnot. It's always two sides to the coin. There are people that were just super fearful. 9's going into the muck, by the way. Just note that pre-flop to a single raise. But yeah, there's this element to Ivy where you would either have people that would not play a hand against him out of fear, and then you'd have the polar opposite of players just like going after him with absolute nonsense because they just wanted to bluff him.
Essentially dumping chips to the goat. And I mean, as I said, Ivy knew exactly how to adjust. He'd probably profile people as like a dumper or a scared guy, you know, early on.
So Chen going nowhere with his ace high. Ace of spades in hand. As the King of Diamonds does present an overcard to the board and a turn card that James may opt to continue barreling on, although he has turned the nut flush draw. Few options on the table. Although he wants to try and realize his equity, he'll just fold out some of those ATEX type holdings from the big. Just really apply pressure across 3 streets.
9s would have been the best hand still, by the way. Very conservative fold pre-flop.
Yeah. Just knew he wasn't going to flop us out. No set, no bet.
James is going to be happy with that. Whenever your aggression pays off, you pick up the backdoor flush draw, you make a bet. It just is such a big confidence boost to your game. It just gets you that momentum that you need, gives you the confidence that you sort of deserve to be there with your stack.
Oh, James nursing a very healthy 120k, good for 59 bigs. trying to think if I've ever seen Elke at a poker table without glasses.
Oh, that would be completely off-brand. Although I have seen it, and I do remember seeing it simply because it surprised me. Elke, of course, famous for his glasses, and here we go. Ace, king suited, under the gun. 11 bigs, and how does he want to navigate this? Nothing too complicated. Gets it in.
Yeah, I think jamming makes a lot of sense. We'd be jamming a lot wider than ace-king, obviously. I say a lot wider, not many pips wider, but, you know, ace-9, ace-10, king-jack, king-queen.
But it's like you said, Henry, when you know that people might want to call you off light for the story, you get it all in.
So a couple of jams getting through for Elke.
Easily climbed from 9 to 14 big blinds, which is a completely different sort of zone of blinds to be in. 14 big blinds, very, very comfortable stack for someone as experienced as Elke. Great structure we have here at the APT main event. 1 hour levels that climb fairly slowly. So he knows he's got a lot of play left here. That's one of the mindsets that separates the top players from maybe some of the newer players and the inexperienced players. They just don't count themselves out. They don't ever say, to hell with it. I got a bad beat. I'm down to 5 or 4 big blinds. I mean, we just saw somebody climb up to 7 bigs from a chip in a chair by essentially taking a blind hand instead of getting it all in with a queen high, something that other players might have chosen to do. So, gotta love it.
Mr. Khan with the ace-jack. And unfortunately for Elke, can't even defend from the big. I stand corrected. He's going to flick in the call with the 6-3-0. Obviously, byproduct of being a shorter stack, you do get to realize a lot more of your equity. And not on that board texture. That's all Mr. Khan.
Elke pretty much drawing dead on the flop. Not much to the hand. Mr. Khan, though, gets to beat Elke out of a pot, it seems. That's always exciting. I do wonder if Mr. Khan knows who Elke is, in fact. Elke, an absolute legend of the game, as you've been saying, Henry, and well-known world over, but I don't know how much poker content Mr. Khan consumes.
Oh, come on.
You think he's all over it?
Maybe not like content-wise in 2023, but you can't play poker and not know who Elke is, or at least have like seen him on some YouTube or Facebook highlight video.
That's true.
I'd be very surprised. It is Mr. Khan leading the pack here at this feature table. 173 players remain, 507 entries in total. Already lost, what, a quarter of the field so far today, thereabouts.
Over 50 players did not make it starting from the start of the day to just the second level here.
Yeah, there are a lot of players that did, of course, register at the start of day 2. Coming in with a short stack.
What do you think of late registration like that, Henry? Is that something you're comfortable with?
I think it's, EV-wise, makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of players are way more studied. Stack depths between 15 to 30 bigs, not making many mistakes both pre and post flop. But call me old-fashioned. I like to be in there from the start. You know, just play some deep stack poker.
Yeah.
There's nothing quite like betting, you know, over-betting level 1, just putting someone in the absolute blender, just jamming like 100 bigs into 10 big blinds. It's just, that's fun.
That's when the juices are flowing, really.
Yeah. Yeah, get the heart rate monitor out.
Chess has incorporated heart rate monitors in a lot of tournaments, by the way.
Really? I love that. It's something I really want to see in poker, especially in like cash games. I feel like cash games, there's more spots that are likely to come up where you're just like playing really big pots. Whereas in tournament poker, you know, a 20 big blind spot where you have ace king, sure, yeah, it's going to get the blood pumping in a flip situation. But I want to see heart rate monitors on people that are 300 big blinds deep and, you know, just going after it.
What I've always wondered about the heart rate is how much does it spike when you have a great value hand? Like, let's say you have aces pre-flop and you see a raise ahead of you versus a bluff. It'd be a cool addition to the game, actually, to see that. I kind of like it in chess, and chess players are notorious, of course, for especially the longer version of chess, the classical chess, as they call it, which goes on for sometimes hours at a time. They actually lose weight from all the brain power they use during the game. So your heart is certainly pumping, you know. You're actually, like, working hard, even though you might be sitting stoically.
That's why I'm so skinny. I sat in the booth for 10 hours on average every day for the last 5 years.
Using brain power?
Well, allegedly. I mean, a Van with a very out of line open from under the gun shows the ace. Just the ace. Just flash the ace of spades. Hey guys, I had it.
I love seeing players show cards. We saw with the earlier set of players we had somebody sort of fold and then show that they couldn't call. It just keeps the game a little bit friendlier. It feels more like a home game or like a cash game. Puts everybody else at ease. Now, of course, you have to manage your image once you've shown a hand down, especially with Elke on the table. I mean, he's going to take a mental note of every hand you decide to show. So as long as you can manage and adapt to the image you've built for yourself, I like what it does to the table dynamic. Another ace-jack from Mr. Khan. Already the biggest stack on the table, getting hit by the deck a little bit.
Standard open. This table a little bit more snug than the previous table. Also a byproduct of card distribution as Seok Jin, another big stack at this feature, looks down at a couple of kings on the button.
We saw the graphic pop up as soon as you said card distribution, of course.
Poker God's just shutting me up, basically. Saying, all right, Henry, we'll show you card distribution. Action back on Mr. Khan. I do apologize, Van, with the slow pill. The 8-6 hits the mark. The local Vietnamese hero comes with, does cover, but would be playing the rest of the hand out of position.
There are some unsaid rules of being a big stack, and one of them is that you don't go to battle with other big stacks to the extent you can avoid it. But in this case, ace-jack suited is just too strong to consider folding.
I couldn't agree more as we see the 9-9-8 flop roll off. One diamond on board, 29k out there.
Pretty much mandatory c-bet from Seok Jin there. Kings on 9-9-8 is looking mighty strong. There's a lot of draws out there. You want to charge them. And now I was referring to having seen Mr. Khan play at a previous APT event in Da Nang, and if I remember his play, he's not the kind to get too out of line, really chase down, you know, draws with things like 2 overs. Now that he's the chip leader on this table, it's going to be an interesting insight into his mindset. There we see he does float essentially with 2 overs. He's not going to be too comfortable with his hand here, but he does have the backdoor nut flush draws and backdoor straight draws. There is one of those backdoor straight draws coming in. He now has an open ender to go with his 2 overs.
Yeah, also possible for him to have the best hand as well. With the ace-jack, some suited broadways, Seok Jin could opt to play aggressively pre-flop. 43k in the middle. Checked over to the pre-flop 3-better for a second time.
Seok Jin can't love that card. It does complete a few straights, but Mr. Khan did open fairly early position pre-flop. Something like a 7-6 or even a queen jack is less likely than some of the Broadway holdings you just mentioned, Henry, not to mention pairs lower than kings. So Sikjun makes a great value bet here, 20k into the pot, just under 50%.
Yeah, it feels like the kind of sizing where he's setting the price for the river, right? Bets 20k if called, depending on the run out. There are opportunities for him to just check behind. Sizable pot brewing here, one of the biggest pots of the day so far, 83k in the middle between two of the chip leaders at this feature. As would you believe it all, the 7 of clubs rolls off, and Mr. Khan has backed in to the second nut straight. Checked flop and turn. Does he now want to try and lead into his opponent, given that the board texture has a 4-liner on board and maybe fears, you know, the overpairs checking behind? I'd love to see a little block.
Well, yeah, I was about to say you're almost more comfortable leading here, Henry, simply because the board is paired. You do lose to something like a queen jack and, of course, all kinds of pocket 8s, pocket 10s, etc. Maybe a 10-9 or something that got out of line pre-flop. And it's almost like a value bet / block bet when you donk lead the river. And I think that is what Mr. Khan is considering here. A hand like kings, which is what Seokjin has, or any other overpair, is very likely to check behind with a 4-liner. You want to get valued, and at the same time, you want to set your own price for that value.
Oh, it's a lot more than a block bet. Almost half pot on the river from Mr. Khan. 39.5. As we see, Seokjin is cutting out calling chips. Hasn't really given this much thought yet. Wow, just pretty much deciding that he's not going to fold and makes the call with the 2 kings. Trying to think of natural bluffs. I mean, missed spades.
Essentially, Seokjin gave Mr. Khan a lot of credit there.
Yeah.
After all, a missed spade draw would be forced to bluff there, arguably, when a 4-liner comes out. Of course, in this case, he had the goods, but I think Seokjin got attached to his kings and realized that with the spades not coming in, there were just enough bluffs in the range. And a half-pot river bet, you know, you only need to be right 33% of the times when you call it off. That is one of the things you need to think about, is Mr. Khan bluffing 33% of the times or so. Certainly in the arsenal of Mr. Khan. If Seokjin knows of Mr. Khan's reputation, he might have acted differently. But if you simply look at Mr. Khan's results, which is huge scores in the APT, you know that Mr. Khan is very capable of all kinds of moves.
Well, back in action again is our chip leader. Pocket 5s from early position. 152 big blinds to go to work with. Do apologize for some reason. The camera is just checking out the pink shirt.
I believe that's Albert from the United States, but it seems like he folded.
A little small pair v small pair situation on our hands. 2 of the biggest stacks at this feature. Van in the small with a very playable King Jack suited.
So indeed, Albert had not folded, and why would he with deuces and a nice little price to try and hit a set on the button in position. Van comes along for the ride, and now with 5-3 suited and 4 big blinds, Kronholm has to be tempted here.
17.5 in the middle before making the call. Now 20k out there with 6.5k behind. Clubs dominated. 2 5s in Mr. Khan's hand. It's going to be tough for Kronholm.
Well, he had 6-3 of diamonds last time, 5-3 of clubs this time, 3 in the mix. Okay.
Van flopping top pair backdoor clubs on the Jack 6-3. Kronholm with the stop and go. Bottom pair, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight. Opportunities. He's going to need some help. We can see Van covering the backdoor flush.
Well, any pair was certainly good enough for him to get it in. What he ideally wants is for someone to isolate him, or if he can take down the pot uncontested, but I don't see that happening. He does have the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, as you said, and last time round he had 6-3 suited and he pulled off the backdoor flush, so can't be feeling too bad about this hand, hoping to repeat the miracle of last time. He would, of course, triple up again if he did that. Wow, Mr. Khan makes the call. 5's good enough multi-way for him to call off the small bet here with the all-in player. And now Van must be considering isolating Kronholm.
Has to still be somewhat concerned though, right? Mr. Khan opening from under the gun. Can still have all the overpairs. A sizable pot brewing. Kronholm still live. Drawing to 2 outs. Van checking it on over to Khan. Kronholm can't be too thrilled picking up 2 customers. I was kind of rooting for the 3, you know. Look, we're meant to remain impartial, but we wanted the chip in the chair story.
We lose Kronholm, GG. King Jack takes it down. No more chips going in the middle, and sometimes there's this like unsaid pact that happens when a player is all in.
Right.
Hey, let's just eliminate this guy. let's not get too frisky. Let's not get too greedy.
Yeah, dry side pot with marginal holdings, although top pair, still a lot of hand. Shout out to all of our viewers over on YouTube, Facebook and Twitch, of course. Let us know just whereabouts in the world you guys are joining us from. See a lot of Vietnamese people in the chat, obviously rooting for their local heroes. Also up to 11 likes over on our YouTube channels. If you are watching on YouTube, please do take a couple of seconds to just click that like button. Drop us a subscribe. We have so much content planned, not only from this festival here in Phu Quoc, but one of the biggest events in the Asian Poker Tour history, and, well, poker in Asia coming up in just a few weeks' time in Taipei. So a lot of content going to be released. We're now recording a lot more hand histories as well, filming some post-production stuff with hand history highlights. So if you aren't already subscribed to our channel, please do.
Things are only going to get crazier and crazier. Not only today with day 2 as we go down to the money, but as the main event goes on, we'll be bringing you all that coverage, final tables of course, a high roller as well. And then of course, Henry, as you said, APT in Taiwan is going to be one of the biggest series ever. Not one you want to miss. So hit subscribe. So the shot stays on Mr. Khan, who has been the most active, understandably so. Getting hit by the deck a bit, but also has a massive stack to work with. James finds a hand he can get busy with under the gun. Ace, Jack of diamonds. Nothing for Elke. If you've been with us since the start of the stream today, you know we had a new set of players come in after the first level, and certainly people just trying to get comfortable still. You don't see that chill vibe that the previous set of players had established already. Tensions are high, and 2 short stacks on the table as well actually adds to the dynamic. We did lose one of them, seat 5, Kronholm. We will be filling that seat fairly quickly. We actually have a Vietnamese player coming in, Nam Ly Hoi. Meanwhile, back to this hand, Albert has just smashed the flop, top 2 with King Jack. James does have a jack with the ace kicker as well. Might be along for this ride here. James, of course, a pre-flop raiser under the gun. The board gets better and better for Albert with the king of hearts. He now has the second nut flush draw as well, but with 3 hearts on the board, it might let James get away from the hand cheaply. Confident bets here from Albert. You can't feel too good in James' spot about having second pair despite the top kicker. That is precisely why he lets it go.
Yeah, his table demeanor there, just during the hand, did exude confidence, didn't it? Just sat up straight, staring down his opponent. You big into like live reads and body language, or are you more just like leaning towards theory?
Well, I certainly am as a commentator, Henry, because I love watching this because we have access to the whole cards, and that makes all the difference. So now that you pointed it out, trust me, the next time Albert is bluffing, I'll be making a note of his body language, see if he's well balanced. But as a player, you know, I don't study it as much as some live players do, particularly those who play solely live tournaments. And they will always claim that it makes a huge difference to their play. I have found myself subconsciously acting on some physical tells sometimes. I do remember just watching my hands involuntarily make some raises based on how a player behaved. And I was like, listen, if my gut or my mind, however you want to say it, is actually absorbing something, it's important to listen to it. Instinct is a huge part of poker.
You hear a lot of top pros talk about just trusting their read and going with their gut. And then you have other players, you know, world-class players such as like Kevin Rabichow and whatnot, who will just stick to you know, the fundamentals and the game theory that he's studied, even when his gut is telling him something. If, from a game theory point of view, he believes that he should make a call or make a fold, he'll go against his gut, and he's spoken pretty openly about that.
I really respect that, because after all, if you've studied and you think you have a game theory optimal GTO, as they say, a winning strategy that you need to follow, it actually takes a lot of discipline to follow it no matter what, despite your gut screaming otherwise. It's much harder to do what Kevin is professing to do there. There's a lot of debate between game theory versus exploitative. Exploitative, of course, meaning sort of taking into account the player tendencies of your opponent. And I'm not sure which way I lean, but I really do respect the players who go hard one way or the other. You know, they have a lot of conviction. Usually they're studied in the other form as well, and they've made a conscious decision to play a certain way, and you have to respect that.
100%. Albert back in the mix here. Has picked up one customer. Just the seat to his left. James going to defend from the big, so a three-way affair. There are some board textures where these hands could collide. 19.5k in the middle. Everyone with a very healthy stack going to the flop. Well, that's not really one of them. Couple of gut shots out there. James still with the best of it with a pair of threes, but going to be really difficult for him to get the threes to show down. Albert, 10 of clubs, overcard to the board.
Checks all around, and you're right, the board texture didn't really smash anybody's hand, but with everybody missing, it's actually interesting as well, because now it's time to see who wants it the most. Albert is going to step up to answer my question. He has a straight draw, he has the club draw with the 10 high, which actually is the best club draw. He has 36% equity, which actually isn't the highest equity on the board, but the threes are not going to feel comfortable at all on this board.
Yeah, really difficult for James to even consider trying to get the threes to showdown after the late c-bet from Albert gets through. So up to over 100 big blinds now for the American.
A fantastic bet there, Henry. I mean, taking down these multi-way pots where nobody else has hit it takes a special level of skill and awareness of the game to understand where you're at, and aggression to, of course, act on it. And Albert takes down a great pot there with pure gumption.
Yeah, these small pots really do add up, and it really is a sign, as you alluded to, of just a competent player that is looking to go after these small pots, taking stabs when his opponents aren't showing much interest. I always get locked up, and people always call me down whenever I do it, but that's why I'm in here. And they're out there. Albert again. Gonna look to get involved from early position with a cheeky little limp.
Van not going to let it stand. For a moment, I thought he's going to join the limp party. When somebody limps under the gun, and you have something like ace-9 suited, you're thinking, hey, maybe this can be like a cash game, and other people will join in. But Van showing he knows what to do, he's here to play, punishes the limp, raises and makes sure that weaker hands cannot simply limp behind him. 7.5k, that's 3.5 big blinds. Excuse me, almost 4 big blinds, actually. And Elke with a hand that he has to quickly fold because of the action.
Wow, so the aggression from Van just getting the king-queen and the deuces to fold. Surprised to see Albert limp fold this deep. Opportunity to go set mining, but hey, look, he's out there with 104 bigs. Elke pained by letting go of king-queen, obviously. That looks like an incredibly comfortable chair that Elke sat. I don't think I've ever seen that kind of chair at a poker table before.
Yeah, good observation. It's different from the rest.
Yeah, it looks like it belongs in a movie set.
Do you think Elke carries his own chair, Henry? Is that part of the perks of being Elke?
Would be pretty baller.
We saw the stack sizes there. Mr. Khan with 146 big blinds and overwhelming chip lead as far as the feature table goes. But Albert with over 100, a very clear second in chips. I believe the next stack was closer to 50 big blinds. And with Mr. Khan being sort of on the snugger side, I'm basing this not only on his play today, but I have seen him play on other tables before. I think Albert may be recognizing that and sort of has the opportunity to be table captain, as we keep calling it, or simply the most active big stack on the table. We did see him limp fold deuces though, so some mixed signals. Meanwhile, Elke gets in an easy shove from the big blind with the king. Gets the fold from the 6 high of Sokjin.
Yeah, so Elke taking the small blind jam spot. Obviously, no, he's not going to shy away from taking the spots when they do present themselves, but for the time being, pretty handcuffed. It's about as helpless as you can feel as a short stack just being card dead.
And we see the table getting a little more chatty, a little more comfortable, as I was saying. It usually does take a few hands, maybe a half hour here and there to settle in. Mr. Khan having a conversation there with, I believe, the new player on seat 5, maybe. And we saw the player position graphic earlier. If anybody's confused who we keep referring to when we say Elke, Bertrand Grospellier is his given name at least, but the poker world and the gaming world. I believe he was a professional StarCraft player, right, Henry?
That is right.
They've known him as Elke for decades now.
Living out in Asia. Partied with him in Vietnam.
What was that like? I have an image in my head, and I have a feeling he's going to live up to it.
All I'm going to say, Vidor, is it's truly a memorable experience.
Okay.
King
Very
7
diplomatic.
deuce. Top pair for Sokjin. Jack high diamonds for the American in this blind v blind confrontation. It's going to make the call, drawing to the third nut flush.
All right, single day, high order, the blinds are up 300, 600.
Turns a double gut shot to go along with his flush draw.
Actually hits one of the best cards in the deck, considering he's dominated on the pair side. He does have the double gutter and the diamonds, 15 outs altogether. It's a lot of outs. That's one of them.
Very nonchalantly just flicking in that 5k chip there when he's just like, ah, cool. Always feels a bit draw heavy, more so than
look at that,
heavy.
look at that. Look at that pause and freeze and stare down. I don't know if that's strategic in terms of a reverse tell of making it look like, hey, I'm bluffing, and it works. Gets the call from the top pair, no diamond. of Seok Jin, and Seok Jin's been had a little bit in this hand. Albert putting more distance between himself and 6 of the players at the table. Still second in chips to Mr. Khan, but 114 big blinds is nothing to scoff at.
It was the pause that really did it for me, you know. He like went to throw the chips, paused, stared at his opponent, and then flicked them in.
I loved it.
Moves. So a quick update of the chip counts at this feature table. Albert loving life out there. He's really been on the spin.
You see the new player there in the frame, Henry. That's Nam Le Hui from Vietnam.
I'm already a fan. Just look at his card protector.
Love it.
His chip protector.
Is that Donatello, if I'm remembering correctly?
I believe it is Donatello, you're right.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, in case anybody's confused what we're talking about. That beautiful chip protector on his stack. An instant vibe check when you have a Donatello as your card protector. Just puts everybody at ease.
Donatello was actually an Italian sculptor, Vidor, but you obviously want to reference the... I'm joking.
You know, you did actually just make me realize what Albert was talking about, because he looked to the side and he said, is that Michelangelo? And now I get it. It was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. I actually thought they were discussing sculptures. Wow. The new player, Nam, instantly finds aces under the gun. That chip protector is going to be lifted at some point, I think, in this hand.
There's always some leveling that goes on as well in the players' minds when a new player with a sizable stack joins the table and straight away starts firing.
That's a great point. 100 big blinds. I've been talking about the distance Albert had put between himself and the rest of the table, but here we go. Somebody with a stack size that compares to his has just joined and opened under the gun. And Albert does wake up with a playable hand. Small blind, not the greatest position to have a hand like this, a middling sort of king suited, king 9 suited hand, and he does indeed let it go. Good time to show some discipline.
Yeah, especially given the under the gun open, very easily have his clubs or his king dominated. So Van gonna defend the queen 8. Another kind of hand that I wouldn't hate just mucking. So comes ace jack 7, top set for Nam. Oh, he's gonna get trappy. Okay. Just has too much of the board locked down. As irrelevant 4 of hearts finds its way to the turn.
Enough checking, says Nam. Let's build this spot. Fortunately for him. And he shows it with a smile on his face. Like I said, Henry, a vibe check. And as we see here, when you have aces and you hit top set, yeah, you're giving away information, but show it proudly.
Yeah, it's like an under the gun open, right? The perceived range is meant to be strong. You show the aces. So, all right. Not much you can take away from that.
Well, there's added leveling as well. Next time I check on the flop, I might still have it.
That's true. That's a great point. That is a great point. Mr. Khan going to be first to act. Pretty fun time for him at this feature table so far today. So he won that sizable pot earlier on with the ace-jack of diamonds against Sionchik's pocket kings. Just chipped up. Let's pick this spot, says Chen. Going to bump things up from +1. Elke remaining disciplined. Still nursing a 10 big blind stack. Well, Albert, who has just been involved in almost every hand, it feels like. It's chipped up a considerable amount here at this feature. Now looking down at ace-king on the button.
Chen was under the gun +1. Made a reasonable open, fairly loose, but he has been quiet for a lot of this feature table. And I'm sure he has noticed how Albert has been pretty busy, on the other hand. So what does he make of this 3-bet from the button? Could be pretty wide coming from the player who's been the most active and has a lot of chips.
Well, he's going to make the call and play the rest of the hand out position. Both his flush draw and hole cards are live, however. 28k in the middle going to a flop. And how about that for a flop for door? Open-ender for Chen. Royal flush draw for Albert. I expect fireworks at this stack depth.
Well, we have a situation brewing with that flop for sure. You certainly don't call queen, you certainly don't defend, I should say, queen 9 suited to a 3-bet. To even consider folding on this flop, you've flopped an open-ender, of course, but little does he know he's dominated on many fronts. 23% equity still, thanks to some of the pairs he can hit.
He's facing a sizable c-bet as well, 2/3 pot. SPR is going to be less than 1 going to this turn. Both players brick their draws. 62k in the middle. And a snap jam from Albert. Chen not going to be able to get to realize his 18% equity. In theory, the maths saying he's not getting the correct price. 3-1 on a call as the queen 9 does hit the mark, and Albert in just cruise control, Vidor.
Absolutely. I mean, he knew that he could get a lot of folds by jamming there and be completely comfortable even if he was to get called by something like a naked jack. He had an absolute monster with the royal flush draw. One of the things about tournaments, of course, is we can't rabbit hunt, because of course you want to see if the royal flush comes in on the river. In a cash game, you would certainly be peeling off the river or begging the dealer to show you. But as it stands, Albert picks up another hand and just, as you said, Henry, cruise control and really utilizing the momentum, and then on top of that, of course, the card distribution and that monster flop that he hit.
Yeah, he's done a great job at closing the gap on Mr. Khan. Almost tied at the top now.
A familiar story to me, by the way, Henry, because Mr. Khan, he just gets in these spots, picks up these huge hands, often by very active players playing against him, thinking that they'll finally get one over him, and he just accumulates all these chips, and then he sits back. He lets the card distribution do the talking. Meanwhile, some active players, they really grind their way to his stack and then try to bluff him out of his chips. It usually doesn't work in their favor.
All right, main event, day 2, the blinds are up 1,025 NT. Again, the blinds are up.
So it sounds like the blinds are going up as we head into level 3 of the day.
Interesting action here with Van on the button, limping 9-6 off. Not the prettiest of holdings.
Hey, listen, pal. All right. It's the favorite hand of a lot of people. Okay?
I wonder why.
Well, maybe an opportunity for him to win this, although Mr. Khan has flopped an open-ender. I don't see limping 9-6. I mean, maybe it's just a born memer.
Exactly.
For the memes.
For the lols. Mr. Khan with the open-ender and the most equity in the hand. I mean, he's actually winning just with the 10 alone as it stands right now. Van actually decides not to use his position to take a stab at it. And it seems like we're going to the river here. A blank would be very fascinating because 10 high would win. Well, so would the nuts for Mr. Khan. Oh, an uninterested check. And Van does not take the bait.
Wow. I'm very surprised.
A very showy casual check there from Mr. Khan. I hope anybody who's interested in physical tells was...
Oh, wait, it's got 9 deuce.
Oh.
10 deuce.
That explains a lot.
Okay. Chop it up, boys. Chop it up.
I thought we were seeing some really high-level play there with Mr. Khan trying to trap Van. Of course, a slight error in the graphics, and 9 high goes to showdown and actually chops the pot.
Yeah, he has to show that he limped 9-6 on the button. Oh man, love it. 151 players. Hang on a minute. We've lost 80 players already. The start of level 3 on day 2. Officially level 13. The plan is to play till level 20 today. That should get us down to the final 6 tables. Still a long old ways to go here today.
We see some of the payouts at the top of the screen right there. 71 players are going to make it to the money. As you said, Henry, we're going to probably play it down to well under that number. So things are heating up. 151 players left. About half the field here will be getting paid something for their time and effort. And of course, hoping for that $121,000 US first prize. Life-changing score hangs in the balance for one of these players here in the field today. And perhaps one of these players at the feature table. Certainly some huge stacks. When we're talking about 100 big blind plus stacks, we're talking about having easily top 10, if not top 5 stacks in the entire field. Folded to the blinds, Mr. Khan knows what to do with the king. The question is, what is his small blind strategy? Apparently it's to raise it up and get a quick fold. What do you think, Henry? Like, big blind, small blind versus big blind, limping more and more common, don't you find, on the international circuit?
Yeah, 100%. Expect to see either like a limp or a 3.5x from the small blind. Although, you know, he was opening into Chen, who sat on just 21 bigs, so maybe just able to really apply pressure with just north of the min open.
I'm personally a huge fan of limping, just because I've been in scenarios where people get out of line from the big blind and they try to really punish a limp. All depends on the player you're playing against, of course. Elke, who's been quiet for a while, hoping to find something good under the gun. 10-8 suited is pretty, but not when you're under the gun. And not when you have 8 big blinds left either.
Well, even with the blind level increase, Albert's still playing north of 100 bigs. Gonna get involved again. As is Van. I mean, Van's been loving it. He's been getting in the mix of all sorts of hands.
Completely reasonable holdings in this case. Jack 10 suited is as pretty as it gets sometimes. Have the same hand, with the exception of the suits, of course, and very curious how this hand plays out if both of them miss, because as you correctly mentioned, Henry, they've been the most active, and well, this might be moot considering James has woken up with ace-king. Great spot to squeeze as well. The loosest player on the table, ostensibly so, has opened early position. One of the other loose players has called, and there we go, it just puts it all in. Wants to pick up what's there in the middle.
That is a sizable jam.
I think that was a joke, right? Like, he said if he wasn't behind me, I'd still fold, is what I heard.
So James just not interested in the difficult approach, just moving it all in. If his opponents have a hand, then just run 5 cards, please, dealer. Takes it down up to 45 bigs. I'm really disappointed at the turnout of that hand, Fedor. So Jack 10 suited against Jack 10 suited.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, we're going to see a flop, see some fireworks.
James putting all that to rest in short order. It is understandable, you know, sometimes you don't know your exact stack depth. Of course, when you're playing live, you can't keep a perfect count on your chips, but he must have known he's in the 30 to 40 big blind range. And having 6 or 7 big blinds in the middle, what you don't want to do is 3-bet, miss, and be in a tough spot, and then suddenly find yourself in the maybe early 20s or even the teens when it comes to the big blind range. So completely understandable to just want to pick up what's in the middle. And maybe even get loose all-in calls from a weaker ace, in which case you would be in a very beautiful spot.
Certainly a possibility. There's this Chen's turn to peek down at ace-king on the button. Love to see him in juice here off of 20. Does come with just north of min. I believe it's Elke is in the big blind, and well, Elke still can't defend. 9-3 suited down to just 6 bigs. Looking rough out there for Bertrand Spellier. He's been incredibly patient.
He seems pretty zen, in fact. He was a little frustrated, it seemed, when he first sat down and couldn't get a hand right off the get-go. But as we said, I mean, you don't get to where Elke has been in the poker world without having complete discipline, complete patience at every stack depth. And we've seen him run it up from 7 big blinds to something like 14, now that he's down to 6 at the newer blind level. Let's see where he ends up. Albert finds a hand he can let go for once. Queen 7 off under the gun. Not going to make the cut. Henry, we commented on the beautiful structure, 1 hour levels.
Right.
We saw a very marginal increase in the big blind from 1K, 2K to 1K, 2.5K. It is great. I mean, if you love poker, that's the best structure you can ever hope for. At the same time, it is really grueling. If you don't know what you're doing, if you maybe have not developed the patience that sometimes live tournaments need, it can just force you into trying to find a new gear that you might not be familiar with.
Yeah, it really is an incredible structure. We've had so many players just, you know, put posts out on their Instagram and their socials just talking about how much playability they have in these main events. And obviously the blind levels as well. And it's designed that way for an obvious reason. You know, we want to give, you know, the recreationals of the world that do come to these APTs value for their money. And just give them the chance to play a longer structure where, you know, their chips are going to last longer. And there's obviously the dream and hopes of running deep and winning 6 figures. I think that's why we just keep smashing the guarantees by, you know, 50% this time round, for example. It's great to see. Talking of main events, by the way, obviously the APT Taipei just around the corner, starting April 28th through May 7th. I was looking over on my socials, and Naturally had actually put a story out that there is a $3 qualifier into that $30 satellite.
Wow.
Where there are 10 packages up for grabs. So for $30, sorry, for $3 you can qualify into the 30, and then for 30 you could win a seat into the main event. So if you haven't already, do check out the satellites over on Naturally. A lot of value to be had, a lot of overlay already so far over the last couple of weeks as well. And hopefully we'll be seeing some of you viewers.
You never know, you might be the next Chris Moneymaker of Asia. You start off with a $3 sati, get into the main event, win it all, create the new story of the Asia poker scene. Just like Chris Moneymaker did 20 years ago now, Henry. The poker boom is now 20 years old.
20 years old. See Mr. Akshay Kapoor in the chat saying, guess 2 of my favorite commentators sitting in the booth, maybe one more favorite than another. Listen,
Ouch.
Don't bash the door like that, bro. You can't come in firing shots.
Love Akshay. I've actually commentated with him. He's an absolute sicko on the felt and a great buddy in the booth. Thanks for your comment, Akshay. And thanks to everyone watching. Make sure you let us know where you guys are from, who you're supporting. We see all the flags go up on the graphic. As I said, I'm not the best at flags, but at least 5 to 6 nationalities. Pretty much par for the course for the APT, where you tend to have amazing diversity of players from all over the world. Not just Asia, we saw United States, Sweden earlier today, Switzerland. True melting pot of poker. Mr. Khan slightly hit by the deck again. You don't know what's behind him, of course. He did end up facing kings last time he opened. Ace-10 suited this time. Still a monster stack, 300k. 120 big blinds to start the hand with. Albert seems disappointed every time he doesn't find a hand. Flicks it in a tad aggressively. His marginal holding. Disappointed to not get it in with the chip leader. And Van has to fold his relative trash. So Mr. Khan continues the upswing.
I can't believe how many players we've lost in the span of 2.5 levels, Vidor. I mean, we're down to 147. I wasn't expecting to see 80 plus players drop so quickly, especially given the structure. I mean, look, the average average stack is 56 bigs. That's huge.
That is a lot.
And the number just keeps ticking down. 71 places paid. Wouldn't surprise me if by level 15 we start talking more and more about that bubble if players keep being eliminated as quickly as they currently are.
Absolutely. I mean, we're at the 145 players mark, which means about half the field will be making it in the money. So if you're on a table, you look around, and you're like, why not me? It's going to be half of us. It's time to start thinking about that ITM. James has been relatively quiet with the exception of the ace-king that he picked up. Ace-9 now going to be good enough from fairly early position, so good to see him loosen up a bit. He's above the 40 big blind mark. Kings for Nam. He had aces that went through uncontested. This time around he's facing an open. Kings in the big blind. Certainly would be looking to 3-bet this. Probably eyeing up his opponent's stack. Counting up how much he can make the 3-bet.
That's a James 45 effective at the start of the hand. Tend to see larger 3-bets from the blinds. Obviously going to play out of position. This one a relatively small one, less than 3x.
Nam is inviting action with the sizing, as you just said, Henry, but ace-9 is about as ugly as it gets when you're facing a 3-bet. I mean, what are you even hoping to hit? An ace? Probably behind 2 other aces. A 9, you're probably behind 2 overpairs. Wisely decides to let this one go.
What odds will the viewers at home give me on Elke winning this tournament?
Oof.
Or do we start off with Elke making it into the money?
I mean, you and I can definitely set some lines. Firstly, it's Elke, so, you always have to count him in, but given that he's the shortest stack on this table, as much as been grinding it out, I'd give you 10 to 1 to make it spicy.
He currently has 10% of average stack, and we're still 72 away from the money.
Well, let's just think. If he had an average stack, he'd be 50%. Now that he has a low stack, yeah, I'd haircut that by another, 80% lesser chance. So, yeah, 10 to 1. What do you think? Are you taking me up?
I forgot that you used to work in finance. You used to deal with... Did you used to do any sales calls and stuff like that?
No, not really, but I'm glad you mentioned finance as opposed to making me sound like some degenerate sports bettor, because that's what it sounded like right there, just chasing you down with a bet. But I love the idea of betting one way or the other with Elke, because he really is such a legend, and I know if and when he watches this back, he'll take it in the right spirit. He certainly would not be doing this with many other players on this table.
Joris saying, "Get him, Henry." Pluggy saying, "Let's go, Elke." All right, I'll take 10 to 1 on $10. Why not? Booked. Or do you want to book $1?
I'm booked for $10. Sounds good.
$10. Let's go. Easiest $100 of my life, chat.
Chat, don't try this at home, by the way.
I, lifetime, am only down to one person in prop bets in the commentary booth. I've run very well.
Well, you didn't tell me that before.
Obviously not.
Well
actually,
played.
actually owes me, I think it's like 5 Michelin star meals. Wow, but obviously going nowhere with his top pair as Mr. Khan takes a stab with his gut shot. Jack of hearts in hand as well. Do apologise for the graphics. Is ace 10 deuce 4 9.
We use RFID on the cards, of course, and it seems like that 10 constantly shows up as a 9. But we did catch a actual shot of the card, so Mr. Khan does end up with simply queen high and has to be contemplating turning his hand into a bluff. Decides not to. Pretty wise decision considering he was probably getting called. So fairly standard hand, so to speak, Henry, but a big showdown in the sense that Mr. Khan and Albert, who have been the two big stacks on this table throughout, have just got into it. This 44K pot is going to go the way of Albert, and suddenly we'll be looking at way more even stacks. The huge lead Mr. Khan had over even Albert, who was second in chips, has now been narrowed. We officially have a co-chip leader, almost, in the form of Albert, who has been super active.
Yeah, running well, playing well. It's a lethal combination. Right, now I've got money invested in this. Let's go, Elky. Come on. Spin time. He's on the button. No, it's not. Misread. Imagine if I've completely punted it off here and he's like, wow, he's like UTG1. Oh my god.
You really are invested, huh?
Just like drawing dead.
That's all it takes.
Let's get some LFGs in the chat. Wow, I don't even get to sweat him sweating his cards. 6-3 suited dealer. What are you doing?
James getting pretty frisky. Ace-6 suited a pretty hand, but under the gun it's really difficult to navigate if you see a lot of action behind you. James did end up opening and folding to the 3-bet when he had the ace-9 earlier. That clearly hasn't stopped him from trying again. Good timing so far. Mr. Khan with not the choicest of holdings.
Yeah, I think it's just a byproduct of not much bite back from the table with marginal hands. Like, you don't have many people turning like suited broadways, offsuit broadways into a bluff, or like suited ace-x into a bluff. There seems to just be some pretty honest poker being played. I guess that's the way to kind of phrase it. So opening a hand like v-pipping with the ace-6 from early position. Let's see a flop, Vidor. Has Chen dominated in the form of clubs and flops best on the ace-7-5.
Easy life. Open with an ace, flop an ace, and check. Trap the ace. And a perfect turn, too. 2 aces on the board makes it much less likely that James actually has the ace. This might be what's going through Chen's head, but he does decide to conservatively check to the pre-flop raiser again. Under the gun, if your range doesn't contain an ace, it tends to contain a lot of pairs. And with the 2 aces on the board, those pairs are likely to actually bet for value. So I think Chen might be done with his hand. Indeed, that's what we see. A quick fold. There we see some of the payouts. 2.85 billion for first, 1.79 billion for second. These are absolutely monster numbers. We're talking about over 120,000 US dollars and around 80,000 US dollars for second. Life-changing scores on the line here. 142 players left, so officially at the mark where half the players are going to make it to the money. If you're following our coverage today, this is day 2 of the main event. We will be streaming day 3 and then, of course, the final table as well. You got that to look forward to. Let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. Or maybe a nationality that you're supporting. Could be your own. Could be others as well. I, for instance, don't see any Indian players on the table, so I feel free to root for all kinds of nationalities. Always good to see the local contingent shining through. And then a little bit of bias, Henry, for anybody who's traveled from really far, you know? Make it worth their while. United States in this case, some European players as well. Wow. Chen again with the Queen 9 decides to use the limping strategy. He has been either quiet or not too lucky in certain spots. He had the Queen 9 suited earlier. This time decides to limp from the small blind. And James tries to punish it with the 9-3, the absolute garbage. Raises to 8K. Chen seemed like he had a plan, and he does defend, and what a great time he's chosen to defend. Not only did he have James dominated, he has flopped a straight. Checks to the razor, and he finds himself in a great spot, Chen, here, because the board being King Jack 10 is exactly the kind of board James would want to represent after raising from the big blind to a limp. A hefty C-bet, often something you'll see when somebody's trying to end the hand with air, is that they'll go slightly bigger. Over 50% for a continuation bet is on the bigger side in sort of the modern era of poker. Chen has to be loving it. Perfectly decides to call and string along his opponent.
$38.5K in the middle. 8 of spades. Now giving James an open-ender. Blind v blind. Looks like Chen has less than pot behind.
Precisely. He's hoping for a jam here from James, and that's exactly what happens. What a beautiful trap set by Chen. Perfectly calls and has James drawing dead to the chop.
Wow.
If a queen comes out, they would, of course, chop it. With the exception of that, Chen will be doubling up in this hand.
What a great spot for Chen. Free rolling the double up. Cannot lose the hand. 3 outs for James to get half of the pot back. Massive misstep from him. Blind v blind, of course. Easy for us to judge when we can see the whole cards could very easily get a 10 or a jack to fold with that kind of aggression. And the ace of hearts, just a formality as Chen gets the full double and back up to over 100K. Bit of breathing room.
I certainly respect the aggression shown by James there. Decided to punish the limp on the small blind. Found a flop that he could essentially represent, being the pre-flop aggressor, and decided to continue telling that story on the turn. And as you correctly said, Henry, a lot of hands with a lot of equity would be folding to that jam, especially when you're putting them to the test for their tournament life. And I like that smile too between James and Chen, taking it well. James, of course, hurting here. Down to 25 big, still a respectable stack. The story, or maybe the non-story of the hour, is of course Elke down to 5 big blinds. Very commendable how much discipline he's shown. Partly in thanks to the beautiful structure, 1 hour levels, slow increments on the blinds. There's a smile from James as well. Love to see some camaraderie on the poker table. Sokchin under the gun, which actually means Elke on the big blind, so he's had to put in 2.5K plus 2.5K. That's going to be maybe 30 to 40% of his stack, potentially.
Look, I'm not even asking for aces, okay? Just give him kings. Financially invested in Elke making the money.
It feels very weird to root against Elke, by the way.
That is true.
Usually I'm rooting for him in almost any scenario, any table I watch him at. Just an amazing presence. Great happy-go-lucky presence.
See what Elke wakes up with. Yeah. Oh, that has to be. What was it? 6.5k raise. Yeah, he can't even defend. Like, the defense size is like 4k. Alright, things are looking pretty dire for my bet. We'll have to come up with some new ones, but I'm still a believer.
I'm always a believer in chip in a chair. Elke seems to have 3 big blinds. That's more than enough for someone like him. And hey, he managed to dodge getting it in dominated to Jack 7, you know. Lesser souls might have committed, saying, screw it. I waited so long. I have so much of my stack in the middle. I'm committed. Committed being in air quotes there, of course. Jack 7 was a great fold. And the nature of the big blind ante is, of course, he's in the small blind right now, but after that he gets to see about 5 to 6 hands for free. He can navigate that a lot more effectively. So having access to the hold cards here in the booth, we can start sort of profiling players a little bit. I think Mr. Khan, we of course were familiar with from the APT Da Nang, on the snugger side and manages to find himself with monster stacks and deep runs. I think the table has probably noticed him being fairly snug in the sense when he gets to showdown he has it. If he doesn't have it, he doesn't get to showdown. Commented on Albert there, you see in the pink shirt, C3 I believe. Putting his big blind and big blind ante in the middle. Has been the most active. Not exactly hit by the deck, but certainly getting playable hands. You can see the seat chart and the stack sizes here. Mr. Khan still with 289, but Albert has chipped his way to what I would call effectively a co-chip leader. We had Nam join as the newest person on the table in seat 5, leaning into the right side of your screen with the sunglasses there. Got dealt aces and kings, has the best card protector that you can also see at the bottom of your screen, one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Chen on the right side of your screen again in the gray shirt, just found the double up, has a very healthy stack now thanks to the trap he laid with the Queen 9 against James. That's him in the blue once again on the right. Showed some aggression, managed to get himself trapped a little bit. Still has over 20 big blinds. And of course Elke raising his eyebrows. The man, the myth, the legend. Down to just 3 bigs on the button now. Certainly Elke's stack of 3 big blinds will factor into people's decision to open or get involved in the hand right here. They know Elke is very likely to get it all in the next few hands. Has to be part of the calculus when you decide to open. It actually gets folded to Elke, I believe. Pocket 7s, Henry.
Spin initiated. Duh. 7s are lucky, right?
Indeed they are.
Always coming 7.
A jolt, that seems to signify a fold.
2 on the cards, 1 time dealer. Okay, alright, we'll take it. We'll take the jack deuce. That's 3.66 blinds. That's the call. 6 more to win 14.5. And he makes the call. Vidor, so is this the spin to start?
Certainly the right situation.
Yeah, setting Elke back up to the right direction. I didn't see any jacks folded. So I'm slightly concerned about that as it comes. Oh no, not the dirty way.
Oh.
We can see 2 jacks and an 8 folded, so 3 outs for Albert. And it breaks out. Elke, do you want to buy out the bet?
Back in the mix, 8 big blinds. Now we're going to ride this one through all the way.
I'll let you buy out for 20 bucks.
Oh, that is generous. I do like that.
Elke back up to 8 bigs. Let's get some LFGs in the chat for Elke.
Listen, it's always good to see. I have the right side of this bet in the sense that it is bittersweet. If I do end up losing the bet, it does mean I get to watch Elke play. And not something the table wants to see, by the way. Elke dangerously close to having a healthy stack, 8 big blinds, still the danger zone, but the patience with which he grinded it out when he was in the
incredibly patient, yeah.
Very impressive, and look at that, just got himself into a perfectly ideal situation. Sevens against Jack Deuce of all things. Found the double up.
Greg goes all in the chat. Going to be jumping into the commentary booth later on today. So let's effing go as Elke, jams from the cutoff with the ace-6. Going to run into the sevens of Seok Jin. See if anyone behind wakes up with a hand. 8 deuce into the muck. As Van marks the 9-4. He does like to take his time before folding. 1 overcard, 30% equity for Elke. Let's get back up to 47k.
This is the one, Henry.
This is the big one.
Also a good time to use the one time if you're Elke.
Or me.
Or you.
Oh,
oof,
well,
right in the window.
In the window.
Elke drawing almost dead. You want to buy out for $9.5?
I'm good, mate. I'll take the chop outs. No dice. The Queen of Hearts rolls off on the turn, leaving Elke dead. See, Rivers 2-pair. What needle from the dealer. Unnecessary.
Now we joke around here, of course, Henry, with us rooting against Elke, but very sad to see him go. Just an absolute huge fan I am of Elke, as is anybody in the poker world, really. A big loss to simply our screens here without the floral outfit Elke had on and his cool sunglasses as always. GG to Elke. And a great pickup by Seok Jin as well, who adds to his stack. So we lose a player. We will be filling that seat fairly quickly. 7-handed for now. Does change the dynamics a bit when you lose the shortest stack and the clear shortest stack on the table. I'm curious how the players adjust. I feel like everybody sort of found their stride. Nobody was getting too out of line with the exception of the man you see on the screen right here, James, who ran a big bluff with a 9-3 off from the big blind. Seems to have found his mojo back, finding king-queen and peeling a flop here. Albert with a speech every time he folds. It's almost like he wants to justify why he's not in the hand. He has like an image to live up to. Now with an easy defend with the 8-5 suited, exactly the kind of hand you want to see when you're closing the action. 3-way. Certainly has the stack to afford some marginal speculative holdings like 8-5 suited. Does end up taking the lead, flopping middle pair, does have a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw, of course. The only one with any spade to be seen.
And Nam obviously joining the feature table late. Got off to a flying start to flopping tops. I haven't seen much of him, mainly due to card distribution. As the third heart rolls off on the turn. A likely barrel card for the likes of Chen or James. Ace would obviously lean into those flopped pairs of 8s or 4s from the big blind.
He has position over both of his opponents. It's been checked to him twice, first on the flop and now on the turn. And an ace is a big part of his calling range pre-flop as well, so perfect time to represent that ace, having that nut flush draw blocker and the draw, of course, to the nut flush. It's almost like you want to charge weaker flush draws. Just in case the flush hits, you want to build that pot as well. Well played by James. Takes that one down, and it's going to be a good reprieve from feeling the pinch of losing all those chips with the big bluff he ran. Now the effective short stack with 31 big blinds despite the pickup. But look at that, 30 big blinds being the minimum stack on the table is a great sign. Not just for the structure, of course, which is why we are looking at healthy stacks, but also just for the level of play we can expect at the table. Lots of good poker to look forward to. And Henry, as much as I like characters and madness and emotion, like good poker, great hands, solid dynamics between players, that's what I'm in it for. I just love watching it. I've been doing it for maybe 15 years now, and it's yet to get old.
It really is, man. I was speaking to a couple of friends who also work in this part of the industry, and you know, they've got a good 15 years on me or so, and for them it's getting to a point now where they're just like, you know, they've seen it all before. But I'm still at that stage where every hand, regardless of, you know, the stage of the tournament or the buy-in level or the amount of money up top, is just still so exciting because you can relate to the players. You know the emotions that they're going through. You know how excited they are. They've let their friends know, their family know. You know, they're in group chats, updating them with hand histories and whatnot. It's just, you know, it's part of the game. I love it.
Especially as I've gotten older and gotten to play a lot more live tournaments as well. Ran deep in a few, fortunately for me. I can now relate to the whole experience on a different level. You know, growing up and I was watching poker on TV, maybe watching people make deep runs, I didn't have an understanding for the kind of stakes, the kind of emotions that are at play. You know, most of us start out playing poker at cash games, home games, maybe with our friends. And that's a very different dynamic when you essentially are battling it out for huge scores, life-changing score, $120,000 plus for first place here at the main event here. That's a very different ball game in terms of the emotional regulation that you need to even handle the swings. And it only gets more and more exciting as the tournament goes on. I hope everybody watching realizes that the action, the emotion, the drama is only going to pick up the pace as we continue here. We are now at 134 players. 71 will make the money. Sort of the first milestone in any tournament, making the money. But then the serious business begins. ICM pressure pops up. I love it all. Chen, with the newfound chips from his double up and some newfound confidence that comes with those chips, opens it up to more than 2x with the Jack-10 suited. Strings along James with the suited ace. Lots of suited connectors. Van with the 8-7 of spades on the button certainly cannot be folding. It's too pretty a hand.
Apologies, Vidal, trying to sort out some technical stuff. All sorted. We're good to go.
Great
I'm
to
back.
hear.
Did you miss me?
Absolutely.
Not surprised. Another multi-way affair here. It always baffles me, you know, these main events. You expect to see snugginess and people maybe somewhat kind of shy due to the fact that there's 6 figures up top. But you know, these guys, they're in the mix. The local Vietnamese players love getting involved. And how about that for a flop? Piece for everyone. James with top pair, Van with bottom pair, Shen Yuang with the Jack high flush and Broadway straight draw.
Actually has the most equity despite being up against 2 players who flop pairs, including top pair. Jack-10 suited is just so strong on that board. Not only can he make a hand that would absolutely have his opponents drawing dead, but he can represent a lot of hands as well. Man decides to let his single pair go. Smart decision as it turns out with the 8-7. But now with the absolute brick, does Chan want to continue telling a story? When you have a hand as strong as Jack-10 of diamonds on that board where you have a lot of outs, a lot of equity, usually you lean towards continuing to tell a story. Not just because you can afford, if your opponent calls or maybe raises, to see another card, but also you want to set up value in case you do hit that magic diamond or even a more sneaky king. A small bet though. Interesting approach.
Yeah, just shy of half pot. 15k into 37.
I actually really like that bet, Henry, simply because if you look at the stacks, I don't know if Chen did the math there, but he's actually set up for a river jam.
Yeah, very natural river SPR going to this river. Doesn't get there. Does brick out. Trying to tell this story that he started from before the flop, opening from under the gun. Barreled flop and turn. Does he now follow through? He's waved the white flag. James is more than happy to check back his ace-3 and take down a sizable pot. American back up to over 100K.
I can't blame Chen for not wanting to pull the trigger. It's easier said than done. We can see the cards, of course. And who knows, maybe James would have become pretty sticky with his top pair there as well. That being said, as you correctly said, Henry, Chen had raised under the gun, bet multi-way on the flop, and made a milky sort of river jam setup bet on the turn. If there's ever a time to continue telling that story and saying, hey, I have ace-queen, maybe pocket queens, or hey, maybe I just want maximum value with an ace-king, that was the time.
No, 100%. And I feel like James probably has stronger hands that he can call with as well. From +1, he's going to have hands like ace-10, ace-jack suited, some ace-queen offsuits as well. My man Fan, new to the table, straight in the mix.
Chips in the middle.
Jacko.
Shades on.
See if go on, Albert, put your shades on. It's going to let go of the ace-10. Disciplined fold there from Albert, facing the early position open.
A lot of respect for the new player. And just goes to show Albert, despite being, as we were saying, the most active player on the table, perhaps because of card distribution, he's not simply playing the cards. He's looking at playing the man as well, and when a new player comes in, opens under the gun, Albert lets ace-10 off go. Didn't make it look too difficult. Van defended pretty reasonably from the cutoff with pocket sixes. Flops sort of the idiot end of the gut shot, as they say, because he has the 6 and 9 would of course give him a straight. And the reason they call it the idiot end could not be more apparent than in this hand, because of course Tan has king-jack with the jack, so a 9 would give him the bigger straight. Does find it within himself to actually call the continuation bet by Tan. The king on the turn will put Tan ahead in the hand pretty comfortably. But the 6 of spades representing the only flush draw. How much does Van want to value the 6 high flush draw here?
Yeah, it could very easily just be dead here. It's going to stick around. These local players, man, they love going to war against each other. I saw it in Hanoi. And how about it? 9 of diamonds on the river. Going to cost Van some more chips now. No, it's not. Goes check, check.
Wow. A trap perhaps by Tan, or a little bit afraid of the flush there?
He's just checking over to his fellow countryman, giving him as much rope as possible to just snap call on the river.
And Henry, very interesting check behind by Van there with the straight as well. I mean, yeah, sure, he had the 6, meaning he had the lower end of the straight, but certainly after you call on the turn, hoping to hit a card and complete your draw, you might want to value bet that, thinking your opponent has something like a king-jack without the jack. Sorry, a king without a jack. That would be just top pair. They both seem to just play it kind of snug, not wanting to go to war yet. So the new player on the table already adding some interesting dynamics to the mix.
Hey, I love that ring he's got on. Can these guys just take me out for the day and teach me how to look cool?
How to swag.
How to swag. Let's go. Than 7s. The hand that sent Elke to the showers early. Shades on again. I mean, this guy. These local heroes, man, that just come out and just battle. Some true characters.
Chips go in first, shades on. Mr. Khan, still the chip leader on the table, looks down at Queen 10 off, recognizes he's been pretty quiet, sort of shrugs before he folds. No resistance this time, and I wonder if the shades come off immediately as well, as soon as he wins a pot. Not yet, not yet. There we see, as I mentioned, Mr. Khan still in the chip lead, 113 big blinds. Great stack to have, 283K. But right behind him on the tails, as he has been all day, is Albert. There we go, shades off now.
Shades off. It's literally the second the hand starts, shades come on. That's like a very healthy stack. Very chatty.
Saw the dealer pop into frame there. Huge shout out to all the dealers out there making this tournament possible. Very thankless job sometimes, but they've been doing an amazing job. You see the dealer wearing a headset and a mask. It's not easy to just do your job so efficiently, so accurately.
Yeah, dealers have been world class here.
You only recognize the importance of dealers, Henry, when you go to a tournament or a series where the dealers aren't that good. Maybe because they're not as trained in poker, they might be plucked off the casino floor. And only then do you appreciate series like the APT, where you just have world-class dealers. It's just like something you don't need to think about. You never question, hey, am I getting fewer hands per hour because my dealer isn't that good? No, they've been just boom, 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 knocking those hands out. Huge shout out to all the dealers on the floor.
That is how things stand at our main feature table. Chip leader, Mr. Khan. Level 3 of the day, level 13 in total. We will be going on a 15-minute break in about 8 minutes' time, I believe, where you'll be stepping away for some lunch.
Indeed.
And Greg goes all in. We'll be stepping into the booth.
Well, the snazziness of the booth will be multifolded all of a sudden, with Greg making up for both of us in the fashion department.
Really is. Really just putting us to shame.
Well, he has an image to live up to. He is an extremely entertaining content creator, poker player. If anybody watching in the chat is unfamiliar with Greg, that's at Greg Goes All In on YouTube. Check out his videos. He's, of course, been doing a lot of the video coverage of the APT so far as well. Some really fun videos where he explored the resort, the casino, Phu Quoc in general.
Played some golf. Wasn't very good at it, but he did get a trophy for his 8th place finish. Don't ask out of how many players. We'll let him tell that story. Seen some really different styles of play here, some snugginess from different players, and then people just willing to get involved. We saw the 10-9 suited folded on the button. King 5 deuce rainbow could be trouble for Nam. The opening from early positions, flopped middle pair. Let's run into the top pair of Than.
Than did do the classic take a look at his chips before checking. Just in terms of physical tells, usually signifies that your opponent has a hand when they're looking at their chips.
Complete the head draw, 15-minute break.
We hear some announcements for single-day high rollers. A really fun event. You know, you just get in the mix. There's a few of those during the whole series.
Well, the one from yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, was a record-breaking single-day high roller with 105 entries.
That's huge.
It's wild, man.
Back to the action here, Henry. A bit of a stop and go, a dong bet, as they say on the turn, from Than after actually just calling the pre-flop, the flop aggression from Nam. Bets 12K into about 29K, a small bet. And a really well-timed bet as well. In fact, almost the perfect bet if you could see the hand that Nam has. Giving him just slightly worse than the right odds to call with the ace-5. That's the pair and a gut shot to the wheel.
These local players really enjoy going after each other.
Look at that.
Nam bumping it up on the turn. Than obviously going no with his top pair, and big river as the 6 of spades rolls off. 91k in the middle. I'm going to check. Over to Nam. He tried telling a story on the turn. Is he going to follow through on this river? Doesn't. Waves the white flag, and Than, who only joined us less than an orbit ago, has chipped up by about 70,000 here.
And the shades are off.
Shades are off.
He made that turn call look easy, by the way, with the naked top pair. No redraw. King 10 on King 5-4 deuce. Gets raised. Quickly calls, and actually, maybe the speed of the call and the confidence is actually one of the reasons Nam had to shut down there on the river. Great presence so far on the table. The newest player to join us. And trust me, the other players on the table have noticed how active Tan has been already. The hand that just happened with the quick call, the donk on the turn, the call to the raise, quick showdown of the King 10 suited.
He's had the goods.
Players will be incorporating it into their mental model of who they're playing with. Nam does not let the previous hand deter him from opening this up. Ace-8 suited, under the gun +1. Good enough to raise. Ace-Queen for James, who has been on the short end of the stick a few times. Did end up getting a pretty decent clawback from the player on his right, Chen, who he had lost a huge pot to.
How has Than woken up with a legit hand here? Most active players. He's just going to make the call. The overcall, I should say. I mean, still has Nam behind the initial raiser.
Once again, put in the chips confidently and quickly. It actually keeps his perceived range pretty wide. I mean, Jax is going to be certainly at the top of the range with which he is simply flat calling, and what it seems like is not even considering raising. I mean, if you think about it, if you had queens, kings, or aces, a cold 4-bet is, I mean, either mandatory and certainly not out of the question. Jax, he now is the top of his range there. And now I'm wondering if he's getting the right odds to get in the mix with a suited ace.
Maybe thinking of 4-betting, by the way. I mean, it's a okay-ish hand to do it with.
If you watch him mouthing, he seems to be doing some mental math.
Back of the envelope kind of math going on.
Yet to touch the stack of chips beneath that awesome card protector.
Oh my word. Queen 8-8, 57k in the middle, and I'll tell you what, it could be fireworks. Somehow checks through on the turn. Somehow the jack didn't roll off on the turn either.
What an incredible flop. I call these flops movie flops. When I see a flop like this in a movie, I feel it too hard to believe. And yet, such is the beauty of poker. Here we are.
I think James is like genuinely concerned that Than has just trapped with like aces or kings. He's checked over twice. Maybe somewhat concerned that, hey, listen, so it was a +1 open. I've 3-bet off of just shy of 45 bigs from the cutoff, and then Than's overcalled on the button, has all the traps, aces, kings.
Those hands are definitely in the mix when you trap, but you know, aces and kings in particular, from a player like Than, you do expect a 4-bet. I suspect James actually feels pretty comfortable with this hand when it comes back around to him because he has applied pot control with that check, as you said. What's going to be interesting is when he hears from Nam right here with the ace-8,
Did he just say it all in? No, he didn't. He's raising low. That's so big, man.
What a sick spot for James. Ace queen on queen 8-8. You really don't expect any player to have an 8, but to the extent somebody could, I suppose James with the flat call on the flop, pre-flop, excuse me.
It's really difficult for James to get away from this just because like the leveling aspect of it checking through on flop and checking through on turn does manage to let it go. Discipline lay down there.
Wow.
From James, and now action back on Fan.
He made it look easy. It was not an easy fold. I mean, you have ace queen. Queen 8-8 deuce looks like about as much as you can smash the flop with ace queen, but correctly recognized that Nam could not be getting too out of line, facing a big bet from Tan and then raising it really big. Very interesting hand there, and these multi-way situations just don't seem to stop. A lot of multi-way hands, and with boards like that, understandable action. So now I'm finding, well, his mojo, but also a beautiful flop. He had been sort of quiet for the past hour or so. He's made up for it in spades. Builds those towers for Donatello to stand beneath. That's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, in case you're confused.
So we are going to be going on a 15-minute break. The end of hand number 58.
Mr. Khan with a hand after a while. Pocket eights, under the gun +1. Easy open. We see Chen look at the clock, which is of course right behind the players. So all the players eyeing the break that is upcoming. Sometimes plays into the dynamics as well. You've grinded it out this long, you just want to make it to the break. Not so much for Seok-jin, it seems.
It's been a rough stint at the feature table for Seok-jin. Couple of sticky situations for him where just couldn't quite find the fold button. We've all been there.
Well, if all else fails, Henry, he has the Elky busting story to take home with him.
That is true.
So, to me, that's already a free roll.
Well, that's because you are free rolling me.
All right, tournament players on main event.
Wow, trips again.
Mamacitas.
15-minute break.
We see the break announcement, which means this is the last hand. Of course, these players are going to play it out until they need to. Everybody else has left the table to try and hit the break. We have a very interesting situation developing here. Van with the queen. Flop trips, but Mr. Khan is going to be feeling pretty comfortable in the hand. Pocket eights on queen, queen 5 is very likely to be the best hand. He was a pre-flop aggressor. Continuation bets, pretty much for value. And is now going to be hearing from Van.
44k in the middle. As the king of clubs rolls off on the turn. See what Mr. Khan wants to do. There are some draws out there that he wants to try and deny some equity from, but happy to check back and try and get his eights to showdown. That's a really interesting run out, Vidor. I mean, eights maybe. I feel like they're still going to be good here.
Quick value bet from Van there. Pocket eights. You of course lose to a queen or a 5. A king is much less likely as a holding that Van can have with the call and the flop. But diamonds did miss. Something like a pair of 4s, 3s, deuces that could have been counterfeited would almost be forced to bluff now. And once in a while you might be getting a small value bet. And by the way, Van has gone pretty small. You might be getting a small value bet from something like a naked ace. Because of course the board plays 2 queens, 2 5s, and a king. So an ace would be beating the board and might be tempted to value bet. You could also call it a block bet if you had an ace there. Mr. Khan understandably makes the call and is going to see the bad news.
Oh, nice little pickup there for Van at the end of his stint at the feature table. Great feature table effort for Van, by the way. Nursing a very healthy 48 big blind stack now.
We see the Steadicam shot there, which I love. As the players rack up, really gives you the feel for what it's like to be on the break.
So that's how things are wrapping up for this 2-level frame. Welcome back to the broadcast booth. Vidor, not as action-packed as the first feature table. These guys were kind of taking a little bit more time, feeling each other out. But once they did kind of hit that comfort zone, if you will, that's when the cards kind of started cooperating. We saw a few more pots being played out.
I love that in the booth here because we see the whole cards. We can actually sort of tangibly feel when people get comfortable. They open a little looser, they play a little wider, they sometimes call off a little bit wider, as we saw. We did see a few eliminations, including, of course, losing Elke, Mr. Bertrand Grospellier, the man, the myth, the legend. GG, sir. But the feature table is shaping up nicely. More importantly, about 130 or so players left. We're playing down to 71 who are going to be in the money, and then a bit further after that. So the action is now getting really heated, and I hope you stay with us for the rest of it. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, still 6 more levels to be played today. So good 6 hours of poker left. And as Vidor mentioned, we're going to be playing down into the money. Don't go too far. We're going on a short 15-minute break. You're heading out for some sunshine and some lunch. Greg goes all in. He's going to be jumping in the booth with me. And we'll see you guys on the flip side of this break.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So Win Tuan Tai has opened off of a short stack. Final table of the APT Hanoi main event. Over 125k for first. Lee Son, another local Vietnamese player in the big, does have his hearts dominated. Sorry, has the hearts of Win dominated, rather. Has to be somewhat concerned, though, that his ace-X is in rough shape, especially given that Win has opened off of 12 bigs from +1, but it does make the call. Already an SPR of less than 2 going to a flop. Five of hearts in the window. Looked like it could be some fireworks. 8, 5, 3. Couple of spades and 1 heart. Lee Son with the wheel draw and the best hand, although there's no way you can know that against the +1 open. Win gonna fire out a C-bet. It's the shortest stack in the tournament as things stand. 200k into 660,000. Just shy of third pot. Hang on a minute. Lee Son clicking it back with the gut shot. Trying to fold out all of those suited broadways, ace-kings, ace-queens, ace-jacks. That Win might stab on the flop with. And then fold to a raise. Surely Win just gonna preserve his short stack here. Nothing much he can really do. He definitely has a range advantage. Obviously, we can see the whole cards. We can see he's just got queen high, but he's opened off of 12 bigs from +1. Does he just jam 9s, 10s, jacks? Maybe, but what about the stronger parts of his range? The queens, kings, and aces. They'd want to get some action. They'd want to induce some of the weaker holdings behind. So definitely has an overpair range advantage. He's got to throw out all of his time bank extensions. He's really thinking this one through. A lot of draws out there. A lot of gut shots, a lot of straight draws. Wow. I tell you what, I didn't expect him to find the jam, but he's moved all in on the flop. 3-bet jam, continued for 200k into 660. Lee Son clicked it to 455,000 with the gut shot and backdoor hearts. I would have liked to have just seen a jam from Lee Son or a check call, given that he's got backdoor hearts. But Win really sniffing this one out, just saying, hey pal, I have all the overpairs. Really just putting Lee Son on a weak holding here. With close to 0 fold equity as well, you can see Lee Son with just 735k to call with 2.3 million in the middle, getting over 3-1 on a call. Talk about perfect timing from Win. Just sniff this one out. Curious to hear your guys' thoughts on the check raise from Lee-Sung. But even more so, how about this jam? I mean, just some real street poker being played in Vietnam. One of the things about the APT events is you really just do get these unorthodox styles of poker, this street kind of poker being played, where sometimes theory just goes out the window and a man stares you down and 3-bet jams on the flop, and Win gets it through with just queen high. Take a bow, sir. The final table of the APT Hanoi main event with over 125k for first. And he finds the 3-bet on the flop with just queen high. So it folds round to Feng Zhao in the hijack with 2 9s. One of the most feared no-limit hold'em players on the Asian circuit, both live and online. This has a stacked resume. Opening off of 30 picks. Bit of a wide pill from the local Vietnamese player Dinh Duc Trung, calling with the A6 off. He is 50 big blinds effective, but wants to be careful. Could very easily be dominated here. It's actually a pretty good situation for him as he has the big blind, the chip leader, German Bukharov, dominated, who's defended with the suited connectors. 295 in the middle, 3 ways to the flop, and, well, ace-6-6. What do I know? That's why I'm in the booth and he's out on the felt. Din flopping the full house from the small, but more importantly, German Bukharov has also flopped trips, does check round. And how about that for a turn card dealer? 9 of clubs, giving Feng Zhao 94% of the equity. Turning the bigger full house as Dinh Duc Trung comes firing. Half pot. He's flopped the boat and has run into the turn bigger boat of Feng. German obviously with trip 6s, not going anywhere just yet. And now what does Feng do? 5-6-5 in the middle. It's the effective stack. 1.1, I think, closing the action. You know, you can just play this hand in position on the river. There aren't any river scare cards. He wants flushes to get there. He wants straights to get there. What an insane pot. Still 1 card to come. Final 2 tables of this main event. Feng looking likely to find a full double and maybe even more as the 8 of hearts does complete the front door flush draw and a couple of those gut shots that we mentioned. 700k in the middle. Dinh Duc Trung loves that river. Little does he know, he's about to double up Feng Zhao. It's like 485,000 into 700,000. What does Bukharov do here? Flop trip 6s. Hearts do get there. You can see he seems pretty puzzled. It does make the call. So there's already 1.7 in the middle, and Feng is still to act with 1 million behind.
Get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
A very warm welcome back to the broadcast booth. Greg goes all in alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for the Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event. Greg, you're jumping in the booth for the first time because you have been busy out there filming content and you've been going to golf courses, you've been interviewing players. Right. What's been going on so far today out on the field?
That's right. Well, yeah, I've been quite busy here at the APT when I'm not home in Vancouver generating poker memes for YouTube degenerates. I'm out here helping the Asian tour, Asian Poker Tour with content creation and starting today some commentary with, of course, the amazing Henry Kilbane. So up to now, today's day 7. For the first 6 days, I've been making daily content with the incredibly talented production team. Shout out to Christy and Martin. And just keeping people updated. The people want to know what's going on here at the APT, and you can always find out by subscribing to the Asian Poker Tour on YouTube. Right here, you might be watching it right now. Subscribe down there, like button, notification bell, all the things.
If we ever need someone to plug the channel or the social medias, we're just going to call you.
Smash that like button. Smash the subscribe button. And while you're at it, why don't you find out more about our trip to Taiwan coming up in a few weeks at theasianpokertour.com.
So we're going to be heading down to the main feature table very shortly. Level 4 of day 2. We're closing in on the money. Still a ways to go, but certainly some considerations for the middling stacks as we throw it down to the main stage for some more poker action here. And you were speaking to me on break. Some people that you're familiar with, and I'm sure some of the fans are going to be familiar with at this feature table.
That's right, Henry. So this is our third feature table if you're just tuning in, and it's quite an exciting lineup we have here. Right here you can see featured is our good friend, Joseph Dalamayan, and he is the husband of Karen Dalamayan, who has placed in cash quite a bit. She just cashed in the women's event. Here, of course, we have Mike Takayama on the right. He is quite the shark, quite the prestigious player from the Philippines. Was quite the notable character when I was working for APT in Manila, and of course, also something that's fun to note with this table, joining us right now. You can see Monica. This is Monica. She is a content creator. And also you can see from a patch with Team ACR. But interesting to note about this dynamic here, not only she's a great content creator and poker player, she's also joined at this table by her partner Roman in C2. And maybe you can talk a little bit more about Roman's career.
Yeah, I mean, Roman Kravets, who has kind of recently burst onto the live poker scene, but not a byproduct of him not being a competent poker player, just he's been enjoying playing online for quite some time now. I believe the most winningest player on GG Poker in terms of profit in 2022, which, as you can imagine, is no easy feat. I mean, that is quite the accolade to have on your online poker resume.
It's amazing. It's quite the spectrum we have here. One of the most winningest GG poker players out there, and doing commentary right here, right now for you, one of the most losingest GG poker players out there. But we're getting right back into this action as we're wow, what a great time to come on in. Dennis is all in with ace king of spades after an open from under the gun on the button, just rips it for his 27 bigs and is going to take it down. And what an exciting first hand. Back into the second day of the main event. That's what we're watching if you haven't picked up yet. Second day, started the day off with about 200-ish players?
231.
231. Yeah. And like you said, you mentioned previously, you were quite surprised with how quickly they were dropping out.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised given that the average stack, for this tournament has been north of 50 big blinds for all of today. So to have, over almost 100 players be eliminated inside the first 3 levels is, yeah, it's pretty wild. And I think that's just a byproduct of poker in Asia, to be honest with you, dude. I mean, you see, more often than not, the local players seem to really like going after each other. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the Vietnamese thing. Maybe I'm just, confirmation bias. I'm seeing too much of it, and it's not the case. But yeah, it seems like they really enjoy kind of just like, hey, I want to get my fellow countrymen. That's
well, Vietnam's history is no stranger to some civil conflict, and I guess that's the same here at poker. Back here, another notable player, Deepak Bothra. real up-and-coming riser and crusher here from India. Opening up on the button with Queen 6 of spades. Kim Jin-woo in the small blind, representing the US of A. With Queen 9 offsuit. Lets it go. And Mike Takayama in the big blind, representing Philippines, looking down at Ace 7 of diamonds.
Yeah, see if Mike takes this rejam spot.
Yep.
Second on the Philippines all-time money list, over 2.4 million in live earnings, is quite the live record and resume.
And quite the life story as well. I had the opportunity and privilege of interviewing him, and lots of really very humble roots. Really, poker has just been his entire life, and going for what looks like either a raise or an all-in, perhaps just a raise. 3-bet to 52, leaving himself one big blind behind, and get the fold.
How many APT titles do you think Mike has had, or is this something you already know?
I can already guess. I can for sure say he has at least one because I saw him win one of the events at the most recent APT Manila events. But as you pull that out, I'm sure you'll let me know, and I'm sure, yeah, I can tell you for sure, definitively, it's at least one.
Well, if I'm not an absolute fish at counting, it looks like 10.
10?
No, hang on. No, sorry, we're going even further down now. What is it?
But wait, there's more.
He won 1, 2, 3, 4 at that event you're talking about in Manila. Just at that very event back in November of 2022, he took down a high roller event. He took down a single day high roller. I mean, this guy.
You know, now that you mention it, I think he may have won the Player of the Series award, which essentially means the player that racked up the most points during that series. And how you get points is you participate in events and you win events or cash in events. So that does ring a bell, and that would make a lot of sense to me. We're going to see some Philippines on Philippines violence here. Joseph Talamayan opening up to 7K with Ace-10 offsuit. A 3-bet by Roman. King-Jack offsuit. Sorry, not Philippines on Philippines violence. Pardon me. The flags threw me off. They do look similar. Excuse me. Geography was not my best, was most skilled at school.
I can forgive. That looks like a very honest mistake.
Right?
I'll let you
right?
off. You can have that one. Just don't let it happen again. Okay?
I'm so sorry, I won't do it again, Henry.
So Kravitz with the 3-bet, taking it down, pre-flop getting Talamayan to fold the Ace-10-0. 123 players remain, 71 places going to be paid, and it is the Czech player, Roman Kravitz.
And speaking of payouts, of course, the 2.85 billion VND up top for the champion of this event. That does work out to be about 120,000 US dollars. And what we talk about often here is that, you know, the US dollar does go very far, and this can be very well be life-changing money here. As we get into another hand, Joseph Talamayan under the gun with 10-3 suited diamonds variety, hits the muck. Roman with the 6-3 offsuit. And here we go, we've got a hand now by Dennis. Dennis earlier, of course, we saw going all in previously. Ace-King of spades, taking it down pre.
Opening off of 27 big blinds. See if anyone behind wakes up the hand that wants to square off against the Russian.
Mike Takayama, Ace-5 offsuit, Domination Nation, Ace-Queen versus Ace-5. Should Takayama choose to call here. Excited to see if Monica wakes up with a hand. See her, this is her first time at a feature table here at the APT. It would be great to see her get into the mix.
Oh my, hang on. What's Mike thinking of maybe turning his hand into a bluff pre? Taking his time. I was checking his itinerary there.
That's something I really quite admired. Doing commentary in Manila was just seeing how the players really do take their time to think about every single option, weigh every option out, and really just taking their time. And I find that something quite admirable myself as I've been getting more and more into tournaments. I find that I do tend to rush myself. I do feel the pressure whenever I tank at all.
Guilty.
And I have to remind myself that is what saying clock is for. and what the clock is for. Listen, folks, you paid good money to play in a tournament. You take your time and enjoy it and use that time as you would. And that just single raise by Denis Mikolenko, pardon me if I mispronounced. He's going to take it down pretty once again.
Well played, sir, on the pronunciation there.
Thank you. Trying my best. Trying my best. Taking a look at just our player positions here. Big stack looks like it's going to be Joseph in seat 1, number 1 in chips.
Second in chips. Does have Roman on his left with slightly more, but yeah, those two, the chip leaders at this feature.
Big stack's gravitating to the left, perhaps. And also want to note what a beautiful felt. I think purple is a beautiful color to use for a felt. Reminds you of the color of royalty.
Reminds me of you.
Reminds me. Oh yeah,
you got a strong suit game, you know.
Aw, thank you so much.
Rocking the different.
If they ever throw away that felt, I will make it. I will tailor it into my next suit, because maroon is just so 2022. Jack 10 suited of the club's variety, puppy feet, as the director of the APT would like to call it. Kim Jin-woo opening up on the hijack.
Puppy feet.
Puppy feet, because they look like little puppy feet.
I lean towards broccoli, but I can see it.
Oh. Someone ate their vegetables as a kid. Henry Kilbane, everybody. Our chip leader in the big blind, 10-9 offsuit. 109 big blinds. Playing for 21 big blinds effectively.
Yeah, rough shape for Joseph is dominated. Shouldn't be the case too often.
But just a very easy standard call here in the big blind. As we're going to go heads up to a flop. Could be our first flop together, Henry. Are you ready? This is
ready? Should we hold hands?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Heads up to the 10-9-7 flop. How about that, dealer? 17.5k in the middle, and wow.
Yeah, and just with top pair with this SPR, it's just gonna have to go all in here for.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Probably might be a small bet here on the flop and then get it in on the turn, depending on the run out. But Joseph Talamayan was in Domination Nation. Now taking the lead with top 2 pair. We should know that Kim Jin-woo does have some outs here. Backdoor flush, does have the gut shot for the straight, does have better 2 pair outs as well.
Yeah, still 33% equity with 2 cards to come. See how Joseph wants to play this one. It is, one of those board textures where he could miss out on value should a 6-8 jack or a queen roll off. He is going to fast play his value hand and just try and stack off against the over pairs that Kim can have.
And just like many of my friends are on the west coast of Canada, it seems to me that Kim Jin-woo is going to be pot committed here. Can he get away?
Not yet. SPR less than 1 going, well, less than 0.5 almost. The brick rolls off, could be showers.
As the turn gives Joseph Talamayan the boat, just like Lonely Island. He's on a boat. Jin-woo Kim still here with, Kim Jin-woo still here with top pair. Does still have the gut shot that is dead. Still drawing live. Still not quite dead. Has 1% equity. Needs the 10 for a chop.
Not the spot you want to be in, Greg.
No,
let's just put it that way.
correct.
1% for a chop. Your opponent's firing into you. There's 100k in the middle. You've got 37k behind. Garrett Hill really appreciating that pun there from Greg.
Thank you very much.
I mean, listen, man, I was a massive Lonely Island fan.
Thank you. I know it was an odd reference, wasn't it?
I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Oh, that's Garrett, my friend, my editor.
Kim potentially going to be sailing away
to Value Town. Talamayan opting not to put Kim Jin-woo all in here. Makes a 30k bet. If Kim makes the call, he'll only have 7k left behind, and then he'll really be pod committed.
Be very impressed if he can get away from this. Does announce all in, and obviously music to Joseph's ears. The second nuts.
Snap call. It's called so fast we didn't even see it on camera. Going to be showing the bad news. So 146k. Kim can only win half the pot back.
He can find the case 10. No dice.
Not.
What a needle on the river. Jack of diamonds.
The poker gods are very dirty. Very dirty. We saw this earlier. It happened earlier too, didn't we? It was 2 pair came in, but obviously it didn't improve or help someone win the hand. I saw that earlier. Of course, also we were joined by the main event here, also drawing in some celebrities. Elky, of course, was here playing on our feature table. Max late regged into day 2 of the event and was playing a short stack game and just unfortunately could not spin it up. And in his words, he would say, "So sick, so sick."
So sick that he just doesn't win the main by Max late regging.
I know. So sick. Maybe I've got a good so sick interview with him later with using that. But the rich just get richer here as Joseph Talamayan stacks Kim.
Did you manage to have a word with Elky?
Briefly, but I think he was a little in a different headspace. He was still in, so I think I just decided to just give him the space instead.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I respect that.
No sweat. But that's going to be a good game there for Mr. Kim. Thank you for joining us at the APT main event, folks.
Yeah, GG's. Really tough against the big blind range with so many gut shots and straight draws that can be applying pressure.
And just with top pair, that's such a low SPR. Joseph Talamayan, this man is on fire. Just stacked a player. Now picks up queens blind versus blind versus Roman, who is our second chip leader at this table.
Joseph got a limp. They are obviously incredibly deep. See what Roman wants to do. Suited connectors. As mentioned, both north of 100 bigs. Looks like this trap from Joseph is going to work perfectly as Roman does opt to ISO.
Will we see the limp raise here? Something that Vitter, of course, one of our esteemed colleagues and co-commentators mentioned is that there's this unwritten rule between big stacks that you kind of don't want to go for each other. You know, you're highly incentivized in tournaments just to survive and outlast these shorter stacks here. But all is fair in love and war and poker. And the APT main event day 2 here in Phu Quoc is no exception.
Oh, Joseph with the limp 3-bet.
Limp raise.
Yeah, see what Roman wants to do. I mean, look, they're incredibly deep. Going to play the rest of the hand in position. Can obviously just snap fold on a lot of ace-king or Broadway type boards, but there are going to be boards where he does just get to stack the overpairs.
Yeah.
Should he connect?
And 8-7 suited. It's just such a powerful hand when you're this deep stacked.
Oh, let's go, Greg. Let's go. So a blind v blind 3-bet pot against 2 of the tournament chip leaders and 2 of the most fearsome competitors.
Absolutely.
This APT.
8-7 suited, the most likely hand to crack aces. Can they crack queens here? As the flop comes, ace 8-3. Joseph not going to love seeing that ace on the flop. Roman making a pair with his 8.
77k in the middle.
This board drier than my dry spell in college, as action is on Joseph Talamayan now.
Yeah, limp 3-bet. Would expect to see him continue for a small sizing. A decent amount of time, although that is a chunky amount of chips that he is reaching for. 77k in the middle. Board texture this dry. Expect something around 1/3.
77k in the pot. We've got a bet here from Joseph. It's going to be a 25k bet. A third of the pot, just like you said, Henry.
Action on Roman. Diamond on board would have made life a lot easier, but he does have middle pair. But has to be somewhat concerned given the pre-flop action that it's just no good, and it's going to be drawing very thinly on future streets.
Blind versus blind range is usually going to be super wide. This is a 3-bet. It is a 3-bet pot though, so Roman has to keep that in consideration. Doesn't make the call of second pair.
Oh my word! 7 of clubs. 127k in the middle. Bearing in mind the tournament average is close to 127k. These guys have 296 effective behind.
Wow. And that ace on the flop may actually Save Joseph Talamayan some chips here. Beautiful card. Beautiful card for Roman.
He's reaching again, Greg. Strap yourself in, mate.
I'm strapped in. I'm locked in. I'm here for all of the APT action. And there goes some chips. Not knowing he's behind here. There's 127K in the pot. Joseph. I'm going to make what looks maybe about 70K. 70K bet here.
Wow, just north of half pot. Setting up a sizable river SPR. Or river jam, rather. Should Roman make the call, which we can see is likely to do. There'd be 270K in the middle. Roman would have 230-ish back.
SPR less than 1 at that point. Is Joseph Talamayan setting up for a river shove? And if so, he's going to need some help on this river. River of Dreams. Does have outs. Needs a 3 for a battle 2 pair. An ace. A queen, of course. And that's about it. 18% equity. And we'll see what Roman does here with his very disguised 2 pair.
Big fan of Roman's card protector, by the way.
Oh, yes. A Stegosaurus?
Yes.
Perhaps?
Yes, mate.
Ooh.
Okay, Greg. I see you, buddy.
Wasn't as good at geography, but dinosaurs apparently. I remembered a thing or two.
Big river.
Big river. How hot does Joseph Talamayan run? Needs a 3 or an ace. It's not going to come. And Roman gets the check mark here.
Does have the 100% check mark, but Joseph, with the range advantage in the form of aces, ace-x of clubs, yeah, ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king, all options. And he does have a key card in hand, that queen of clubs.
Backdoor flush does get there. Board does get very connected now.
The thing I don't like about the queens, you're kind of blocking the strongest parts of Roman's range that would like call, and then maybe fold, like ace, queen, O. Flip side to that is you are blocking some of the less likely king, queen of clubs floats. Queen, jack of clubs, but again, this is me really stretching now.
For sure.
For hands that he's blocking. Doesn't strike me as the type of man that wants to give up a 267K pot. One of the biggest pots of the day, in fact, the biggest pot of the day so far, deep into day 2, APT Phu Quoc main event. 2 of the tournament chip leaders battling in this blind v blind confrontation.
Garrett Hill in the chat loving this hand, just popping off in the chat. As 94 people are watching.
Let's go.
Would be great to pass the 100 viewer mark. And yes, all the ace X's you mentioned in perhaps in Roman's range. Probably maybe some. I could think maybe some things it beats like jacks or 10s that just call the 3 bet. I'm gonna go for the bet here. Gonna size. Not gonna go for the shove. Gonna go for 100K.
So Joseph
South of half, north of third.
Tripling off against Roman Hrabets. Roman just needs to click the call button to become one of the tournament chip leaders.
Roman, you mentioned, of course, being one of the most winningest players on GG Poker. Garrett wondering if Elke comes out and starts dancing if you make the final table, as they do in the GG Poker software.
I believe so. I believe that's why he's actually here.
Ah,
yeah.
Great. Fantastic.
I believe it'll be the 3 of us. So Roman deep in the tank. Facing the triple barrel in this 3-bet pot, blind v blind. Just to reiterate, Joseph limped from the small. Roman came with the 4x from the big blind. Joseph then limp raised 37K, and wow, Roman has gone for it all.
Roman goes all in here. Roman likely thinking, what does Joseph Talamayan limp 3-bet blind versus blind here. And I guess really the only thing he can lose to is aces. Probably not doing that same line with ace 9, ace 8, ace 7, or any other two pair combinations. Maybe 9s, maybe 8s. It does block 8s.
Didn't expect the jam, but just feels like there's enough value to be had from a hand like ace king, ace queen with the club.
Yes.
That may get sticky.
And now Joseph Talamayan in a 6 spot here. Just thinking, what does he possibly beat? What bluffs could Roman have? What value does Roman have here that he beats? And it's not going to be too much here.
Wow, Joseph calling out calling chips, or cutting out calling chips rather.
Calling out cutting chips. I like that though.
Could also be a thing.
Yeah.
I mean, what would you have to be hoping that Roman has? Like a hand like 10s with a club? Hand like jacks? Would they really, especially given the turn sizing as well, Greg, you know, it was a sizable turn barrel. Incredibly impressed that Roman's even found the raise here.
Yeah, I'm not even concerned about the backdoor flush getting in there. Going for maximum value. Joseph Talamayan of the Philippines in max pain. Trying to figure out what kind of bluffs does Roman have here that calls flop, calls turn, and raises river. Not an all-in, pardon me. That is a raise to 225, only 125 to call. If Joseph does call, we'll be left with 50k behind.
Hand of the main event so far between these two titans. Someone called the clock, I believe. Sounds like it. Floor being called over.
If not another player at the table, Garrett Hill apparently in the chat saying the chat pros have come in. This is a fold. You don't even have a top pair. Much harder. Easy to say when you can see the cards. A much tougher spot when you are Joseph Talamayan here.
Yeah, especially against someone like Roman. Like, you know, there's this leveling aspect to poker when you find out information about players, and trust me, Joseph knows who Roman is. Knows that Roman, if there's anyone that's going to find these kind of... Wow, he flicks in the call.
Makes the call. Gets shown the bad news.
Wow.
Oh. That's going to be a very disappointing.
It's like a 700k pot, Greg.
Wow. Quick maths. Oh my gosh, that's like 233 big blinds? Am I wrong? No, that's right. That's like 230. Yeah. Wow. Roman Hrubec of the Czech Republic. Now, a very notable player in the second day of the main event here at APT Phu Quoc. Joseph Talamayan, just like the BG, is still staying alive, is not out of this yet. According to the graphics, still has 16 big blinds left behind.
I can't believe what we just witnessed. What kind of energy have you brought into the booth, mate? It's just been violence out there.
Listen, I've been told, my reputation here in the poker world, again, folks, if you're just tuning in, I'm Greg Goes All In. I make memes about poker for a living. And also I do help come around sometimes with APT to do some commentary and hosting. But one of my reputations here is being good for the game. And generally what that means is that, generally just means I'm not great at it. But also, another thing is I seem to enable people to play less traditionally. So one of my main quotes is, stay loose, play 7 deuce. And if I see any of these players here play 7 deuce, they will win my eternal respect and adoration. Adoration? They may not win the pot, but they will win my love. 108 viewers now on YouTube. Thank you so much for being here. If you are, again, commentary brought to you by Greg Goes All In and Henry Kilbane. We are at APT Phu Quoc watching day 2 of the main event And it's been a great series so far. And so it might be a little bit too late to come on and join. There are 3-4 more days left. If you are nearby, please do. But we are going to be in Taipei, Taiwan, in about 3 weeks. If you want to learn more about that, you can go to theasianpokertour.com for all of that information. And we've got a lot of satellites, very high-value satellites to get into the Taipei main event. And you can find all the information in there on natural8.com. Natural8.com sponsoring some very plus EV satellites. Deepak Bothra of India finally getting to the mix now with Ace-Jack suited of the Hearts variety, opening to 6K under the gun. There are going to be some folds coming around here. Jan haven't had a chance to get into the mix quite yet. Joseph just suffering big chunky loss. Oh wow. That Queen's energy just got transferred, 1 seat left now to Roman in the small blind versus the under the gun raise.
Again, this is like first v second in chips at this table. Obviously, Roman now the tournament chip leader with 238 bigs. That's a presumption on my part, but
it's a fair. I was thinking, but it's a fair presumption. You know, you're on day 2 on level. What level are you on? Like
level 14.
Level 14.
Yeah.
And you've got 200 plus big blinds, 233 big blinds. Like, you're insane. You're massive, bro.
Good luck to everyone else. I believe there's only 20 million chips in play, if I'm not mistaken.
Another 3-bet, back-to-back 3-bet pot here for Roman as we come to a flop of 8-7 deuce. This feels almost karmic. We saw Roman crack queens with 8-7 off earlier, and just so serendipitous to see 8-7 on this board. Of course, this time queens are very much ahead here. Roman being the pre-flop aggressor, this is a 3-bet pot under the gun raise. It's 3-bet from the small blind and a call. Gonna continue the aggression here, it looks like. 56K in the pot. And a fire. Each of those yellow chips, I believe, are 5K. So it looks like maybe about a 30K bet. Woohoo! Got it right. Just a little more than half. And Deepak here, choosing not to float here with the 2 overs.
Yeah,
maybe
no heart on board.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Roman Hrabet's off to an absolute fly. Now, also, the interesting thing about, you know, joining these guys from the 4th level of the day is there's a lot of history from the previous levels that we're unaware of in terms of dynamics and pots that they've played against each other. So you can look at the Queen's hand and, you know, maybe think, well, hang on, there was an ace on board, etc., etc. But there's also been hours and hours of play between these guys, and when it comes to the decision-making process on the river, maybe just something that he read into from previous hands and clicked the call.
Yeah, and I think that's just a general lesson in life, you know? If someone acts in a certain way, you don't really understand, it's like, you don't know what they've been through. You don't know what interactions they've had in life. So the lesson here from Henry Kilbane and Greg Goes All In is be kind. Be kind to one another. Wow, wholesome degeneracy. That is the motto these days, isn't it? Jan finally getting into the mix here. Our short stack here with 14 big blinds on the hijack with ace-4 suited, puppy feet edition. And by that I mean clubs. Talamayan gonna make the call with 7-6 offsuit and then cut off. Right back into the mix.
Yeah, nursing a sub-15, or sorry, sub-20 big blind stack, and Deepak in the big against these 2 short stacks. Does he just want to jam it in and say run it for the full board for 16 bigs effective?
If I'm Deepak here, I'm also thinking it's a little sus too. Even 2 short stacks just open and call. He does have the best hand here though. A little bit of a promotion from the last hand with ace-jack suited. Does go all in now. Snap muck. And back to Joseph here.
Yeah, even just calling, having to call fold the 2 bigs is kind of a crippling blow to Joseph now, sub-15. Although, has to remain patient. Hour-long clock. Great structure here.
Fantastic structures at the APT. All the main events or the big kind of flagship events all have 1 hour levels. Some with 40. And then if we got a little bit of something for everyone. We also got daily turbos, 15-minute, 20-minute blinds. And let's take a look here. You can see this beautiful shot. 117 players left remaining. We are getting into the money at 71 players, so still a lot of poker to go. And of course, we'll be playing down to 48 players, or to the end of level 16, 20?
Level 20.
20, pardon me. Mike Takayama, the legend from the Philippines. Under the gun here with ace-9 offsuit. We got some Monica fans in the chat. Come on, Monica, says Pluggy147. Thank you for the engagement. Yes, feel free to cheer on your friends. Deval Madgal is in the chat. Says, wow, that's the tournament then. I imagine he just saw, probably came in with the Roman hand.
I would bet on Roman winning the tournament now. Like, even with 120 players left.
They should just agree to a chop deal right now. Like, just cannon the trophy. But of course, folks, as we know, anything can happen. As we can see a new player here, An Chao Ngoc of Vietnam, picking up King Kong in the big blind. KK in the BB versus Mike Takayama's under the gun raise. Takayama with on the shorter side of things. And An gonna put in the raise and a snap fold by Mike Takayama. And welcome to the feature table to Chao Ngoc An of Vietnam. And may I say, it's my first time in Vietnam here, Henry, and I gotta say, what a gorgeous paradise of a country it is. The palm trees, what feels like just never-ending sun. The Vietnam hospitality, the pho. Oh man, pho.
You've been enjoying the food.
Oh, it's been great. Been a wonderful time.
Talking of food, you almost got kicked out of the breakfast this morning. What was
Yes, because they hold themselves to a high level of a standard. And so when I walk in with my swim trunks, my damp swim trunks, and my robe after my morning swim, understandable that they wanted to kick me out. But generally, I look like this. I'm usually in a nice maroon suit. Just I had a moment.
I have a question. How many of those Greg Goes All In glasses do you bring to a trip
I brought 2 to Vietnam.
Okay.
I gave away 1 to a guy I stacked on on the first day in one of the first tournaments I played.
Okay.
Immediately punted that stack, and now I have 1 left, and I have to hold on to it for the brand. But when I restock, I will bring more. I will bring more to Taipei. Another incentive to come to Taipei. I'll see you there in 3.5 weeks or so. We'll learn more. TheAsianPokerTour.com is the place to be. But we're back in action now.
Yeah, hang on a minute, because someone might be sleeping on the couch later on. Monica against Roman.
Oh, yes. Another notable dynamic at this table is that Monica here is, and Monica and Roman are together. They are partnered. But all is fair in love and war and poker, and that not going to play any part of this. I'm sure if they had a chance, they would stack each other.
I mean,
yeah, great to see. Again, lots of money at stake, life-changing money at stake, but love to see the camaraderie here, and great to see her get into the mix now. So we're going to see 3 ways to a flop here. Monica under the gun raise, called by her boyfriend Roman, and Mike Takayama defending the big blind.
These hands could collide.
Yeah, lots of connectivity here between these hands as we see a flop of King 6 deuce. Quack, quack. Pretty dry flop, but Roman with top pair queen kicker. Everyone else with with peanuts, some backdoor peanut draws, if you will. And Monica, being the pre-flop aggressor, gonna check it now to Roman. What we can fairly say is probably the tournament chip leader at this point. 247 big blinds here.
Almost has 5% of the chips in play, and we're not even in the money.
50% of the chips at this table. I'm surprised this table hasn't fallen over.
Because of the weight distribution.
Correct.
The left-hand side.
And the rich just get richer.
Our Monica started off the day with, I believe, 120k. She came back with 231 players. First hand of the day, lost aces against nines in a 4-bet pot, was down to 20k, and has now spun it back up again. So she is still more than happy to find herself alive in this tournament.
Absolutely. And what a memorable experience to have here at the APT for this power couple. How often is it that you get to play on a feature table together with the person you love the most in the world? Incredible.
It's like, how often do you get to do commentary with the person you love most in the world? You know, it's just amazing.
Henry, take me out for dinner first, please. I'm not that easy.
All right.
Actually, you did take me out for lunch.
Went for lunch and breakfast.
I get breakfast. Well, you know, you gotta complete the trifecta, right? Can't have breakfast and lunch.
See
and
how
just
it is.
skip dinner, you know?
See how it is.
You know, for someone called Greg Goes All In, you know, it takes a little bit more wooing. And Dennis here, ace-10 offsuit on the hijack. Gonna open it up here. Mr. Takayama. Been very active, been getting a strong deal of hands in the small blind now. King 6 suited, diamond variety.
Yeah, Monica and Roman are here at this Asian Poker Tour off the back end of the Triton series that was in Vietnam earlier on. This month they decided to just stay this part of the world and come to the APT. Of course, that Triton series, we saw a couple of our APT bosses find some success. Michael Soiser and Victor Chong both making deep runs in different events. Profitable trip for the Malaysian contingent.
Nice to be on the winning team, that's for sure. And we're gonna see yet another 3-bet pot here. Takayama putting in the 3-bet with King 6 suited and small blind. Does get the call by ace-10. Makes top pair. Let's go from there.
Dicey 3-bet from Mike. I know the solvers are a fan of now including some of these suited King X.
Especially from a late position open that might be doing this a little bit wider, meaning that one can 3-bet wider as well. $39K in the pot. Looks like it's going to be about 35. 7K. Pardon me. Yellow, orange chips are 1,000. Just looking for yellow. So down bets here, 7K to 39K.
Yeah, wants to make it a multiple street hand.
For sure.
Plenty of value to be had. Some ace-high floats. Some backdoor heart floats.
Poker Stiff saying lots of hashtag love connections on the APT. And if you want to feel the love as well, please feel free to learn more about our events later on in the year, which Henry and I will be at. So please come on in and join. Most notably, Taipei is going to be the biggest APT event in APT history, so you won't want to miss it. You can learn more at theasianpokertour.com. Does Dennis want to float here with ace-10? That is the question. Whether it is nobler to fold or to call, well, that's up to Dennis. And fold it is. Method to the madness. Shakespearean references. I had to use my theater degree somehow.
Yeah, more often than not, that doesn't really... You know what? No need for needling in the booth just yet.
You can. What were you going to say? That's all right.
No, it's actually funny. I was speaking to the team. I didn't know that Vidor had obviously done like stand-up comedy and some stuff on stage, and also found out obviously about you yesterday, your TV experience. It really does come across well on camera. Like your videos that you make for the APT are hilarious, mate, and the feedback from the players and the fans has been, yeah, overwhelmingly positive. So
thanks, Henry. That means a lot coming from you. What's your background? What's your thing?
Poker.
Nice.
Unfortunately. Left school when I was 15. Told my mum.
I'm sure she was thrilled.
Poker player now. She's like, "You're a what?" It's like, yeah, professional poker player, Mum.
That's all right.
I'm not going back to school tomorrow.
Nice. It's okay. I understand. I told my folks, I want to be an actor, and then a YouTuber. No, you know what? A poker YouTuber.
How was the Christmas dinner that year?
What Christmas dinner?
Did you see yourself removed from the family group chat?
I didn't see myself removed from the family. That was not my decision. But we'll get into my childhood trauma another time. As we see, folds around as Joseph Talamayan takes it down pre. The Stegosaurus sitting on a mountain of chips. As we take a look at our player positions here, chip leader, of course, Roman Hrbek. In seat 2 of the Czech Republic, our short stack looks like it's going to be Joseph Talamayan, unfortunately now, from starting this table as the chip leader. And now having to grind his way back. Again, folks, if you're in the live chat, thanks so much for being here. We have 193 people watching. Make sure you smash that like button, subscribe, and hit that notification bell because we've got 3 more days of live streaming coming to you, and it just gets more exciting. We're going to cover day 3 of the main event as we played on the final table, and then we're going to cover day 4 of the main event, which covers the final table, and of course, we've got our high rollers as well. So you won't want to miss that. Dennis here, 21 big blinds, +1, King Queen offsuit, also known as Beauty and the Beast.
What? Where are you pulling these out from, man?
King Queen offsuit. King Queen is the
Beauty
and the Beast.
It just feels like every
as
hand.
old as time.
You just have a name for all these hands.
You know what? When you're not spending time studying pre-flop charts or GTO or solvers, or practicing your diction, apparently, you just learn about all the different memes and names about different hands.
I do remember seeing that video, and I felt like, you know, hey, this is Strong, the self-proclaimed meme lord of the poker world.
It is a strong moniker to
you haven't disappointed so far.
Thank you kindly. I appreciate that. All right, take a look here. 51% of the chips in play. Roman Hrbek of Czech Republic. Jan with 10 big blinds. Looking for that double.
Now, talking of the viewers over on YouTube, Facebook and Twitch, we're currently at 18 likes, Greg, on YouTube. What line would you like to set that you'd be happy with by the end of today? So we got about 7 more hours of poker.
What goals would I set for likes?
What goals are you setting for likes, yeah?
At least like 1 more.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what.
No, folks, please smash that like button. If you know what, let's use some pathos into this, okay? If you believe in the vision of growing the game internationally in Asia, please hit that like button. The support means the world to me. It means the world to Henry, and you know it's a beautiful game. Let's spread it all around the world. And it all starts with you liking this video and subscribing. Joseph Talamayan is all in the small blind. Blind versus blind violence once again with Roman. Roman with King 8 suited here.
Yeah, 15 big blind jam. So look over at the clock and see maybe he doesn't want to give the competent Joseph Talamayan a stack to play with and just folds the King 8. Certainly close.
Very close. Going to take the lower variance route as the chip leader. I'm just gonna take that, leave it be. And Joseph Talamayan still in the blinds, still in the blinds. Hey, APT Poker Tour just uploaded a new video.
Oh, go on.
Hashtag APT Phu Quoc 2023 women's event. That's right, the women's event was yesterday. I had the pleasure of covering that, and of course, it was Ferlin Kabaling.
Oh,
who
again?
placed first. Yes, yeah, I know.
That's ridiculous.
She's just an absolute crusher of the scene.
She won it in Hanoi as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
Hand 73 now. Blinds are 1.53K. Blind levels 1 hour. Long levels here at the APT gives you lots of space to play around. Monica not getting too many hands. I was talking to her previous to this. She was so excited to play on the feature table. I was excited to do some commentary for her, but unfortunately not getting many hands to play with here. Roman now in the small blind as it folds to blind versus blind. Picks up another king rag hand. This time the offsuit variety.
The man just doesn't slow down. Relentless when it comes to applying pressure. Opting to 3x. Blind v blind.
I was a vet.
And going to just take it down, uncontested.
And we'll never know what Dennis had there. We will go to our graves never knowing what Dennis had in the big blind at hand 73-ish. Day 2 of the main event at APT Phu Quoc. Take a look at our chip counts here. Roman up top. Yon needing a double. That's still sitting on 10 big blinds. Takayama, Mike, of course, one of our notable players from the Philippines. There he is, center and square of our shot on his left. Monica, also her Monica's moniker on YouTube is Haymonia, where she creates some great content. So make sure you subscribe to her there as well.
Yeah, go way back with Monica. Both started our careers around the same time. Both played on a couple of feature tables together as well.
Really?
Back when we were grinding cash games in Europe, which feels like a lifetime ago.
The longer I'm in this poker community, that at first seems so big and daunting, the more I realize just how close-knit it really is.
Yeah.
You know, here I am seeing familiar faces in Phu Quoc, Vietnam.
Yeah.
You know, the same faces I saw in Manila, Philippines, or sometimes in the Las Vegas streets as well. Takayama, 9-6 of hearts and +1 opening up.
Also a memer.
Also a memer. I respect it. Make your memes dreams. I came up with that just right then. Make your memes dreams. Put that on a shirt.
Top of your head. If I don't see that in your merchandise store, I'm going to be disappointed, mate.
And Roman with the pocket fours here. Going to come along. Looking to mine a set. Or set a mine. Nope, mine a set. That's correct. Deepak here. Ooh, we're going to sweat it. We are going to sweat it together. Deepak with the mystery cards in the big blind. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. 9-6 suited versus 4s versus mystery cards. As flop comes, Jack, Queen, 3. 2 spades.
I like the fact that there's this mystery hand situation going on, especially on that ball texture. Mike with a complete whiff. Has to be somewhat concerned of the button flatting range. See if Roman wants to just take a stab here with the 4s. I mean, would be surprised if he didn't, right? The man has 1 gear and it's 6th gear.
That dinosaur now not even looking as intimidating as the chip stack it stands upon. Muck, muck. Mystery cards hit the muck. 9-6 suited hits the muck. More speculative hands like 9-6 suited here. Of course, playing way better when in heads-up situations. Not much Mike can do there with very little backdoor equity versus multiple players. Again, folks, you're watching APT Phu Quoc, the main event. It's day 2. Day 2, 507 players are entries. 112 players left remaining. Playing into the money, ITM, if you will, 71 players. So we still have got 41 players left to go. And then we are playing, the day ends when we get to 48 players or reach the end of level 20. So folks, you won't want to go anywhere. Again, you're joined. Commentary brought to you by Greg Goes All In. Yours truly. I make memes about poker on YouTube, and of course, the very talented Henry Kilbane. Check out his podcast. He's on YouTube too. Overbet Express. Am I right? Am I right?
Yeah, you are right. But we, ever since Espen won the main, we just sold the company and haven't released any content ever since.
Pardon me.
Yeah, you know, it's just like, oh, we got 10 million now, so.
Sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hear he's your roommate. Is that correct?
Yeah, we lived together and we traveled
That's
together
incredible.
for quite some time. But no, now he's, you know, he's a big timer now, so he doesn't hang out with. No, I'm joking.
You know, you win a WSOP main event.
Yeah.
Of course.
He's actually, going to be heading to join us in Phuket in just 4 days' time, 5 days' time. So
incredible.
looking forward to seeing him.
And Monica in the action with Beauty and the Beast, suited variety, King, Queen of Hearts. Glad to see her in the mix. There are some of her heart outs into the muck. And it's going to get all the way around to the big blind. Chow Nyok An, who was dealt kings in his first hand on the big blind. Won't be surprised to see a defend, and a defend we see. So Monica heads up, out of position to a flop with King, Queen of Hearts. And the flop brings Jack 6-3, 2 clubs, 1 heart. King, Queen high still ahead here, a 3-1 favorite.
Yeah, 2 overs, backdoor hearts. Feels like a spot where you do want to start barreling.
Yeah, especially the 2 overs and all the backdoor straights and backdoor flushes. Chow Nyok-an himself with some pair outs, some backdoor straights, 10 high backdoor flush. Quick pump fake and a check by Monica, and once she solidified what the bet was, put it out there. What will it be? It's going to be 6.5K.
Yeah, maybe getting confused with the chip denominations.
And you know what? The APT is so great just because they use a different chip set for each different tournament just so that there can be no mixing of chips.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, Greg. What is going on here?
Okay. Okay.
A local player, just a non-believer on this ball texture. Has to be somewhat concerned, you know, he's up against the +1 open.
Yep. Wow, and what a great call by Monica here. The 2 overs, backdoor hearts. Does unblocking the club's probably a big part of a consideration here. 9 brings in a gut shot here for Chow. Needs an 8. Is still behind with 10 high. Monica still ahead with king high, but definitely can't be feeling good in such an inflated pot at this point. Does Chow now wave the white flag or continue the aggression? That is the question.
He has picked up equity in the form of a gut shot. And he's got a barrel again. A sizable barrel here. Monica asking for a count. I mean, it's tough to have an insane amount of value here besides 6s and 3s. Shouldn't have many 2 pairs, right?
Yep.
A lot of gut shots, and also the fact that Monica unblocking clubs as well. See how she wants to proceed. 83K in the middle.
Yeah, only representing 6s, 3s for value. Jack's going to be 3-betting pre. Maybe Jack 6 suited. Maybe 6-3 suited. But a lot of the time it just feels like flush draws, which is probably why Monica called the raise on the flop. Now facing this aggression again on the turn. What will she do? Facing a 28.5K bet into what was about 57.
Yeah, it's such a weird spot. Like, you just shouldn't be getting raised too often on this board because obviously Monica has jacks, she has queens, kings, aces.
Absolutely. And she's going to make the right call once again. She does pick up additional equity as well with her gut shot of her own. Does still have the 2 overs. Going to be a very interesting river. And she's just seeing to see what Chow does with it. And how about the nuts for Monica? Nuts for Monica.
Okay.
Wow. And now Monica in position with the nuts, making 2 great floats on the after the flop re-raise and the turn barrel. Gets rewarded with the nuts, the stone cold and nutter butters on the river of dreams. Chow Nyok-an sitting on a pair of 10s does make showdown.
He does. I mean, he's got second pair, you know, beating some of the flush draws, ace king, ace queen of clubs. Now beating a hand like 7s or 8s, even though he does obviously block pocket 7s. See what he comes with. I mean, it doesn't strike me as the guy that wants to wave the white flag, especially given the action on the flop and turn.
Doesn't feel like he needs to turn his 10s into a bluff. Decides to try to realize his showdown. Monica obviously going to be making a bet here. SPR right now. It's 112K in the pot. Currently playing for 76.5 effectively.
Yeah. You think she goes for the jugular here? Goes for it all. Less than 1 SPR. So you've got to give credit where credit's due. Just floating flop.
It's very sick play. I don't think I could have done the same. Very, very inspiring to see. And that's why I'm here behind, you know, behind the mic, and she's out there on the table. Because if you can't do, you make memes about it.
Those that can't teach memes.
Teach memes, correct.
Teach memes.
And today you've learned King Queen, Beauty and the Beast. Tale as old as time.
I may use that one. Looks like she's going to go
Monica
for all
goes
of it.
all in, and now turning Chao's pair of 10s into a bluff catcher. Asks for the count.
I mean, just in a world of pain and self-deduced, by the way.
Does have the 10 of clubs, which might help him get away with it as he blocks some bluffs that Monica might have. Trying to figure out what does he beat that Monica calls a raise on the flop, calls a barrel on the turn, and now jams when check 2 on the river.
Yeah, she'd have to have a hand like ace-3, ace-4.
Of clubs.
Yeah. I feel like ace-king, ace-queen still has some showdown that would want to kind of like check back, although maybe would turn into a bluff given the run out. It's bad though, because like if Monica has clubs, she wants her opponent to have clubs, right? She doesn't want to be blocking the hands that check fold. See what he comes with.
Ruperto saying, hi Greg, hi Henry. Pluggy saying, come on. The chat going wild. Chat going wild for this hand. Everybody putting in their input about what people should bet.
I reckon she should bet 76,500.
I think so as well. And it's going to be a fold there for Chao. What a great hand there for Monica, who was ahead the entire way. A well-deserved close-up. What a legend. Again, that's Monica. She has a YouTube channel called Haymonia. I'm sure she wouldn't mind me shutting out her channel and telling you guys to go subscribe. Take a look at our chip counts here. Jan still our chip short stack, 30K. And of course, Roman chip leading this table, if not the event. And you can see 2.85 billion VND up top for the champion here. Again, you're watching day 2 of the main event here at APT Phu Quoc. Commentary brought to you by yours truly, Greg Goes All In, and of course, my esteemed colleague, Henry Kilbane.
Any billionaires in the chat? There's going to be a few of them here in VND.
Oh, that's my favorite part about playing in Vietnam. It's like, if I cash, whoo, I'm a millionaire. One can dream. One can dream. Garrett Hill back in the chat. Hey, thanks for rejoining us. Makes the fold, nice fold, fantastic. Joseph Talamayan, 12 big blinds with ace-5 suited. Can he make a steel wheel? I learned that term recently, steel wheel.
It's a great term.
And that's a 5-high straight flush for those who are unfamiliar. Jack King off for Chao Ngoc An from Vietnam in the small blind. Garrett Hill says, me, I am a billionaire. Oh, Garrett, my editor and friend, I do not pay you enough.
But you pay him, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Just a check, you know,
Yes,
didn't
of
want
course.
any.
He does excellent work. Brings a lot of value to the channel. And folks, if you're watching, you want to check out some of my content, I make memes about poker on YouTube under the moniker Greg Goes All In. So if you want to follow me and give me a little subscribe, I really appreciate it. And Jack King offsuit, gonna hit the muck. And Talamayan stealing the blinds. Came onto this feature table as the chip leader, but unfortunately that stack just gravitated to his left to Roman. Payouts here.
Ignore.
What this is not correct, right?
No, it's not.
Ignore this. This is not correct. What were you chuckling about?
About you about to read out the payout, so it's just like
you were like, Greg. It's like, it reminds me of like when you know, they always, like in the Marvel interviews, they always have to put their hand around Tom Holland's face. Yeah. You're like the Robert Downey Jr. to my Tom Holland. You're like Iron Man.
Okay.
And I'm Spider-Man.
I was gonna. Okay, all right, I'll take it.
Do you more like strongly identify with like the Hulk or something?
No, not at all. No, there's a couple of characters, but no. Tom Holland is an absolute legend.
Oh, you can be Tom Holland if you want.
I kind of wanted to be Tom Holland.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's fine. I'll be Ned. I'll be his I'll be your Asian best friend. I'll be Ned. King Kong for Dennis here in the hijack.
Jesus. 16 big blinds and a dream. We are closing in on the money. 103 players left or so, about 30 off the money.
Blinds up here. 2.5 big blind raise by Kings on the hijack. He wants to get action. Action he's going to get from Mike Takayama with the 10s here with a comparable chip stack. And this is what we're just going to call going to be a cooler, especially at this stack depth.
Absolutely nothing Mike can do here. Late position open. Looking unlikely to add the APT Phu Quoc main event trophy to his trophy cabinet. Does have over 10 titles. Gonna need some help from the deck.
And we're gonna see all in and a call. The chip stacks are running pretty close, but it looks like Mike Takayama is all in for his tournament life here. The underdog, 4-1 underdog with pocket 10s versus pocket kings, needs to find a red 10 to stay alive here. As the flop comes, Jack 9-9. Some straight outs available as well. Needs a runner, queen 8 or a...
Oh, hello.
King is dead, as that will give...
Goes from 1 out to 5. I mean, he's going to take it.
Needs a 10 or an 8, and every river ever. Deuce of hearts, and that's going to be a good game for our friend Mike Takayama.
True legend of the Asian Poker Tour.
Yeah, 10 APT trophies, did you say?
Honestly, I think it was more. I can't count higher than 10, so
I mean, understandable. That's the amount of fingers you have on your hands, right?
Garrett
and he has his shoes on, so
he does.
Garrett
putting his phone passcode in the chat 3949883.
No, that's that's a different number. It's an inside joke. It's an inside joke between Garrett and I.
I guess you had to be there, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Set up for Mike. People want justice for Mike. Hashtag justice for Mike. And seat open at our feature table. Excited to see what new talent we will be brought in here on our feature table. Again, folks, you're watching day 2 of the main event at APT Phu Quoc. It's been a great time. Commentary brought to you by Greg Goes All In and Henry Kilbane. And we've got 3-4 days left here in Phu Quoc, but we're going to be in, don't worry if you're going to miss out or you have missed out. We're going to be in Taipei in 3.5 weeks. If you want to learn more about that, please go to theasianpokertour.com for all of that information. And also, thanks to Natural 8, we've got a lot of incredible high-value satellites into the main event of Taipei, and it's going to be our largest event ever in APT history. A 30 million Taiwan dollar guarantee. And it's just, you got to be there. And you can satellite in for as little as $3. Seats are $1,650 US. So that's the entry fee to get into the main event. $1,650. You can get in for just $3. Okay? But you can learn more about how to do that on www.natural8.com. But do it soon, because those satellites are only for the next couple of weekends. On Sunday specifically. Oh, I could tell you all the information, but you know. Let me empower you and to give you agency to learn more on your own by going to www.natural8.com. Monica with the jacks, the fish hooks, blind versus blind. We just saw kings versus 10s. We now see jacks, pocket pairs running hot at this table.
Monica going to complete from the small against the short stack.
Yon, our short stack with now 5 big blinds as the blinds went up.
Try and spring the trap as Yon checks his option from the big. 12K in the middle.
Limpy poo pot here as we come to a flop of, ooh, ace, king, queen. What a, the icon, the textbook nightmare flop for jacks. Ace, king, queen. And you can just see the agony here. And it's just racing through Monica's head. Jan does have a queen.
It's a really weird spot for Monica with the jacks because you would expect a lot of the ace X, king X, queen X to go all in pre. Blind v blind.
That's so true.
So it has to hope that Jan's just stabbing with like a 9 high, 10 high type holding, and he's bet more than almost half of his stack, close to pot.
Yep.
With queen deuce.
And if you're Yon with, let's say, like 6 high in the spot, you're also thinking Monica probably doesn't have many ace x, king x's, queen x's when she just limps pre. And what a wise fold. Well, just seeing Monica playing exceptionally well here, calling with the best hand with king high, 2 streets, getting rewarded with the nuts in the river in the previous hand, and now making a very excellent fold, like a master origamist. Monica makes the fold. I'm getting some sweet loving in the chat here. Thank you so much. Both of us are actually. This stream's so much more fun than HCL. We will take that. That's wow. That's a high. Thank you. Thank you, Neo.
Thank you.
And then get this. GGAI greater than Nick Airball.
Okay, shots fired.
Oh, you thought you had beef with Berkey? Oh, you got beef with Greg now. I don't want it. I don't want the beef. I want to be a vegetarian of the poker world. I don't want your beef.
I'm gonna let you dig your own hole.
There's no hole.
I mean,
I'm chilling. I'm walking up and around the perimeter. They're in the hole. I'm
you just called Nick Airball out on stream.
Whoa. Garrett, listen, if anyone's got beef with Nick Airball, it's Garrett Hill from British Columbia, Canada, okay? Queen Jack offsuit here. Gets a walkie walk. GGAI true degen. Thank you, NFC. Hey, take a look at our chip counts here. Yon chipping up slightly from 5 bigs to 8 bigs. That's, you know, that was like 40% increase in his stack. No one to replace the seat open at our feature table. $102 people watching here. Thank you so much. 102 and only 18 likes.
23.
23? Oh, I got to refresh. Thank you so much.
We're getting there. We're getting towards the number that I had in mind.
Garrett, I didn't dox you. British Columbia is a very large province.
It's like me saying I live in Thailand. Yeah, doxed myself.
I'm at APT Phu Quoc right now. In the commentary booth. Come get me. Come join the APT. We've got some fun side events as well that you can join on in. More information on the AsianPoker.com, AsianPokerTour.com. Pocket trays for Joseph Talamayan. 15 big blinds, blind versus blind. Trying to reclaim some of those chips back from Roman. Unfortunately, they are protected by a Stegosaurus.
Oh, just going to let it go. Blind v blind. What do you believe? 36 places off the money, maybe. Feels like he can sneak his way in.
I see, yep. I see, close to the money. Getting closer to the money now. 71 players get into the money. So ICM implications coming into play. One of my favorite terms to say, ICM, makes me probably one of the best utility of words I can use to make me sound very competent in commentary. You just get near to the money, you just say ICM, ICM.
Well, you're going to need your competence to dig you out of a hole, because Daniel has clipped you saying Greg goes all in is, well, over Nick Airball without any context.
Not
so he's
over,
going to share.
Greater than.
Greater than.
Put respect on my name.
I mean, listen, man.
I need you to say it.
You want beef.
Can you say GGAI greater than Nick Airball?
GGAI, the greatest content creator for the Asian Poker Tour.
Oh, you're smart, man. Didn't that Daniel get a sound clip of you? I'm going to drag you into the hole with me.
Hey, you can't dig a hole for me. I've already done it so many times for myself.
Mm-hmm.
We're now neck deep.
All right, looks like we're going to see some blind on blind action here. 10 tray off versus 5-4 off as flop comes. Queen, 9-5. Rainbow. Pair of fives here for Roman.
Oh, man.
What?
Just your crew.
Oh, yeah. My one-man crew of Garrett Hill. What are your guys' thoughts on Nick Airball's diss track released on GGAI? Wow, his turnaround is fast. That's a quick turnaround here. Pair of five still ahead as the turn brings an ace, but can't feel that great with fourth pair. Ace from space, if you will. Roman still ahead. Dennis with 10 high. Roman gonna make the bet here. No, he likely has the best hand. Makes 4K bet into 12K, third pot bet. Apparently Nick Airball's diss track about GGAI includes a diss about my cat, Felton. That's crossing the line. You can come after my play. You can come after how I dress. You can come after my voice, my laugh. But you come for my cat? Nick Airball, do we have beef now? We've got major beef. We've got Kobe beef. Kobe level beef. We got Wagyu level beef, bro.
That's some good beef.
APT,
right there.
you wanted publicity? Publicity is here. Pocket fives under the gun for Chow from Vietnam. 26 big blinds. Gonna open it up. Looks like 4K. No, 8K in chips, pardon me. Lick a min raise, very understandable. And at that stack depth, gonna fold its way around and around.
Yeah, pretty close spot here with the fives at this stack depth.
Absolutely. Bottom of range, can't really feel great until they minus set. Suited cards, queen 6 into the muck. 9-8 by Dennis, 29 bigs, has done a good job staying alive here, navigating a middling stack.
It's going to fold round to the big blinds.
Ooh, a pocket pair on pocket pair violence here, folks.
All right, all right.
India versus Vietnam. Single raise pot under the gun versus big blind.
Still a way for Chow to win this one.
3 overcards to each of their pocket pairs. Nobody is happy. Checks our preflop aggressor Chow. Does have the range advantage being the under the gun opener.
It's going to continue telling the story on this flop. And look at that. Deepak just going to let it go. Not interested in chasing the lower end of the gut shot.
Amazing.
Against the under the gun range.
And the best hand hits the muck. Taking a look at our player positions here. Roman just destroying the pack. Lots of middling stacks. Yan, our short stack, followed by Joseph Talamayan. As we get closer and closer to the money, folks, 71 players get paid after grinding it out here at the main event for 2 days. You're watching the second day. We're playing down to 48 players. We'll resume action on day 3 tomorrow, and then followed by day 4 the day after for the final table, where the winner will walk away with 2.68? 2.85? It's a billion.
2.85 billion, yeah. Over 120k USD.
Yes.
Greg, I'm
Yes.
going to love you and leave you.
Wow.
To apologize, mate.
You're just like my father. Get out of here. Henry Kilbane, everybody, a commentator extraordinaire joining us here at the APT.
Hang on a minute. Your father left to go and get milk 20 years ago as well and just never returned like mine?
No, it was cigarettes.
Ah, okay. Right,
Yes.
right. Well, listen, man.
It was a pleasure doing
If you
commentary.
want to sit down. Yeah, I know you're going to be busy shooting content later on around the bubble because obviously incredibly exciting stuff coming up. Main event bubble going to be played today. We're going to be playing down to the final 48.
That's
and
correct.
One of our partners in crime, one of the 3 musketeers, are going to step in. They're going to be in the safe hands of Mr. Vidor Singh Kaul. So without further ado, I'm going to step out.
Thank you
and
so
I'll
much.
see you guys in about an hour or so.
Absolute pleasure. Give it up for Henry Kilbane, everybody in the chat. Hashtag Henry Kilbane.
All right, here we go. Tournament players starting about 8 minutes. Are Silent and Soja Classic. $22 million buy. Once again, starts being about 8 minutes.
And I am now joined by my esteemed colleague, Vidar Singhal. Welcome back. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Greg. I've been watching the coverage because I'm a degenerate and I have nothing better to do than to watch more poker.
That's what I was doing when I was waiting to do commentary.
And it's been absolutely amazing. The monster pot combined with, man, that float from Monica.
Oh, wow, yeah. That, like, he's talking about the hand where Monica floated with king, queen, 2 streets with king high. And it was right, it was the best hand. She got rewarded with the nuts on the river. And then, of course, you must be talking about the monster stack versus monster stack hand. Queens versus 8-7 suited.
That's right.
Talamayan versus Roman here from the Czech Republic.
Greg, you're the pun expert here, but Monica did back into the nuts there. I'll just leave that one hanging for our viewers to pun on.
Let them digest that. Let me digest. I need a moment now. What are we watching here? We're seeing cutoff versus big blind, and what I imagine is a single raise pot. Ace Queen gonna float here. Not sure if it's a float, but Chow is ahead with top pair. Go from there.
So Greg, I seem to have come in right at the tail end of this level, and we're going to be hitting a break in about 10 minutes. As I said, I was watching a lot of the coverage, but with this new table, it has been getting pretty spicy. I think it's also a function of getting closer to the money. It's bound to happen.
Yep.
You know, things are getting pretty serious. Of course, Roman with his monster stack is going to completely change the dynamics at the table.
Oh, so yes. Being on his table as you get closer to the money with all that ICM pressure is not going to be fun. His chip stack there, like the mountain, like Mount Kilimanjaro with a little plastic Stegosaurus on top protecting it. Improved to 2 pair here. Go from there. Jacks and deuces. Kicker plays.
Decent sized pot that's built up here. 86.5K behind for An.
Yes.
61K in the pot.
And Roman has the nut flush blocker here, folks.
Going for value, and I think Roman should have a decently easy fold behind, considering the flush did come in and all kinds of straights possible as well.
Absolutely. But I wouldn't also put it past Roman to turn his hand into blocking the nut flush. We will see what Roman does. Of course, being one of the most decorated players, especially as Henry noted on GG Poker. Does he have fold equity here? When Chow leaves himself so little behind, if Roman does rip it here, it's essentially a min raise. So probably doesn't have much fold equity.
Well, Roman certainly has a stack to get experimental and creative.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I take that back. As we get closer to the money now, there's about like shy of 100 players left remaining. 71 get into the money. He does have full equity if Chow needs to put his tournament life on the line here with jacks and deuces, 7 kicker.
Greg, if there's one thing I've learned is that you always have full equity. By which I mean when somebody has.
But that's a dangerous thing to tell me.
I know. Greg goes all in on every river.
Every hand, yeah.
Well, what I meant was when somebody has very few chips left behind, the raise, putting them all in, looks that much stronger. You know, it's like a leveling war. Much more likely to work in something like a cash game, where you might say, okay, well, I guess I have the pot odds, I have to call. But when you can put someone on someone's tournament life on the line, you always have fold equity. And just look at this spot, after all, with 53K behind and the pot being 94.5K. If Roman was to find the all-in, which he's clearly contemplating, why else would he be taking this time? Well, An would have relatively an easy fold with just the naked jack.
Well said, well said. Lots of insight there by Vitter. But what will Roman do? Roman, of course, from the Czech Republic. Not Czech, from the Roman Republic. Sorry.
By the way, I did catch you getting confused with the flags, and I mean, who can blame you? Look at these flags. And he does find the all-in.
Wow.
Oh, he finds the call.
Oh.
What a great value bet this has turned out to be for An. The cards
Sick
go
value
face
bet.
up. Roman's not going to be happy. He must have been contemplating an all-in, given he has enough flush blocker. Instead, he decided his ace-queen was good enough to actually find the hero call, and a rare misstep there.
Rare misstep. But you know what? Still sitting with 48% of the chips on the table and 733K chips in total. Close to 200 big blinds this deep in the tournament. He's fine. And also, wow, what a new energy at our feature table. I'm so excited to see him. This is Dave Spade Erquiaga of the Philippines. Himself also a very decorated and feared player in the Philippines. He joined us many times in the past 2 events in Manila. I've had the pleasure of doing commentary for him and doing some interviews with him. And also has many trophies to his name. Bringing in a monster stack into this event. So good luck And shuffle up and deal. Hand 84. Blinds are 2K, 4K.
You can barely notice the dent Roman stack took in that last hand.
Joseph Telemayan, though, a different story, unfortunately. Came in as the chip leader. Now one of the shortest stacks as he decides to go all in here with ace-3 suited as we wait for the graphics to catch up here. 15 big blinds into the middle. 1 fold, 2 fold.
Joseph getting the results he wants so far, but it's oh, there we go.
Needs to get a fold. Needs to get a fold from the better hand here, Deepak Bothra of India.
15 big blind shove. Ace-9 a bit too weak. There we go. Deepak does lay it down. Good disciplined folder. As it happens, Deepak would have been dominated.
Absolutely. Many times he's going to be dominated there. And it's working out well. Dave Spade, first hand. Makes the fold.
Love the different folding techniques. Helps out the dealer in that case.
For sure. I feel like every poker player needs to deal at least once.
That's a great idea.
You know, you get some empathy for the dealers and all the little nuances they have to do. Same thing I feel like, I think everyone should, serve at a restaurant at least once or twice before that,
I completely agree.
Yeah. I myself worked maybe like 5 summers. 5 summers at a restaurant. And honestly, one of the most character-building summers of my life.
Well, you certainly won't be treating a waiter badly if you've been one yourself.
And that's, it's a great way to filter out your dates when you go on them.
Yeah.
Take them to a restaurant. Don't see how they treat you. Don't suss out how they treat you. How do they treat the staff? And I think that is a huge indicator of somebody's character. And again, big shout out to all of, this is a great time to shout out all of the staff here at APT Phu Quoc at Corona Resorts and Casino. For, this event wouldn't be what it is without them. So thanks so much to the dealers who've been working so tirelessly around the clock, all the service staff.
Absolutely. I was telling Henry how when the wait staff and the dealers are absolutely spot on and perfect and world class like they are at the APT, that's when you don't notice them. That's when you don't notice because they don't screw up anything. At the same time, I've been at plenty of tournaments and series where maybe the dealers aren't as trained, the wait staff not as efficient and not as polite. And that's when you realize, oh, this makes all the difference to the playing experience. It's not just about the poker when you come to a live event. It's about all the other things as well.
Yep, there's so much more to the APT than just poker. David Spade, Eric Iaga picking up King Queen, Beauty and the Beast, Blind versus Monica, also known as Heymonia on YouTube. Check out her channel, subscribe. We've got a limp and a check. So we're going to see Beauty and the Beast, King Queen offsuit versus 8 Trey. One better than my moniker hand, 7 Deuce. And both players finding a pair, going from there, no one with the spade draw. David Spade with top pair, blind versus blind, limp pot, monotone board. Checks to Monaco, who has bottom pair, checks back. Turn, jack. Open-ended redraw here for Mr. Dave Spade.
The pot is about as small as a pot can be, but with both players having a piece of it, the action should continue at least one more street. After all, David could have all kinds of spade draws. Monica has managed to catch bottom pair. No, decides to let it go.
And that's going to be a nice first pot for Dave Spade. Welcome to the feature table.
There we see it, Greg. 102 players left. 71 make the money. There's more players that are going to make the money than not at this point in the field. That's going to be weighing into all the decisions these players make. This is one of my favorite times of a tournament. Going into the bubble, you're going to be doing bubble coverage outside. You're really going to get a feel for the action.
Absolutely. And as I believe you and Henry identified earlier on in one of the as we started day 2, that players are dropping out fast. The average chip stack, average big blinds were going up because of how fast the players are dropping out. And I'm sure now as we get closer to the bubble, that might not be any exception. So stay tuned, folks. Most exciting part of day 2 is coming on up, and you don't want to miss it. 31 more players need to go, and we are in the money. Joseph Talamayan, under the gun, forgetting to scan his cards.
One phrase you'll be hearing us say a lot at the end of today's coverage and certainly going into tomorrow's ICM.
ICM, independent chip model. And that's almost the extent of my knowledge about that. Can you speak more to that, Bitter?
Well, I'm not the expert, certainly. Otherwise, maybe I'd be in the mix as opposed to commentating on it, as you guys were talking about. But independent chip model simply means your chip stack is worth a lot different from the actual value of the chips because, of course, you have a payout ladder. And that means you have to really value your tournament life. So it completely changes the dynamic and the math of what you should be doing in different decisions. If you double up, unlike a cash game, you don't make double the money. You just become more likely to do well. But if you go out of the tournament, you have 0% chance of doing well. So that completely changes the nature of the game. ICM is the acronym we use to sort of take all that math into account, but it basically means the big stacks can bully the short stacks.
That's basically what my impression of ICM was too. As we get into a sick hand here, Joseph Talamayan under the gun with pocket eights, Deepak coming along with ace-jack offsuit. Chow now with ace-queen offsuit facing the under the gun raise and a flat from the hijack.
Given the size of Joseph's stack, 15 or so big blinds to start the hand, Deepak certainly took the conservative route with his hand ace-jack there. But now, on with the ace-queen off, I mean, sort of a perfect squeeze spot to begin with. Ace-queen, late position. In this case, of course, Joseph has the goods.
Chow does have to worry that it is an under-the-gun open. Does find the 3-bet, putting pressure on pocket eights here. As it folds back around to Joseph Talamayan, 30 away from the money, coming into the day 2 as a big chip leader, coming to the feature table as a chip leader. Now struggling to stay alive, 15 big blinds. What is he going to do here with pocket eights? Stay tuned and find out, folks. Do you have a favorite player you're rooting for? A favorite country? Let us know in the live chat, because we want to know.
Joseph in a bit of a sick spot. As it happens, he would have the best of it and be going into a flip if he did go all in and get called. But eights opens under the gun, gets a caller middle position, and gets
Joseph,
a raise.
Yep, and Mr. Talamayan goes all in, 70.5K. It's essentially a min raise here for Chow. Gonna make the call, and Joseph Talamayan's gonna be flipping for his tournament life here, 30 away from the money. Pocket eights versus ace-queen. Needs to fade the ace, needs to fade the queen. As flop comes. Queen, Jack, 4, Orc, all clubs. 8 high flush draw, no good as Chow holds the ace of clubs. Needs to find a red 8 to stay alive. Needs to find a red 8 to stay alive. And that is going to be a good game for Joseph Talamayan. An absolute pleasure to have at the feature table here. And someone I've gotten to know over the past few days, just a very charismatic gentleman. Obviously a very, with very strong family values. He brought his family here to Phu Quoc. And he's been, it's a very surprisingly, very family-friendly place. Brought his, he has his whole family here. I hear he told me he took them to the amusement park. But overall, really charismatic guy. Absolute pleasure to get to know and make some content with. And that's a good game for Joseph Talamayan. As we now are down to 97 players, 71 get into the money, 26 more players till we are in the money. Of course, we are watching day 2 of the main event at APT Phu Quoc. Today we're going to be playing down to 48 players, or the end of level 20, whichever comes first. Shout out to Kayla dealing.
You mentioned Joseph bringing his family, Greg. That really is the beauty of Phu Quoc. I've just had about a day or so to explore this place, and these resorts right next to each other. I mean, you're within walking distance of a casino and an amusement park.
And a safari.
And a safari. Such a rare combination. Such a great eclectic mix for the family to come to, and if you have any kids, or in general, maybe if your wife or partner is not that into poker.
Yeah,
there's plenty to do around.
If you want to be a poker degenerate, Phu Quoc's the best place to bring if you got a family.
Maybe your husband isn't into poker, and then there's like all kinds of other casino games they can go to, or enjoy a safari.
Go to the safari. Go to the Vin Oasis amusement park, or check out Grand World right next to the resort.
Or just a beautiful beach as well. There's always the beach.
Or just, stay in the hotel, order room service. That's also a nice treat.
I did have some room service pho yesterday. Pretty good.
Oh, let's go. King Jack offsuit here by Deepak Batra of India in the +1 position. Everybody kind of picking up peanuts here. Monica with the suited gapper. Suited gappers are my vice.
Yeah.
So for some people, it's cigarettes. Some people, it's alcohol. For me, it's suited gappers.
They are indeed addictive.
Because I keep thinking, like, if I hit my straight, they'll never know. They'll never see it coming.
Well, Monica showed some discipline there.
Yes. And that is why she's at the feature table and I am behind the microphone.
Deepak, by the way, I don't know if you had a chance to mention Greg. I'm familiar with Deepak Botra on the Indian scene. An absolute crusher. Somewhat famous for going to one of the top business schools in the country and essentially giving it all up to follow his dream. I think he did graduate and set up some sort of a business, but after that he followed his dream to play poker, and that's easier said than done in a country like India. A lot of Asian countries have this dynamic, you might be familiar, but a lot of pressure from your parents and your partner sometimes to not pursue this sort of renegade career that is being a poker professional. And Deepak, a very smart guy, made the decision to do so. Clearly a plus EV decision. He's just been crushing it since then.
It's so commendable. Just seeing anyone like follow the dreams, and set goals, ambitions, and just going, excuse the pun, all in on them and being just fully committing.
And convincing your near and dear ones into your dream.
And sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can't convince them, and it's a sacrifice you have to make. So much respect hearing about that story. And not even just, even in North America, there's still so much stigma about poker as a career. So like you said, I can't imagine what that stigma is like in more, perhaps more traditional countries.
I might be, speaking out of turn or projecting from a small sample size here, but I've also found that a lot of people are sort of suppressing their dreams, no matter what they are. Not just poker, but a lot of people are living risk-averse lives. And so when they do hear about somebody just going for it, they tend to use any opportunity to shoot them down. It's almost like an unsaid resentment. And I just remember when Black Friday happened in the United States, and a lot of poker professionals essentially lost their careers. A lot of people outside of poker were like, aha, I told you so. I told you this is not sustainable. And the good thing is here we are about 12 years later, and the poker industry is back.
Booming, better than ever. And running hot here at the APT in Phu Quoc. Something I'll add, first off, let's focus on this hand. Oh, makes the call. 8-6 suited raise by Monica, and then a very short jam by Jan. Oh, pardon, it was a fold. Or a call? It's a call. Very short raise there. I'm just going to make the call here. And so 8-6 suited versus Ace-King. Jan's tournament life in danger here with big slick. And it's going to slick big here. Needs to find that ace or a king. Does still have 2 overs. Some backdoor straights as Monica makes the pair with a pair of 6s. Needs to find an ace or a king on the river to stay alive for Jan.
Or a 9.
Or a 9. And that's going to be trips there for Monica. And it's going to be a good game for Jan Paredes. To go back to that point about pursuing one's dreams, a lot of people don't pursue it, and sometimes they may project. But also, I think it's also worth acknowledging, like, some people don't have that bankroll to pursue dreams as well. People, I think I've been on the case, I've been very fortunate to be able to pursue a life in like the arts and theater and the poker and the poker world. Yeah, but some people just don't have the resources, and sometimes they have dependents that need to, and so sometimes dreams have to go on the shelf. But regardless, not an excuse to shoot down other people's dreams, of course.
If there's anything I've learned from poker, and for better or worse, most of my life lessons come from poker.
Yes.
And you play the hand you're dealt, isn't it?
I guess so.
And that's really about it. So it's about maximizing whatever situation you're in and combining that with whatever dreams you might have. In fact, the reason I know a little bit about Deepak is because there was a write-up in one of the premier poker blogs in India about him. And I think I do remember him talking about how he really waited to build up his bankroll to make sure the opportunity cost makes sense. And like I said, bring all his family members and perhaps his wife on board. He did qualify as an accountant, so certainly the kind of skills you can use while racking up some chips.
Yeah, you did mention business school, and I find like poker definitely does attract attract that side of you know.
And when I say top business school in India, you better believe there's a lot of competition, Greg, because there's a lot of people in India.
Well, incredible, and what a after hearing that story, what a privilege to have him here on our feature table. I've noticed him from day one. Day one, I noticed he has a very stoic demeanor, and definitely here to make some money moves, and hopefully he can do that today in our main event. Again, folks, you're watching day 2 main event APT Phu Quoc.
Well, he's closer than he ever has been, at least to making the money, because I just noticed on the screen right there, Greg, about 94 players left, a big drop all of a sudden. We're really getting into the end zone here when it comes to making the money. 71 places paid. About 20 or so players are not going to make the money, and everybody's trying not to be one of those 20.
Absolutely. The pressure to get into the money is immense, and it's no exception to our players here at the feature table. Some monster stacks, of course. And Deepak Bothra with 51 big blinds, sitting quite comfortably. Of course, can't mention big stacks without mentioning Roman of the Czech Republic with like 700,000 in chips. But 2 middling stacks here. Larger stacks here. Going into a flop. +1 versus big blinds. Flop comes 8-6-4. 2 spades. Deepak still ahead with the pair of deuces, but definitely not feeling good with 3 overcards. Checks our pre-flop aggressor David, who decides to check back. Does have some showdown with ace. Ace high. With the 2 overs. Does hit one of the overs now. Does bring in the front door flush. Deepak trying to realize his equity.
There's not too many flops you're happy with when you have deuces. 8-6-4 is closer to being one of them. The 9, of course, hit David smack with top pair, but Deepak doesn't know that and might be contemplating actually looking David up.
Absolutely. I can imagine David doing this with single spade holdings. Maybe single 5x or 7x for straight draws.
Even something like Queen Jack, 2 overs and a straight draw, it's almost like you want to charge all the draws that Deepak can have, not to mention get all the random hands in the big blind to fold.
And Deepak going to make the call here, needs to find a deuce. Does not find it, but does bring 4 spades to the board. Neither player holding a spade. David making 2 pair here. But with the 4 spades, not gonna just elect to check it back, and it's gonna take down this pot with 2 pair aces and 9s. 8 kicker as deuces hit the muck, and that's gonna be a nice pot there for David Spade Erikiaga. Of the Philippines, 93 players left remaining, 22 more players till we are in the money. Level 15 now, 2.85 billion VND or 120 USD up top, grand prize. Life-changing money here, folks. 1 seat open here at our featured table. Looking forward to seeing that getting filled.
Players actively listening to the announcements, but I think the number that matters right now is 15 minutes to the next break. Getting so close to the money, the break is going to be a welcome reprieve from the tension.
Absolutely. The mental exhaustion it takes to play poker for multiple days in a row is something I think I'm fortunate enough to not have experienced quite yet. Yes, have I played poker many days in a row? Sure, I have. Have I played a multi-day tournament yet? No, I have not. So I cannot imagine the exhaustion.
You know, I have, and what's really funny is the night before you're coming into something like day 2 where you're going to make the money. It just depends on what your stack size is. I mean, you can be super relaxed if you have a big stack size. But then if you're in the 10 to 15 big blind range where you're maybe not as studied, but you know you're going to have to make some moves, make some light jams. I hate that because that means like maybe I should be studying. And at the same time, that's the last thing you want to do. You want your head to be clear. You don't want to, you know, prepare for the test an hour before, that kind of a thing. So people approach it differently.
Yeah, and my learning curve with tournaments has been, it's so wild because like it's so relatable what you just said. It's like, okay, I studied this spot, great, fantastic, wonderful, awesome, I feel empowered. I get to the table, I start playing, and then I'm in a different spot. I'm like, what am I supposed to do here? But we're going to see, I don't have to worry about that. This is what the players have to worry about. As we see a flop of 9-8-7-2 diamonds, everybody kind of whiffing here. Got Queen Jack on Queen Jack violence versus 4-3 offsuit. Looks like it was a single raise pot cut off cutoff raise versus call by small blind and the big blind. Queen Jack still ahead here.
Here we play the game of who wants it more, and I think I know the answer, which is Roman. When you have 710k chips, you're the pre-flop aggressor.
In position.
In position, and you do flop a draw to the absolute nuts.
Oh, does it like to check it back here? Multi-way. Wants to see what they do for another street in position. As the turn comes the ace of hearts now. Nobody improving.
Does the 4-3 want it the most?
Yeah, it's
Now
one
he
of those,
checks.
one of those first to bet, first to get spots. Been checked to twice now, multi-way. In position for Roman. Nowhere at risk of busting. Contemplating a bet here, maybe a little stab. Doesn't block backdoor hearts. Going to check back. Does have the 2 overs and the gutter as the river brings a king of clubs. Again, changes nothing. Queen high still the best hand here.
I'm a bit surprised, Greg, simply because when you do raise pre-flop, check the flop, and then an ace comes on the turn, it's almost like a mandatory thing that you have to represent the ace. Now, of course, the board is super wet, and pretty much Roman doesn't want to get blown off the hand because he does have a lot of equity with the Queen Jack there on the turn. As it happens, he's actually chopping and winning this hand along with Deepak Bothra. But does he know it? And if he does not, does he want to do anything about it and try to essentially bluff with the best hand? And that's exactly what he's going to do.
Here we go. Got checked to thrice with the Queen high. Thinking maybe he can get some small pocket pairs to fold. Some 7Xs. Some 8Xs perhaps. Gonna put on the pressure here and try to bluff Deepak off a chop, and off a chop bluff he does.
Very exploitable bet by Roman, as they say. By exploitable, I mean there's not a hand that really this makes sense with, where you cannot essentially raise and blow him off the hand. And yet Roman is willing to do it. Of course, he thinks he's bluffing. Is An catching on to what's going on here?
We have seen Chow here play very aggressively. We did see him re-raise flop versus Monica's C-bet. With only backdoor straights, with only a backdoor straight. But does it like to make the fold here? I got some new players. Looks like Hayato Kitajima has just joined in seat 1. Welcome, welcome. Very colorful hoodie, jacket there. Love to see it. Very aesthetic. Replacing yet another very colorful player at our table who was here earlier on in our day 2, max late regging into day 2. Of course, I'm talking about the legend, Elky.
Mr. Elky himself.
Bertrand Gospelier.
I see our new player is trying to live up to Elky's wardrobe with his multicolored jacket. It's difficult to go all the way Elky does, of course.
Monica electing not to stay loose, play 7 deuce. I'm disappointed. 5-4 suited hits the muck. Roman, chip leader extraordinaire, 741k in chips. Makes the fold, and Dennis here has been playing a very stoic and patient game. Hasn't gotten to the mix too much. Has had to play a little bit more conservatively as a smaller / middling stack, but has done a really great job navigating closer and closer to the money. Representing Russia. Playing very horosho, if you will. Deepak Bothra, ace-king of diamonds. Now on the button versus the cutoff raise.
Seeing a lot of shout-outs to Monica, by the way, in the chat.
Hashtag Team Monia. Let's go Monica. Monica, of course. The soul lady at the table. An extraordinarily great content creator and ambassador for the game. If you can check her out on your YouTube channel at Hey Monia. Like and subscribe. Jack a king off for a Cao Nhok An Vietnam in the small blind versus a raise and a 3-bet.
Deepak took his time with that 3-bet, certainly exuding some strength. Not from a timing tell per se, he certainly could be bluffing, but if and when it gets around to the Jack 8 suited, it'll be all the easier to find the fold, probably.
Now back to Dennis, Jack 8 suited versus the 3-bet by the button.
Dennis has been slightly caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He must be tempted with the pot odds on offer, but with a stack of under 100k, 18k is a decent amount of change to commit with a speculative hand. And his facial expressions seem to echo what I'm saying. He's like, well, I am getting a price.
But is the price right?
I find players tend not to give off tells like this if they're going to be playing the hand, so not surprised to see the fold there.
Absolutely. And I loved tuning into what you're talking about with Mr. Kilbane earlier about live tells and how much they play an effect in as a player and now also as a commentator, trying to pick up on some patterns as well, as we of course have access to the whole cards. 91 players left remaining, 20 left in the money of day 2 of the main event here at APT Phu Quoc. Folks, we're getting so close. You're not going to want to miss this. And if you can't make it out to our series, there are 3 days left. If you want to learn more about it, theasianpokertour.com. We are going to be in Taipei, Taiwan for the biggest APT event and series of APT history. Taipei, yes, that's going to start late April, 3 weeks away. And you can learn more about that at theasianpokertour.com. Additionally, Natural 8 has some very plus EV satellites that you can join to get into the main event of the APT Taipei. 30 million Taiwan dollars guaranteed. I believe that's 1 million. 1 million USD? It's a lot of money. And the tickets to get into it are $1,650 but you can satellite in for as little as $3 on Natural 8, courtesy of Natural 8, and you can learn more about that at natural8.com.
That is so amazing, the $3 satellite. I'm really rooting for the new Chris Moneymaker effect in Asia. If somebody satties in and goes really deep. Not to mention, you mentioned how it's one of the biggest and maybe the biggest Asian poker festival of all time, certainly in Asia's biggest poker room. If you, our viewer, has been kind enough to be watching our stream during the breaks as well, I have loved the package that we've put together with Ray Chu exploring Taipei, and it looks like an amazing place. Amazing street food destination, absolutely a big cultural hub. So if you want to maybe plan your next vacation around poker, Taipei seems like the place to do it.
Amazing. Are you going to be there?
I will certainly try.
Amazing. And I will be there, so if you want to hang out with Vidar and me, go to www.theasianpokertour.com. Let's hang out. Let's be buddies. Hey, maybe I can snag you a pair of all-in glasses.
I'm a great drinking buddy to anybody who's interested in hanging out with me.
Let's go.
In Vietnam or Taipei.
Chow with ace-10 offsuit on the cutoff here. 63 big blinds, a great addition to this table. Bringing in the action, Dave Speed, Eric Iaga folding on the button. Him, of course, being a very decorated player from the Philippines. Monica, 7-3 suited, puppy feet edition. Hits the muck. Hayato, 6-4 suited, also puppy feet edition. And by that, I mean clubs, of course. Going to make the call on the big blind special now. So we're going to see a heads up to a flop. Big blind versus cutoff. Ace-10 off versus 6-4 suited. As flop comes, Jack, Queen, 5, Rainbow. Gut shot, ace high is ahead for Chow. Does have the gut shot for Broadway. Needs a king to make that straight. And Kitajima sitting on 6 high. And backdoor flush, backdoor straight draws.
Easy continue there with the ace-10. You have the outs to essentially the nuts with Broadway. You are likely to have the best hand. Gets the fold.
Automatic win. 4 minutes left till our next break. 2.85 billion VND up top again. That's about 120,000 US dollars. As we take a look at our chip counts here, Roman still dominating this table. Table captain, if you will, 741,000. Lots of middling stacks, 40/50 big blind range.
No short stack really. 25 big blinds is a very healthy stack. Just goes to show that the structure and the slow blind increment of this tournament is really to the benefit of everyone. There's just a lot of poker to play.
Yeah, lots of poker to play, and doesn't just feel like bingo when you're playing like a 10-minute, 15-minute turbo, which we do have because we got a little something for everyone. But if more of that, you know.
Who doesn't like some bingo once in a while?
Bingo once in a while is good. You know, bingo's good after, you know, let's say maybe you bust the, the long structure events.
Exactly. But for the main event, you want the best poker possible.
Of course, of course. Exercise that skill edge that you have as much as possible. And some skill we're seeing here. Deepak opening, Queen 10 suited, fine open on the +1. Monica on the button, Queen 3 suited versus the early position open. Oh, pardon me, David Spade with A6 suited. Gonna make the call. And now, Monica, next to act on the button, best position at the table. Gonna make the fold as we get down to the blinds. I see one fold, I see two folds.
You're like
we're seeing a 3-bet. Pardon me, I'm like an auctioneer, aren't I?
Yeah. It's like, what painting am I buying here? I felt rich all of a sudden.
I see a 3-bet of 25.5K. Do I see a call? 70.5 more to call. 70.5.
Gentleman in the hoodie.
Gentleman in the hoodie. And it's going to make the call.
We're in for a big pot here. A lot of chips flying in pre-flop itself. Reasonable defense there to the 3-bet. Deepak Bothra. Queen 10 suited is just very pretty. All kinds of combos you can hit. And of course, top pair is not a bad combo to hit as well.
Not bad at all. Top pair, go from there. Deepak, pre-flop aggressor, single raise pot. Going to check the queen. Action now on David Spade here.
Well, we talked about Hayato's floral attire as an homage to Elki, but look at those tattoos, Greg.
Yes, floral tattoos by David Spade Arkeaga. Wow, this is why Elki is an ambassador of poker. In the one day he's here in Phu Quoc, he's already influenced everybody at our table.
He may be busted, but his aura remains.
Yes, his his aesthetic lives on in the other players. And we're going to see a bet here by David Spade Arkeaga with ace high. And a backdoor nut flush draw.
Very reasonable continuation bet. Sizing is great as well. Queen 5-5 is about as dry as the board gets. David would of course love to end the hand here, but Deepak's not going anywhere with top pair.
And if I may make a slight correction, I believe it was Deepak Bothra who was the pre-flop aggressor, opted not to c-bet, allowed Dave Spade to take a stab in position.
Deepak, I believe, called the 3-bet.
Oh, it was a 3-bet. It was a 3-bet. You're so right.
A6 suited is definitely a 3-bet candidate. Suited aces, especially suited low aces. You see a lot of 3-bets. And Deepak, of course, is not going anywhere with top pair. He's essentially just holding on for his dear life here because David can have a better queen. And of course, kings and aces as well.
Absolutely. And you know what? That's indicative of my leak in my own game because I don't 3-bet my suited aces enough.
I remember this era in poker where everybody was 3-betting and 4-betting and 5-betting their suited aces. I call that the Vanessa Selbst era.
Oh, yes. There was the infamous hand. What was it? Jack 6 suited versus aces? Something like that. Oh, we've all been there. You can't play poker without a little bit of punting. All right. So checks again to our pre-flop raiser. The 3-better. Does not pick up any additional equity with the 7 of hearts on the turn, but he does have the massive range advantage here. All the overpairs, aces, kings.
A huge bet, by the way. David is telling a story, and he's telling it convincingly. After all, he did 3-bet an early position opener. He then followed up with a decently sized continuation bet. And when he faced resistance, it's almost like he's perfectly wanting to set up for a river jam. Deepak is in a tough position.
Wow. Did he say all in?
Wow.
What a sick read by Deepak. Sick read. And a great point that Henry brought up as well, and a snap muck there, but a great point that Henry brought up as well was that the idea of, you know, when we see someone make something that what we see as an unconventional play in our very myopic view of the hand, and from just, you know, our little lens, there's a lot of things that we aren't considering as well.
Well, I mean, that was such a
history and the gameplay over multiple days.
That had to be a part of the factor that made Deepak made that play. I mean, how 100%. Did he know? How do these sickos know? When I look at games, hands like this, I think the same thing Henry thinks. I'd be out of the tournament right there. So here we are. We're coming along nicely with our day 2. We have just over 90 players left, which means we're very, very close to the money. This is where the action gets really exciting, Greg.
Oh,
I mean, I am super excited to see what happens next. And if you're supporting anyone or supporting maybe a country or a contingent, make sure you stick around and join us back at the APT main event in Phu Quoc, where we play down to In the Money.
That's right. And now we're going to take a little 15-minute break. But when we come back, yes, we are going to be playing Into the Money, the most exciting part of day 2. If you're already watching, there's no reason for you to leave now. So we'll be right back in 15 minutes. And while we're gone, please enjoy this following footage. Again, I'm Greg Goes All In, and this is my colleague, esteemed colleague, Vidar Singhal.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Dan Shui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the Day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online Day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event Day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on Day 1. And lastly, Step 3. Jump straight into Day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online Day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So Lee Son, one of the middling stacks, has opened from under the gun end, the short stack. Peter Rudnev, shortest by a huge margin, playing just 6.5 bigs. has a mountain to climb in front of him if he is to emerge victorious at this APT Hanoi main event final table. Top prize of over $127,000. Lee Son does put him all in, and Peter Rudnev obviously happy to oblige and make the call. Some of the best news he could have seen, that he is at least flipping against Lee Son. No help on the 9-9-8 board. Gonna need an ace or a queen only. King of hearts, no dice. 4 outs once for the Russian. Ace of hearts. Corner pocket. Rudnev gets the double. So the Swiss player, Yves Thalmann, kicking things off with a raise from the cutoff, does have the goods. Opening off of a very shallow stack, sub 15. Quoc to Pham, 1 seat over. Looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Wants to try and apply pressure to the shorter stack deep in the APT Hanoi main event. We are down to the final few tables. Really abusing his position on Ives. Still got kings, Ives, and they are good. 4-1 favorite to double up here. And the crazy thing is that I feel like Quoc has kind of priced himself in a little bit here, as Ives does announce himself. Local Vietnamese player gonna ask for a count. Only has to call an additional 225k. There's 740 in the middle. Just has to hope that he's up against a hand like ace king, ace queen. Some suited broadways. Obviously see he's in really rough shape as he does make the call. So cards on their backs. He gets shown the kings. The tables, the deuces. 5 to come. Deuce in the window. Daily quads for the local Vietnamese player. Has Ives drawing to running kings only, as the queen of diamonds leaves him dead on the turn. So death by quads deep in the APT Hanoi main event. Yves Thalmann did nothing wrong. Got his final 15 bigs in with the kings, but flopped quads for the local Vietnamese hero. So Nguyen Doi An on the button with ace 7-0. Started things off around 50 big blinds effective deep into the APT Hanoi main event. Tournament chip leader Gurman Bukharov. Good to defend from the big blind. Does have the local Vietnamese player covered. 175k in the middle. And well, how about that for a flop? Ace, queen, jack, 2 spades. Gurman Bukharov has flopped Broadway. More importantly, a very aggressive Nguyen Doi An has flopped top pair on a board texture that could really get spicy. It's going to continue. Just shy of third pot, 60k into 175. Question is, does Gurman Bukharov want to apply the pressure right here, right now? He is reaching for raising chips. Looks like 185,000. Just north of 3x. Really interesting spot for Nguyen, obviously. Bottom v big blind. Gonna have wider ranges than normal. He knows that Gurman's good enough to have gut shots. Have hands like Queen 10, King 7 of spades. Any suited King X, basically. Any suited 10x. 4 diamonds on the turn. Disastrous turn card for Nguyen. He's gonna have the best hand a lot of the time. It's a real setup deep into the main event here. German setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.6 by betting 350,000 into 545,000. Already more than average in the pot, 895k in the middle. Can understand the quick call from Win. He's going to pray for some spade or straightening card to roll off. The 7 of hearts, giving Win 2 pair. Now beating some value as well. Hands like Queen Jack. He knows German is good enough to triple off with a bluff here. King 8, King 9, King 6 suited, 10-9, 10-8. All of those hands that would want to apply max pressure. It's the only player at the table that has Win covered. Deep into the APT Hanoi main event, over 120,000 up top. 1.2 million in the middle. Win with just 860,000 behind. Gutterman set up the river jam perfectly, and he does announce himself. Action back on the local Vietnamese player. You can see the discomfort. You can see the discomfort in Win. He knows Gutterman can have bluffs here. I just don't think he can get away from this. I don't think he can. There's just too many bluff combos, and even beating some value, like I said, Queen Jack, throws in all the time bank extensions, pained by this decision. Does make the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news. Gutterman flopped the nut straight. Maybe there was a world where Win could have got away from it on the river had the 7 of hearts not rolled off, but rivering 2 pair, and he was one of the contenders to potentially win this main event, now exiting before the final table, and Gutterman Bukharov extends his chip lead at the APT Hanoi main event with this classic cooler.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Here we are. Welcome back to the APT main event, day 2. I am Vidar Singhal, and I am here with my co-commentator, co-host, Mr. Greg Goes All In, as he's called. Here we are, back to the action. Very welcome if you're joining us now, but if you've been with us throughout, you know the day has been going very, very wild in some instances, but it's going to get crazier still, because here we are, just about 85 players left, Greg.
That's
71
right.
Make the money. This is it. It's all to play for. It's crunch time. What are you excited about?
Money. in the money, getting into it. We're about to do it. It's the most exciting part of day 2. So if you're tuning in right now, lucky you, you're running super well. Again, you're watching day 2 of the main event here at APT Phu Quoc, and it's going to be an exceptional time. The feature tables we've seen so far, we had Elke on the table, we had Heymoni on the table, we got some incredible crushers, we got some of the Filipino legends here, Dave Spade, Flo Campamanias was in this as well. Just wow, this is insane, and I'm sure this is going to be an exceptional feature table. Once again, especially we get closer and closer to the bubble.
Well, we'll tell you all about the players. Let's cut right to the action. But let's not forget what we're really playing for here. Today, of course, at this tournament, over 120,000 US dollars. That's 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong. It's fun to be a billionaire. It's certainly fun to win 2.85 billion. That's life-changing scores.
You can see it right up there. It just changed. But even at 10th to 11th place, 213 million. Even the min cash is 56 million. Wow. And folks, that's a big part about what I love being in Vietnam, is that if you cash in any of the APT events, you're a millionaire. Who wants to be a millionaire? Yes, you do. So make sure you come in and join us at our APT events. Of course, we're going to be Phu Quoc until April 2nd. If that's a little too short notice, I understand. But you can join us in Taipei, Taiwan. We'll be there in 3 weeks. If you want to learn more about that, please go to theasianpokertour.com. And as we get right back into another hand here.
As you mentioned, a lot of crushers on the table. We're looking at a few on the screen right now. Deepak Botra from India, another one of those crushers. Hayato, a newer entrant on the table, hasn't really made a mark, so to speak, in terms of the hands. He has made a mark in terms of fashion, Greg, as we talked about his beautiful multicolored jacket, or is that a hoodie maybe?
Love to see it. I love it when, I love just seeing very colorful players and personalities at the poker table, something I identified in the poker world as I came to fame as a poker meme lord on YouTube. It's just that sometimes we take poker a little too serious, too much about GTO, about ICM, sometimes poker can just be having fun with friends, and if it's an excuse to dress up, why not? As we can see here, Dave Spade Erquiaga.
I spot the Joker on his right arm right there. Look
exactly what I said. Why so serious? Right? King Queen offsuit for Dave Spade Erquiaga from the Philippines. King Queen, one of my favorite hands because it's also known as Beauty and the Beast, which gives me an excuse to break out into song. Tale as old as time, true as it can be. Folds around now to ace-jack, blackjack on the small blind. Great hand in blackjack. Pretty good hand in poker as well. And we will see what Dennis does here with 17 big blinds versus the +1 open with ace-jack offsuit.
Dennis has to be contemplating just going over the top and jamming it in. That being said, the open was from early position, and Dennis actually finds a fold with ace-jack small blind. Very snug tight play.
20 people away from the money with, 17 big blinds, you could survive your way into the money for sure. Gonna find a better spot. And looks like Beauty and the Beast is going to take this down. Let's take a look at our chip counts here, get a good idea of what's happening at our tables. Mostly middling stacks at our feature table here, sitting sub 40 big blinds. Our shortest stack being Dennis from Russia of 17 big blinds, so no super short stacks. Another notable player here is we have Monica. You can see at the top right of the screen. Her YouTube channel name is Heymonia. She's an excellent content creator and streamer, an ambassador for the game, so check her out. Another interesting social dynamic we have here at this table is that her partner and boyfriend is here at this table, Roman from Czech Republic, currently chip leading at the table with 700,000 in chips. Chip leading this table, probably also chip leading the whole tournament.
Chip leading is an understatement there, Greg. We saw the chip count. He has at least 2x of the next biggest chip stack. 150 or so blinds, 146 there we see it. 731k is an absolute monster stack to have with 5,000 in big blinds. He is certainly gearing up to make the most of his big stack because, of course, as we approach the money bubble, 89 or so players left, 71 get paid. That's when you really put your big stack to work, put a lot of pressure on the smaller stacks, which we just observed with Dennis. And am I seeing this correctly?
Yes.
He's now gone all in with pocket eights.
Yep. You know what? If you're going to go all in with a pocket pair in Asia, it's going to be pocket eights. Eight's a very auspicious number, at least for the... Oh, wow. And those outs are blocking some outs there. And this is going to be a great spot for Dennis to double up. But is risking his tournament life. Oh, and we just got foldy folds. Nice. A great result here for Dennis. Chipping up as we get closer to the money. 89 players left remaining. 71's walking away with money. 18 people need to go. And then we'll be left with 71 very happy people. And of course, we're going to be playing down to one very happy person who's going to be walking away with 2.85 billion VND.
For all the viewers who've been with us for a while on the stream, I do want to update you that we're going to have a longer dinner break coming up in about 55 minutes, so after this level. So if you've been hanging around with us and are just waiting to take a break yourself from all the juicy action, that's your time to take a break as well, and thank you so much for being with us along for the journey. I've been absolutely loving it, Greg. I'm here for, number one, the poker. I love watching the poker. But it's great to see a few more things. I would shout out that diversity we've seen on every table. At least 5 to 6 different nationalities represented amongst just 8 players on every feature table that we've had so far. And of course the characters and the colorful attire that just is emblematic of the personalities we have here.
Absolutely. Like we like to say, the Asian Poker Tour is so much more than poker. Diversity, of course, plays a big part of it. Some series would call them the World Series, but I would argue that this represents more diversity in the world than any other series. I love to see it. I've seen some Americans here, even some Canadians out here. But definitely we got players from all over the world making out to the Asian Poker Tour. And if you want to come out here as well, yes, you can. 3 more days, April 2nd, running till April 2nd. And if that's too short notice, you can see us in Taipei. I came all the way from Canada, so you have 0 excuses. We're going to see a hand here. And the hand is over. All right, let's move on to the next one. I'm going to be shortly making my departure soon because they need me on the floor to make some content. That's my other sub job here. When I'm not commentating, I'm doing what I do best, making some content about poker. But I will be replaced by my esteemed colleague, the legendary Henry Kilbane, who's coming in now? Later? 2 minutes? He needs a couple more minutes? 3 more minutes? I leave it to you. 3 minutes? All right. 2 more hands. All right. Let's make these 2 hands count, Vitter.
We certainly will, or we certainly will try. Now, you're going to be out on the floor during the bubble time, which is certainly the tensest time of a tournament. I mean, all these players have put in 2 days of hard work, maybe flown in from somewhere. This is what it all comes down to. So how do you really try to capture that tension, Greg? Like, what are you looking for in terms of the players who are wearing their emotions on their sleeves, or?
You have to approach it very delicately. Like as much of as a poker meme lord as I am, and a big part of me is my branding is to not take things too seriously. There is a certain deference I must give when I'm running around with a camera and putting microphones in people's faces. I need to read the room. Did they just lose a big hand? Do they not want to be on camera right now? And that is especially evident and relevant when we are close to such big money pay jumps or just getting into the money. Another logistical challenge I will face is finding the table that has the bubble, the person bubbles at, because there's 70 players, 71 players going to be left, so there's like 8 or 9 different tables I have to monitor.
Yep.
And I have to my camera, Christy, the camera guy, and I have to make sure we find that moment. So lots of things coming into play. Being a poker meme lord isn't as easy as it seems, but I'm trying my best.
Meanwhile, back to the action. Monica has shown what aggression can do in poker by essentially going all in and putting Dennis to the test. Dennis, of course, could not really call it off with that suited king there, so he ends up still becoming the shortest stack, 20 big blinds, 101k. Certainly enough to really take your time and pick your spots. 20 big blinds is a very, very comfortable stack in tournament poker. Once again, a shout out to the great structure we have here, because we don't really see any crazy short stacks, at least on the feature table. Once you're out there, Greg, I'm sure you'll be hunting to see who has those short stacks, so you can, so you can at least follow them along as they head towards the bubble and see what they do with it.
My goal is basically just when I start seeing people stand up and start, there's a buzz in the air, I just gravitate towards that area, and that's probably where something exciting is happening.
And in case any viewer has never been to a live tournament, or certainly not one at the scale of the APT main event, really what happens close to the bubble is we end up with hand-to-hand play, so that we know exactly who is going to be the last person eliminated out of the money. And that's when things get really exciting, because as soon as somebody's all in, the rest of the field is just on their toes, trying to look at the table, trying to influence the action even though they cannot, and hope that they all get in the money by what they call anti-railing, essentially hoping that the player busts.
Yep, absolutely. Can't just tank your way into the money, and that's the purpose of hand-for-hand action. Check it out here. We've got a hand, and now we don't. Raise and a fold. And Hayato picking up queens. A new energy at this table. Hasn't got too much to the mix. Patiently waiting for the right time to strike. I can see Mr. Henry Kilbane coming over to the commentator desk. So, folks, this is where I will say goodbye and leave you in the very capable hands of Vitor Single and Henry Kilbane. I'm Greg Goes All In. I'll catch you later on the floor. You'll see me running around in the background. And please enjoy the rest of the Day 2 main event here at APT Phu Quoc. Stay loose, play 7 deuce. Bye.
Stay loose, play 7 deuce, says Greg Goes All In. Entertaining as always. Thanks so much, Greg. We're going to be joined by Henry Kilbane in a minute. In the meanwhile, let's just think about the situation here. Under 90 players left. 15 or 16 players are going to get eliminated with no money. The rest of them are going to be in the money with, I believe the min cash is something to the tune of 58 million or so. That's a decent return on your 33 million buy-in right there, not to mention the ability to play for all of it. Over 120,000 US dollars to the ultimate champion of the APT main event. And here I am joined by Henry Kilbane back in the booth. Henry, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I went to get some food, went for a little walk, did some little meditation, you know, just try and get the energy levels reset. And yeah, man, we're back for the grind. I mean, we've got a good, 5 hours at least, I would say, of poker ahead of us. It does include the hour-long dinner break, which is at the end of this level. But for now, I mean, I'm coming back and seeing that Roman hasn't really budged too much, still nursing that 750-ish K stack, more than 3 times average as things stand, which is
absolutely a monster stack. He has his next competitor, which is Deepak Bothra, on the table, covered more than 2 times over. So a lot of comfort. We did see him get a little bit loose. He called off a river bet, a hero call with ace high, ace queen high, and he ended up being wrong. And ever since then, he's become snug, and he hasn't really let his stack get dented further. Okay. Of course, that dent was barely noticeable on his 800K stack at the time.
Okay, so he's given some back. You know, he's playing the part of being a good community member, letting everyone else think that they stand a chance when, you know, in his mind, he's going to do his best to close this out. A little blind v blind confrontation on our hands. King 4-0, potential 3-bet spot from the big. Nice hand to do it with, you know, blocking top of range.
Hayato, by the way, has been a solid presence on the table so far after joining in late. And here, of course, he does have a hand. He has taken the seat and the spirit of Elki, as we're calling it, with his colorful attire.
Yeah, I can see it. Love to see it. And tell you what else we love. Aggression being displayed. We can see this not likely to work out for Roman. Action back on Hayato. Few options on the table, right, Vidor? I mean, you're comfortably going to make your way into the money if you preserve this 48 big blind stack. Do you want to peel out of position in a 3-bet pot against a very aggressive Roman? Or do you want to announce yourself here, get some protection from the overcards, from the King 4s, the Ace 4s, the Ace 5s that are trying to apply max pressure pre?
Yeah, I couldn't really have guessed which of those options Hayato would choose. And in fact, I certainly don't know yet, because he could be cutting out raising chips still. We did see a very uncanny jam from Deepak Bothra earlier. Basically, this table is not afraid to put their tournament life at risk if they really feel like they're in the best position to maximize a hand, and that's exactly what we see here from Hayato.
Looks like it's just shy of 100K.
Maybe against a random player, Hayato might have wanted to peel, maybe take the low variance route. In this case, you did get raised small blind versus big blind against the biggest stack on the table, the chip leader by far. That means that their range is going to be a lot wider than the usual suspects. So Hayato catching on to all of that, making a perfectly timed raise. It's very likely to just take it all down right here.
Yeah, one would assume 149K in the middle. Like you mentioned, Vidor, just very opponent-based decision here to 4-bet maybe a hand, like you mentioned, that would just flat call. Nice little pickup there for the Japanese player. Roman dropping down to sub 700k, still overwhelming chip lead at this feature, but a couple of what sounds like a hero call didn't go right, and now some pre-flop aggression not going his way. You can see average stack is 247,000, so Roman's still more than 2.5 times average closing in on the money bubble.
That's about 50 big blinds in an average stack, which is pretty good. Simply means there's a lot of play left. I was talking to Ray outside, and he seems pretty confident that the bubble will only be hit after the dinner break.
Yes.
Which makes a lot of sense. We're about 40 minutes away from the dinner break. Always interesting to draw the line in the sand when you have the chip leader on your left. You know, it's arguably the worst spot to be in, considering you have the absolute monster, perhaps tournament chip leader, right on your left. So you have to be a bit snug. But when you find a hand in the small blind, another sort of meta leveling reason to 4-bet the 9s there is to just say, hey, you can't push me around. I'm going to be fighting back. So next time you want to 3-bet, you might want to think twice about it. Here we see a player, and when I say see, I don't know that we really can see them. The mask is on, the shades are on, the hoodie's on. No tells of that attire for sure.
Oh, what an annoying spot for Dennis from the big blind. This is a +1 open. You're like 15 away from the money. You know, against the perceived +1 range, you probably don't have much fold equity. We can see that he actually does. He's come up against one of the hands that would fold, but opting to take the passive route, and I can't say I blame him.
Some interesting context here, Henry. Right before you joined the booth, we had an open earliest position, excuse me. King-Queen, I believe the open was, and Dennis had Ace-Jack offsuit in the small blind, and very calmly just open folded. Did not even consider 17 big blind stack at the time as well. Here he has been somewhat rewarded for actually peeling the flop. Ace-7-6 on the board, 2 hearts. I'm not hating his hand too much with Ace-8.
No, 100%, especially against the big blind defending range as well. Really wonderful development so far for Dennis. A few options on the table as always, you know, from the big. He is going to have a bunch of straight draws, gut shots, flush draws. I think on an ace-high board texture against a +1 open, we don't get to do too much raising, and he does just opt to check call with a very disguised ace-jack. 42k in the middle, 78.5k behind, SPR less than 2 as well. I mean,
what a great card for Dennis. I mean, come on. A lot of players might be confused looking at the flat call because after all, you might want to end the hand, as you might say. You might want to even get value from weaker aces. But really, you want to keep your opponent's bluffs still in the mix. So if An was bluffing with, say, something like a king-queen or even just a random Broadway hand, you want that hand to stay and be able to bluff the turn. As it happens, An had an ace as well. The case ace comes out on the turn, and Dennis is looking at a pretty nice double-up situation here, unless, of course, there's some chop-outs with the 7s and 6s, or, of course, the Miracle 8 can still hit the river.
Yeah, well, Chow's setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.5. Two-tone board texture value to be had, as well as some protection. We mentioned all the flush draws and straight draws that Dennis could have on the flop, and now spades rolling off on the turn. Sizable pot brewing here for the Russian player.
Love the flat call from Dennis. Pretty much the same logic on the flop. He's willing to take the variance to make sure his opponent stays in the hand if they are bluffing.
He gets the 100% check mark next to his name. Does he extend the rope one more time?
All right.
to the Vietnamese player.
How comfortable must An be feeling in this hand? He certainly must think he has a lock on it. Just trying to take his time before he likely puts Dennis all in. He's going to be thinking he's value betting, but doesn't know he's getting value trapped, as they say sometimes.
Yeah, it's a weird one because it's like, what can we actually get value from? You know, King X of Hearts maybe obviously calls flop, maybe continues on the turn. Could maybe comfortably remove some of those hands due to the board pairing on the turn. So curious to see what he does here. Certainly value to be had from trip aces, of course. But what hands can he extract value from, and for what size?
Well, Dennis would have been along for the ride with the 7 so far. He goes all in. I think Dennis is just going to tank call it off. Understandable. It's his tournament life. And there we go. He calls it. He's going to be super happy to see the result. And he's now graduated from being a short stack to being a comfortable middle stack.
Has indeed.
He did win, so I think he was taking a moment to figure out whether he's chopped the hand or actually won it. That's my best guess.
Just on the good side of a pretty grim setup, especially +1 v big blind. Really not sure. I think maybe I'm being a bit results oriented here. In the booth, obviously you can see the whole cards. Just trying to think of worse hands that you can get value from.
Yeah, definitely a tough question to ask yourself. You did mention, suited kings. Obviously, a much better ace like ace queen or ace king would have 3-bet pre-flop or maybe gotten it in. So it is a fair question to ask. That being said, Henry, you're late in a tournament. You have trip aces. You actually beat the last kicker that was on the board till the turn. You just sort of go with it. You just hope people spaz call sometimes, like maybe hero call it off with a 7, maybe just absolutely not give you any credit. After all, what are the chances the case ace is in the hand of your opponent?
Yeah, 100%. And, we obviously see him jam the ace-8, but he's going to want to triple off with hands like, queen jack, jack 10, that unblock the front door flush and the back door flush. So some of those very natural triple barrels.
Now, Henry, correct me if I'm wrong, but we actually have a couple on the table, right?
We do, yeah. Monica and Roman.
Very unique situation.
It's not often you see it. I know they were in Vietnam earlier on for the Triton series, playing that together. Been dating for a few months. I've known Monica for most of my professional playing career. Actually kind of started out together in Europe in a few places, like grinding cash games. And it's funny because, you fast forward 6 years and a lot of people that you started playing poker with aren't maybe, still in the game or have like fizzled into other industries and whatnot. So she's one of the few people that I'm still friends with from way back.
Very cool. And here she is making a deep run. By all accounts, very likely to make the money. Who knows where it goes from there.
She got pretty unlucky in Triton. The mystery bounty that Victor Chong came third in. There were the final 3 players to pull their bounties. There were 2 100k bounties and 1 30k bounty. So it was Victor, Monica, and Victor Malinowski, Limitless. And yeah, Victor went first, pulled out the 100k. Then Limitless went up and pulled out the 100k, and Monica was left with the 30k bounty. It's pretty brutal.
It's so funny because poker players, we get used to losing all kinds of sick 1-outer, 2-outer situations. But, losing a 33%er in real life or a different setting altogether hurts way more than even getting 1-outed. It's just funny what you get used to. You were mentioning earlier, Henry, I used to work in finance, and we used to work with the trading team, the guys who would trade all kinds of derivatives and stocks, etc. And so at the Christmas party, we used to play this game where you essentially bought you could call it like a lottery ticket. They just used to use playing cards instead, which suited my poker playing aesthetic, of course. And then slowly they would just eliminate all the cards. Maybe 100 of them would be out there. They would just eliminate half of them at a time until there would be one winner. So when there's about 10 or so cards left, people are calculating the expected value. Hey, the price here is $5,000. Each card is worth 500.
Okay.
And then trading it to each other. So they're like, hey, you want to just buy it at like $400, just like buying it like lower than EV. So I learned this the first year. I was like, oh, let me see what's going on here, just to get a feel for it. The next year I came stacked with $2,000 in cash just so I could trade and make money off it. People were selling cards they didn't own yet. They were like shorting it. So crazy.
Did you profit?
Oh yeah.
Yeah? Absolute crusher, mate.
I spent one Christmas party just learning. I was there to profit the next year for sure.
Wow. So what the EV gain would have been from buying cards at a discounted value?
Pretty much buying at discount.
Hang on a minute.
Wow.
Hang on a minute.
That is a big flop there for David.
Ace, 9, 7, two-tone, top 2 for David after opening from under the gun. Roman Kravitz with his own top pair. Jack Kicker no longer good as he checks behind. Some deception from Roman. Little does he know, he's the one being trapped.
Roman has boiled this hand down to 2 streets. However, the SPR that David has, 115k, pot 36.5, about a 3 to 4 SPR. The SPR is low enough for David to set up a river jam.
A delayed C-bet from David. Relatively quick bet on the turn, by the way, and tip my hat to Roman for checking behind, just really showcasing why he's one of the best players in the world, just aware of the under the gun range, what it should look like. Just because David checked doesn't mean he can't have aces, ace king, ace queen. Also a bit of pot control. Has a hand that's happy to go for value on later streets, or even a situation like this where he can just make the call. And now note the size of the pot. SPR still north of 1 due to the Roman check back. Has the 9 of diamonds. Boats David up.
That's overkill. And actually a great card for David in the sense that it's going to make Roman a little bit more comfortable with his ace-jack. After all, now he beats hands like ace-7 and ace-5. David could have suited versions of those holdings.
See what David comes with. Opened from under the gun. Checked the board texture that one could argue it's going to favor his range more so than Roman's flatting range from the cutoff. It's over at the clock. See if Roman can maybe get away from this, depending on how David proceeds. 80.5k in the middle.
Christian.
A pretty tense moment here. Of course, David has a lock on the hand, so he is going to be adding to his stack no matter what. Just matters how much Roman gets dented further. Not exactly a fault from Grace, considering he started with just such an overwhelming stack of 800k. And wow, David, I believe, has checked, at least as per the graphic.
He has indeed.
Just amazing awareness of the game, because David realizes that he is essentially...
Oh my word.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. How do you lose the minimum there? Roman is just showing why he's such a beast.
I'll tell you what, that one feels good. Even though the pot's not getting sent your way, in your head, you're kind of just giving yourself a bit of a pat on the back.
He just senses from the beginning, Henry, like he checked behind on the flop. And even on the river, where essentially David is saying, hey, I have something like a pair of kings or queens that essentially I'm a little worried, I can't value bet. Roman decides it's not worth trying to get value from that very narrow range of hands versus all the traps that David can have, and indeed he was right.
Well, take a bow. So there seems to be floor over on the table due to some, it looks like marked cards. I'm not quick to jump to conclusions about RFID marked cards due to the fact if any of you viewers at home have ever played on a feature table and more specifically have played with cards that have RFID chips in them, you'll know that they're a lot heavier, they're a lot harder to bend, and more often than not, because players are so used to playing on with the more flexible cards, they become really awkward to peel, and you naturally kind of have to dig your forefingers or your index fingers into the top of the card. So I remember when I first started doing commentary and I was like, oh wow, there's someone at the table marking cards. Just it's never the case.
Yeah, you have to lean towards giving the benefit of the doubt.
100%, yeah. 100%.
Somebody working out behind, and I believe that's Dennis.
Dennis getting some stretching in. Really utilizing his time wisely here.
I think that's a great idea. You know how we're sort of advised to walk around on an airplane every hour or so?
Yeah.
Not a bad idea for a poker table as well.
100%. You see a lot of players, a lot of crushers talk about some of the stuff they do on breaks or even at the feature table. Once saw Jason Kuhn do a backflip at the feature table.
Of course.
Not
Of course
sure.
Jason Kuhn did a backflip.
Not sure I'd recommend that as like try this at home kind of thing, but that's just Jason being Jason. But no, you see a lot of players just standing up in between hands, stretching.
There's easier ways to get the blood flow going than backflips, certainly less dangerous ways. But it can only help your game after all. It's a mind sport, and all these things add up. Monica's been a little bit quiet, of course, once again, likely due to the card distribution, but you do get the feeling, Henry, that we're inching closer to that 71-player milestone of being in the money, and if you have a middling stack, sometimes you just resign and let the chips fall where they may for everybody else and just coast your way into the money, or at least you're tempted to.
Yeah, of course, you know, there are people that satellited into this event for a lot less than the actual buy-in. Also, you know, we're in Vietnam, people want to get that Vietnamese flag on their Hendon mobs. It's also a main event, so a main event cash with 6 figures up top. And I know we've referenced it many times throughout the day, but the tournament clock is really one of the biggest attractions for the majority of players. That's the reason that they come to the APT and play the main event. It's just due to the structure and the amount of playroom that they have.
And off note, that's the same structure people can look forward to at the APT Taiwan as well at the end of the month. A little something something for Hayato. Enough to lead out, it seems.
Yeah, it's going to continue. That's Deepak. Quarter pot. Just north, or just shy rather. Deepak without a club in hand, it's annoying because it feels like a board texture that your opponent's just going to stab range with. But note the equities, even against Queen 10. You just end up playing a guessing game across multiple streets, unless you obviously turn a 5.
Yeah, Deepak was not a believer, and yet there's not much he could do about it.
Sometimes you're just handcuffed. So Roman's still leading the field. We can see 80 players remain, 71 places paid, with what looked like, what's that, half an hour left on the clock or so. Oh, that's me standing in the background.
Oh, that's right, your shoes. We are, of course, on a 30-minute delay. That is to preserve the...
How about them legs? Joking, I need to do leg day. I mean, what's going on?
Henry, you were standing incredibly still. I was actually amazed with your balance before you walked away right there. The back. In case anybody is confused, we are, of course, on a 30-minute delay, and that is crucial to preserving the integrity of the game.
Streamception, baby. Dennis in the hijack, suited ace. 39 bigs.
has just found the double up. Went from being the shortest stack on the table to a comfortable middling stack. King, queen, good enough to defend there for An. Heads up to the flop we go.
Oh, I saw the king of clubs in the window and I was like, hang on a minute. Potential fireworks, but it does come brick behind. Although Dennis, a pre-flop raiser.
Certainly some club cards that can create fireworks on the turn. I'm thinking particularly of the 5 of clubs.
Wow, goes check. And the king of spades on the turn is going to seal this one up for the local Vietnamese player. If Dennis wants to have a little stab, try and fold out some broadways with 6 outs.
Always tough to pull the trigger when you've just accumulated chips, you've just got back into that comfortable range of 30 to 40 big blinds. Of course, you found the suited ace late position. You know you're supposed to raise it up, try to attack the blinds. Now with king, 3-4, when you face some resistance here, what do you do on the river?
Yeah, it's a pretty annoying spot, right? You could definitely be getting floated by spades. You unblock spades. Well, now hands like queen, jack, jack 10 of spades getting there in the form of a pair on this river. 58.5 in the middle. Spades do brick. See if Dennis wants to try and get a small bluff through. Try and fold out some better ace highs. Don't think he's trying to target, you know, pocket pairs or a hand like jack 10, queen jack. Just a small bet to get the ace highs to fold.
Dennis, of course, beats most of the draws anyway with his ace high, so must be tempted to check and evaluate, which is what he does. We know what An is going to do. Starts with value and ends with a bet.
Value bet.
That's right.
Wow.
Well done.
Thanks, man. It took me a few seconds.
Monica and David chatting at the back. Probably familiar with each other from the circuit, I'm guessing.
Maybe polarizing bet here on the river from the local Vietnamese player.
Love this bet size. As you correctly said, Henry, polarizing, which means either got it or I got air. That's usually what he's trying to say. Of course, An has got it in this instance. But Dennis seems to be picking up something on his radar there.
It's like, would he do this with 7s through 10s? Feels unlikely. Would he go this big with a hand like queen jack, jack 10 of spades that we mentioned? Or maybe some ace jack type holdings. You know, would he pick this sizing?
A very, very good bet sizing chosen there by An, because of course he checked the flop, so it's less likely that he had a king, which is why he chose to polarize, and did not work out this time, but really gave Dennis something to think about with the bet size alone. I mean, Dennis may have folded quicker with sort of a medium size 50-60% pot bet. Great play.
Those are the chip counts at our main feature table here, the APT main event, day 2 coverage live from the Corona Resorts and Casino in Phu Quoc, Vietnam. Plan is to play down to the end of level 20 or 48 players, whichever comes first. I think it's going to be close. We're going to go into dinner break just shy of the money. Depending on how long the money bubble goes on for, will obviously then impact the amount of quick bust outs that we have post bubble bursting. But still relatively deep here.
We only have the one real short stack on the table, and even they have over 10 big blinds. That's Tanakrit with 58k.
What, 80 players left, so there's 10 tables of 8 currently. So yeah, well, maybe one short stack per table kind of situation, given that the average stack's so big.
With everybody this close to the money and 20 minutes from the break, as you just pointed out, I think the first milestone is probably dinner. You know, I expect very few bust outs between now and then, simply because you know you can sort of use that 60-minute break to reset. Of course, the cards could simply decide for you sometimes with some sort of a cooler, but an interesting example here with Ace-5. All options really on the table for Tanakrit. A late-ish position open from the hijack from Deepak Bothra, who has really not shown down anything out of line, but has been active enough on the table, has one of the bigger stacks, so you can give them credit for opening pretty wide. Now Tanakrit lets this one go Ace-5, just not good enough to rejam or even take a flop with.
A disciplined fold there from the Thai player. Certainly easy to level yourself into thinking that Deepak's just taking the spot, given that he covers all of the players behind and abusing the money bubble, but Tanakrit staying alive.
There's a common sort of rule of thumb, you can say, of defending an ace in the big blind, but Tanakrit showed a lot more sort of situational awareness there. Knows he has 9 big blinds. It's all in or fold territory usually to be under 10 big blinds. Lets that one go, and was absolutely correct to do so. Would have been facing 7s if he was all in.
Part of the ever-strengthening Thai contingent.
I see a lot of badges on his hoodie.
Naturally, he's also rocking the, I believe that's KT's poker crew. It's like a Thai YouTube channel that follow a lot of the top Thai players around the world, basically, filming content, producing content, teaching people how to play, obviously. Poker becoming more and more popular, not only in Thailand, but Asia just seems to be booming at the moment.
Excitingly, Greg, we're approaching close to our peak of the number of viewers, and I would just urge anybody watching to just hit that like button, help us get the YouTube gods on our side and help the algorithm and the engagement a bit. Just take out a minute, hit like, so that the stream can go out to more and more poker lovers all around the world. And also let us know in chat who you're rooting for. Are you just here to watch the poker? Is there a particular player or maybe a country that you're supporting? We'd love to shout you out on the stream as well.
Do you think the viewers at home would appreciate it if you didn't confuse me for Greg?
Oh, did I say that? I'm so sorry.
I don't know. Maybe people in the chat like it. We'll see. I'm sure they'll pick up on it.
We know the next poll that's going up in chat, Henry. Get ready to be tested, my friend. My apologies, of course.
I'm joking, man. It's all good. Fairly sure I've called Ali Najad mum before. 36k 3-bet from Hayatu. Out of the big. Got to tip my hat to all of these players, obviously. Still not in the money, but grinding through day one. Just the mental fatigue is so easy to set in. These guys staying fresh and just making the best decisions they can with a lot of money on the line after a week of grinding.
Absolutely. I mean, we've rarely seen a true misstep on any of the feature tables so far, and the longer the day goes on, the more commendable that is. If you think about it, imagine playing for 6, 8, and a few more hours after that, and just making the right decision all the time, being in tough spots. Speaking of tough spots, An is in one of those tough spots and has decided to peel a flop here with Ace-10. He's dominated, so to speak, but there's a lot of help that can come on the flop. Ace-10 suited. Very strong hand.
It's actually 4-bet.
He has indeed, you are correct. And that is a strong 4-bet. 10's not feeling too good when you're facing a 4-bet, but of course, in this case, Hayato has An covered. It's going to help him feel a lot more comfortable in making whatever decision he chooses to.
I don't know how I feel about the... I'd rather take a hand like Ace-10-0. Ace-10 suited just has like so much equity against kings, queens, like the real strong parts of Hayato's range, where not being able to realize our 35% equity against a hand like queens or kings, it's like a bit of a disaster. Are we 4-betting to cool off here? Putting in 40% of our stack?
Probably not, is what I'm guessing, considering we're close to the money bubble. Listen, first off, I'll give full credit where it's due. I mean, absolutely fearless to do this so close to the money. It actually does exude more strength when you do it close to the money, and that's exactly what happens. We'll just ignore the players looking for markings, but just comment on the fact that Hayato lets that go, and that was a very levered bet, as sometimes people call it, which is to say, when you put in so much of your stack, you're essentially saying, hey, do you want to commit to all my stack? And I guess Hayato decided that 10s was not good enough to get in the amount of big blinds that An had, and what an absolute monster move there. He's going to be super happy looking at that on stream.
Yeah, 100%. Take a bow. Got to give credit where credit's due. Well-timed 4-bet. The 10s to just fold.
This is what tournament poker is all about, all these leveling wars and really making the most of the dynamics. I mean, certainly An has used the fact that being so close to the bubble, his 4-bet actually looks way stronger than it might otherwise. And he got pretty much Dennis to make a top of his range kind of fold there. Absolutely incredible. Some smiles on the table as well from Deepak and Dennis, and I feel that right as this table is sort of loosening up and getting some camaraderie going, we are going to be losing them, of course. We're going to have a new feature table after the dinner break in about 10 minutes. But that just means new players, more action, some familiar faces as well, of course, as the player field shrinks. We might be getting some players from previous feature tables. But what a privilege it's been to watch this crew in action. Monica, who has been quiet for a while, decides to let that one go. Played an absolutely incredible hand. I was watching the coverage, Henry, where she floated twice with King Queen and ended up with the nuts on the river, of course, but just completely aware of where she was in the hand. You know, despite not having too big a stack, she was willing to put a lot of her chips at risk, just knowing that she might be ahead, and she was, of course, correct.
Yeah, I think that hand's going to make the highlight reel over on her YouTube and social media platforms. Slightly displaying that she's a very competent tournament poker pro.
To anybody who's just joining us who hasn't heard about Monica's YouTube channel, go check it out. It's at Hey Monia on YouTube.
7 off the money, 10 minutes left on the clock. This is kind of ideal. I like this. We go into dinner break for 60 minutes, still just shy of the money, and we kind of get to come back. Everyone fresh, hopefully well fed, and then it gets tense. Then it's, you know, heads down and game on.
I agree. I really like it because that means nobody is getting eliminated because of fatigue. You know, you've had a chance to reset. You can make the best possible decision and go from there.
What a beautiful hand. No.
Wow.
No, chat.
Well, he's put in the hard work, Henry. He had the 4-bet, he had all kinds of hands all throughout. With 10 minutes left to the break, the ability to coast into the money, perhaps. I don't blame him.
Oh my. Jack 10 of spades. Give me those cards, dealer. Beautiful looking hands. I tell you who would like Jack 10 of spades. Then accurate. Would happily look down at Jack 10 of spades. Gonna see a bit of stalling from the Thai player, makes sense. Just run down the clock. As the time bank chips have now come into effect, of course. Dennis. There's me saying you got to pip the Jack 10 of spades. What do I know? That's why I'm in here. And he's out there.
How did he know?
Yeah, just a read. Live read.
Just a read to face down cards.
Energies, man. could sense the intenseness of the kings down that end of the table.
This 3-bet is going to look strong coming from Dennis, who has yet to make a 3-bet like this from the blinds, at least while I've been in the booth. And David, of course, was opening fairly light with ace-7 suited, so easy one to let go, I assume. Sometimes you get caught with your hand in the cookie jar. It is what it is.
Yeah, trying to get a cheeky one through.
Muck and move on.
Right, the hand's not over yet, mate. It's thrown in a time bank chip.
I assume he's truly thinking this through, because it would be weird to Hollywood right before the break. If anything, your opponents can go and take a look at the stream, and your image is really not saved by taking your time here. So if it comes down to actually putting more chips in the middle, surely raise is an option as well to put maximum pressure. No, he just decides to let it go. Took his time with the decision, fair enough.
Dennis shooting him a little glance. 7 minutes left on the clock. 76 players remain. Wow, I mean, we could be coming back on like the
stone
soft
bubble.
Yeah, I mean, 5 off the money.
We have at least one danger zone stack on our table itself. Tanakrit down to 9 bigs. This is where the adrenaline is pumping for a lot of these middle stacks, because they just know they can cruise into the money. It's very tempting to do exactly that. Don't blame anyone who wants to min cash after all the hard work that they've put in over the past 2 days, and probably other events in the tournament as well. It's just such a confidence boost. After all, you want to be in the mix for the first place prize, which is over 120,000 US dollars, 2.85 billion dong. And maybe you're just hungry. A few minutes to the dinner break. All you can think about is food. Certainly, I'm one of those people. Only my second day in Vietnam. I'm already contemplating all the food goodies I want to try out. And it's no different from our players here. A lot of great food options right outside the poker room here. One of the many beautiful things about our venue in Phu Quoc.
Yeah, great resort. I mean, we've obviously already had a ton of feedback from the players as well. One of the main things seems to be just being able to bring, you know, your other half or your family with you, and just leaving them to their own devices whilst you're out here grinding. 'Cause there's plenty to do in the form of restaurants and swimming pools and beaches and all sorts going on. And yeah, once one person starts tanking, that's when you start to see, you know, other people start stalling.
I must say, Tanakrit did have a real decision. I mean, ace-6, maybe in a different circumstance, could be a jam from the hijack, but so close to the money bubble, ace-6 didn't make the cut.
Note the pace of play from Roman. He wants to get as many hands in as possible on this bubble. Push everyone around.
If we don't hit the bubble before the break, which is of course very, very likely, Roman is going to come back with a plan to just probably raise every hand. I mean, that's what a huge stack is for. That's what you wait for, to get to the bubble with a monster stack and just bully those short stacks. And not just the short stacks. The nature of ICM is actually the middle stacks get bullied as well, because of course they're completely handcuffed if a super short stack is in the mix and they know that they can just simply coast their way to the bubble.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, we're now just 4 off the money, would you believe? Didn't expect to get here this quickly. There's obviously going to be a lot of short stacks on the outer tables just looking to ninja their way into the money. So typically, once that bubble bursts, you then see a flurry of bust outs. An accurate ace king O, 4 off the money. This is going to have to go in the middle. He knows it.
You do have to swallow the variance of getting it all in so close to the money, but after all, what else are you waiting for if not ace-king? Lots of chips in the middle for him to pick up with 9 big blinds and 2.5 big blinds in the middle. Actually represent a decent amount of an increase to his stack if he is able to pick this up uncontested. Uses a time bank for some sort of balance, I assume, or maybe just really wrestling with the decision of gathering up the courage to say those magic words.
No, I think he's just going to use all of his time banks before moving all in, just in case there are eliminations. I mean, it feels very unlikely, but there will be 3 eliminations. But if you can obviously take a couple of minutes, which is within your right, I mean, he's going to be left with no time banks.
There is another way of going about this that I would find more efficient, which is when people leave themselves a couple of chips behind. So in this case, he has 9 big blinds. He might have gone, 8 big blinds open with, and then he could use his time banks if he did face some resistance. And that is indeed what he's doing.
He knows his stuff. Precisely what he's opted to do. See if anyone wakes up with a hand behind. Folded round to the blinds and round to the local Vietnamese player with 7 deuce.
Perfect.
Okay. What is it Greg says about 7 deuce? Do you remember?
Oh, stay loose 7 deuce.
There we go. Stay loose, play 7 deuce. Man, I know everyone has a 7 deuce story, but I remember very early in my career playing in a game that I definitely wasn't rolled for, playing a 7 deuce game, cold 4 betting with 7 deuce, and then somehow finding the king deuce deuce board against the trapped pocket aces.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Like super deep, not rolled for the game that I'm in.
That is
Asper's
so
Casino in London. I remember like really shaking as well at the time. Minute left on the clock. So this likely to be the last hand.
Tanakrit likely to just time down the clock a little bit more, knowing that it is the last hand before the break. Make sure he doesn't have to pay up any more blinds, although once he does get back after dinner break, the table is going to be different, so he doesn't know where he's going to end up.
I think it's going to be the same table, just it's not going to be on the feature table. So if same players. I don't see any reason for the table to be broken. Well, Roman doesn't need a second invitation to click the open raise button. Suited 10 from the hijack. Knows everyone's ready to just get to break. I love that challenge. It's like
no free lunch for Roman. 9-3 is not going to cut it though. Nor is 7-5, and so we have hit the break, it seems.
Believe so. Everyone just, yeah, counting their stacks. Roman Krabet's going to be leading this feature table on the flip side of the break as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Roman on an absolute tear, obviously that huge pot. I think it was 700k at the time with the turn 2 pair against the pocket queens, and that blind v blind confrontation has just set him up to abuse this money bubble now, Vidor.
Well, he never let up after getting that lead. He has taken some dents to his stack, but he's accumulated some chips back as well. The story of the money bubble is always the big stack bully, and Roman is not only one of the biggest stacks in the tournament, but he knows how to be a bully.
He does.
So once we come back from a long dinner break, 60 minutes, so if you guys are watching, do definitely take that dinner break alongside with us. I know I'll certainly be stretching my legs a bit, Henry. But once we do come back, the most exciting part of day 2.
It really is. Like, it honestly, like, so the bubble And like the final 2 tables is like my favorite part of the tournament. Not because I don't like, you know, the big payouts, or not because I don't like the early stages, but the money bubble for me is where the elite players really get to separate themselves from the good players, in the sense that it's where they start taking the stepping stones to set themselves up for a deep run. As you mentioned, the likes of Roman, who are going to open hands like 10-6 suited from late position, a spot that maybe some of the, how do I want to phrase it? The people that maybe don't have as much experience in playing a big stack as him. And yeah, it's exciting times. You know, we're going to dinner break 4 off the money. So unfortunately, for 4 of these final 75 players, they've got to come back well fed, but they're going to be leaving with no money in their pockets other than, you know, the change that they came with today. So guys, we're going on a 60-minute dinner break. We're going to be coming back to the Corona Resorts and Casino here for the Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event. And as Vidor mentioned, it's one of our favorite parts of the tournament. When we do return, we're going to be sneaking our way into the money and then playing down to the final 48. We'll see you guys in about an hour's time.
All about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So it folds round 2, Feng Zhao in the hijack with 2 9s. One of the most feared No Limit Hold'em players on the Asian circuit, both live and online. This has a stacked resume. Opening off of 30 picks. Bit of a wide pill from the local Vietnamese player Dinh Duc Trung, calling with the A6 off. He is 50 big blinds effective, but wants to be careful. Could very easily be dominated here. It's actually a pretty good situation for him as he has the big blind, the chip leader, Gerdman Bukharov, dominated, who's defended with the suited connectors. 295 in the middle, 3 ways to the flop, and, well, A6-6. What do I know? That's why I'm in the booth and he's out on the felt. Dinh flopping the full house from the small, but more importantly, Gerdman Bukharov has also flopped trips, does check ground. And how about that for a turn card dealer? 9 of clubs, giving Feng Zhao 94% of the equity. Turning the bigger full house as Dinh Duc Trung comes firing. Half pot. He's flopped the boat and has run into the turn bigger boat of Feng. Gerdman obviously with trip 6s, not going anywhere just yet. And now what does Feng do? 5-6-5 in the middle. It's the effective stack. 1.1, I think, closing the action. You know, you can just play this hand in position on the river. There aren't any river scare cards. He wants flushes to get there. He wants straights to get there. What an insane pot. Still 1 card to come. Final 2 tables of this main event. Feng looking likely to find a full double and maybe even more as the 8 of hearts does complete the front door flush draw and a couple of those gut shots that we mentioned. 700k in the middle. Dinh Duc Trung loves that river. Little does he know, he's about to double up Feng Zhao. It's like 485,000 into 700,000. What does Bukharov do here? Flop trip 6s. Hearts do get there. You can see he seems pretty puzzled. It does make the call. So there's already 1.7 in the middle and Feng is still to act with 1 million behind. It's the easiest jam of his life here. 9 of clubs turning off on the turn, giving him the full house. Question is, does Gerdman get away from it? I'm sure he does once Feng jams, and one would assume that Dinh Duc Trung is going to beat him to the pot with his flopped full house. Feng taking his time. It's such a weird spot. It does eventually move all in for 1 million, and now action back on Dinh. Obviously loses to aces and pocket 9s. Has to ask himself, would Feng jam flushes? I don't think he would, given that Gerdman is overcalled out of the big. I think there are a lot of flushes that actually fold, other than the nut flush, given the action. Remember, check through on the flop. Dinh then led turn, got 2 calls. Now bet again on the river, and Feng has come over the top. Gerdman gets out of the way. Dinh gets shown the pocket 9s after flopping a full house in a 3.2 million chip pot, going to one of the most feared players in Asia, Feng Zhao. Looking like a favorite here. Final 2 tables of the APT Hanoi main event with now 3.2 million. Good for 80 big blinds. And now a real contender to win this main event. What a disgusting turn card for the local Vietnamese player. We know the Feng fans are loving that. 3.2 million now, deep into the APT Hanoi main event. So Nguyen Tuan Thai has opened off of a short stack. Final table of the APT Hanoi main event. Over 125k for first. Lee Son, another local Vietnamese player in the big, does have his hearts dominated. Sorry, has the hearts of Nguyen dominated, rather. Has to be somewhat concerned, though, that his ace-X is in rough shape, especially given that Nguyen has opened off of 12 bigs from +1, but it does make the call. Already an SPR of less than 2 going to a flop. Five of hearts in the window. Looked like it could be some fireworks. 8, 5, 3. Couple of spades and 1 heart. Lee Son with the wheel draw and the best hand, although there's no way he can know that against the +1 open. Nguyen going to fire out a C-bet. It's the shortest stack in the tournament as things stand. 200k into 660,000. Just shy of third pot. And hang on a minute. Lee Son clicking it back with the gut shot. Trying to fold out all of those suited broadways, ace-kings, ace-queens, ace-jacks, that Nguyen might stab on the flop with. And then fold to a raise. Surely Nguyen just going to preserve his short stack here. Nothing much he can really do. He definitely has a range advantage. Obviously, we can see the hole cards. We can see he's just got queen high, but he's opened off of 12 bigs from +1. Does he just jam 9s, 10s, jacks? Maybe, but what about the stronger parts of his range? The queens, kings, and aces. They'd want to get some action. They'd want to induce some of the weaker holdings behind. So definitely has an overpair range advantage. He's going to throw out all of his time bank extensions. He's really thinking this one through. A lot of draws out there. A lot of gut shots, a lot of straight draws. Wow. I tell you what, I didn't expect him to find the jam, but he's moved all in on the flop. 3-bet jam, continued for 200k into 660. Lee Son clicked it to 455,000 with the gut shot and backdoor hearts. I would have liked to have just seen a jam from Lee Son or a check call, given that he's got backdoor hearts. But Nguyen really sniffing this one out, just saying, hey pal, I have all the overpairs. Really just putting Lee Son on a weak holding here. With close to 0 fold equity as well, you can see Lee Son with just 735k to call with 2.3 million in the middle, getting over 3-1 on a call. Talk about perfect timing from Nguyen. Just sniff this one out. Curious to hear your guys' thoughts on the check raise from Lee Son, but even more so, how about this jam? I mean, just some real street poker being played in Vietnam. One of the things about the APT events is you really just do get these unorthodox styles of poker, this street kind of poker being played, where sometimes theory just goes out the window and a man stares you down and 3-bet jams on the flop, and Nguyen gets it through with just queen high. Take a bow, sir. The final table of the APT Hanoi main event with over 125k for first And he finds the 3-bet on the flop with just queen high. So Win Doi An on the button with ace 7-0. Started things off around 50 big blinds effective deep into the APT Hanoi main event. Tournament chip leader, Gurman Bukharov. Good to defend from the big blind. Does have the local Vietnamese player covered. 175k in the middle. And well, how about that for a flop? Ace, Queen, Jack, 2 spades. Gurman Bukharov has flopped Broadway. More importantly, a very aggressive Win Doi An has flopped top pair on a board texture that could really get spicy. It's going to continue. Just shy of third pot, 60k into 175. Question is, does Gurman Bukharov want to apply the pressure right here, right now? He is reaching for raising chips. Looks like 185,000. Just north of 3x. Really interesting spot for Win, obviously. Bottom v big blind. Gonna have wider ranges than normal. He knows that Gurman's good enough to have gut shots. Have hands like Queen 10, King 7 of spades. Any suited King X, basically. Any suited 10x. 4 diamonds on the turn. Disastrous turn card for Win. He's gonna have the best hand a lot of the time. It's a real setup deep into the main event here. Gurman setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.6 by betting 350,000 into 545,000. Already more than average in the pot. 895k in the middle. Can understand the quick call from Win. He's going to pray for some spade or straightening card to roll off. The 7 of hearts. Giving Win 2 pair. Now beating some value as well. Hands like Queen Jack. He knows Gurman is good enough to triple off with a bluff here. King 8, King 9, King 6 suited, 10-9, 10-8. All of those hands that would want to apply max pressure. It's the only player at the table that has Win covered. Deep into the APT Hanoi main event, over 120,000 up top. 1.2 million in the middle. Win with just 860,000 behind. Gurman set up the river jam perfectly, and he does announce himself. Action back on the local Vietnamese player. You can see the discomfort. You can see the discomfort in Win. He knows Gurman can have bluffs here. I just don't think he can get away from this. I don't think he can. There's just too many bluff combos, and even beating some value, like I said, Queen Jack, throws in all the time bank extensions, pained by this decision. Does make the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news. Gurman flopped the nut straight. Maybe there was a world where Win could have got away from it on the river had the 7 of hearts not rolled off, but rivering 2 pair, and he was one of the contenders to potentially win this main event, now exiting before the final table, and Gurman Bukharov extends his chip lead at the APT Hanoi main event with this classic cooler. So the Swiss player Yves Thalmann Kicking things off with a raise from the cutoff, does have the goods. Opening off of a very shallow stack, sub 15. Quoc to Pham, 1 seat over. Looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Wants to try and apply pressure to the shorter stack deep in the APT Hanoi main event. We are down to the final few tables. Really abusing his position on Ives. Still got King's Ives, and they are good. 4-1 favorite to double up here. And the crazy thing is that I feel like Quoc has kind of priced himself in a little bit here, as Ives does announce himself. Local Vietnamese player gonna ask for a count. Only has to call an additional 225k. There's 740 in the middle. Just has to hope that he's up against a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen, some suited broadways. Obviously see he's in really rough shape as he does make the call. So cards on their backs. He gets shown the kings, the tables, the deuces. 5 to come. Deuce in the window. Daily quads for the local Vietnamese player. Has Ives drawing to running kings only, as the Queen of Diamonds leaves him dead on the turn. So death by quads deep in the APT Hanoi main event. Ives Salmon did nothing wrong. Got his final 15 bigs in with the kings, but flopped quads for the local Vietnamese hero. So Din Duc Trung, the shortest stack. We've been playing 7-handed without an elimination for the better part of 2 hours now, as he moves his final 1.1 into the middle. Ace Queen suited. Well, 1 seat over. Feng Xiao with 2 10s and just 11 big blinds. 7 tray going to hit the mark. So these two are going to be flipping for survival. Lee Song gets out of the way. Chip leader asking for it. Wow. Chip leader hasn't even noticed that he's got 2 queens, as he calls for a good hand before looking at his cards. Comes in over the top. So we have a 3-way all in. Rudnev came in as the shortest stack. Now covers half the table. Gotta get out of the way. So a 3-way ordeal here. Potential couple of ladders for the rest of the table if the queens for Huang Hainam can hold here. And a queen in the window. Queen 9-3. All spades. There are some chop outs as the 10 of spades rolls off on the turn. Another spade would be a 3-way chop. No dice. 7 of clubs seals the fate of Feng Xiao and Din Duc Trung, and everyone else gets a double ladder. Chip leader up to 13 million now. So Lee Son, one of the middling stacks, has opened from under the gun, and the short stack, Peter Rudnev, shortest by a huge margin, playing just 6.5 bigs, has a mountain to climb in front of him if he is to emerge victorious at this APT Hanoi main event final table. Top prize of over $127,000. Lee Son does put him all in, and Peter Rudnev obviously happy to oblige and make the call. Some of the best news he could have seen, that he is at least flipping against Lee Son. No help on the 9-9-8 board. Gonna need an ace or a queen only. King of hearts, no dice. 4 outs once for the Russian. Ace of hearts. Corner pocket. Rudnev gets the double. So the overwhelming chip leader going to raise with the ace-8 offsuit. Is going to pick up one customer from the big blind. German Bukharov playing just shy of 40 big blinds effective to start the hand. King 3 suited. Heads up to the flop. 380k, 480k in the middle. Queen 6, 3, 2 spades. German flopping best with bottom pair. He is up against a very aggressive and competent local player, Huang Hai Nam, reaching for a c-bet. Does come out firing. 130k into 480k. Bukharov going to make a quick call. What an interesting spot here for Huang. Stabbed flop. He puts all of his time bank chips in front of him. Turn went check, check when the flush came in. He obviously turned top pair. Now a fourth spade has rolled off on the river. And Bukharov has come firing, turning his flopped bottom pair into a bluff. Huang knows what his image is at the table. He's been incredibly aggressive. The overwhelming chip leader with 125k up top. Wow. Wow. Makes the call. And I tell you what, if that doesn't send a message to the rest of the table that I'm here to win this, I don't know what does. How about that for a hero call? So it folds round to Feng Zhao in the hijack with 2 9s. One of the most feared no-limit hold'em players on the Asian circuit, both live and online. This has a stacked resume. Opening off of 30 picks. Bit of a wide pill from the local Vietnamese player, Dinh Duc Trung, calling with the ace-6 off. He is 50 big blinds effective, but wants to be careful. Could very easily be dominated here. It's actually a pretty good situation for him as he has the big blind, the chip leader, German Bukharov, dominated, who's defended with the suited connectors. 295 in the middle, 3 ways to the flop, and, well, ace-6-6. What do I know? That's why I'm in the booth and he's out on the felt. Dinh flopping the full house from the small, but more importantly, German Bukharov has also flopped trips, does check round. And how about that for a turn card dealer? 9 of clubs, giving Feng Zhao 94% of the equity. Turning the bigger full house as Dinh Duc Trung comes firing. Half pot. Has flopped the boat and has run into the turn bigger boat of Feng. German obviously with trip 6s, not going anywhere just yet. And now what does Feng do? 5-6-5 in the middle. It's the effective stack. 1.1, I think, closing the action. You know, he can just play this hand in position on the river. There aren't any river scare cards. He wants flushes to get there. He wants straights to get there. What an insane pot. Still 1 card to come. Final 2 tables of this main event. Feng looking likely to find a full double and maybe even more as the 8 of hearts does complete the front door flush draw and a couple of those gut shots that we mentioned. 700k in the middle. Dinh Duc Trung loves that river. Little does he know, he's about to double up Feng Zhao. It's like 485,000 into 700,000. What does Bukharov do here? Flop trip 6s. Hearts do get there. You can see he seems pretty puzzled. It does make the call. So there's already 1.7 in the middle and Feng is still to act with 1 million behind. It's the easiest jam of his life here. 9 of clubs turning off on the turn, giving him the full house. Question is, does Gerdemann get away from it? I'm sure he does once Feng jams, and one would assume that Din Duc Trung is going to beat him to the pot with his flopped full house. Feng taking his time. It's such a weird spot. It does eventually move all in for $1 million, and now action back on Din. Obviously loses to aces and pocket nines. Has to ask himself, would Feng jam flushes? I don't think he would, given that Gerdemann is overcalled out of the big. I think there are a lot of flushes that actually fold, other than the nut flush, given the action. Remember, check through on the flop. Din then led turn, got 2 calls. Now bet again on the river, and Feng has come over the top. Gerdemann gets out of the way. Din gets shown the pocket nines after flopping a full house in a 3.2 million chip pot, going to one of the most feared players in Asia, Feng Zhao. Looking like a favorite here. Final 2 tables of the APT Hanoi main event with now 3.2 million. Good for 80 big blinds. And now a real contender to win this main event. What a disgusting turn card for the local Vietnamese player. We know the Feng fans are loving that. 3.2 million now, deep into the APT Hanoi main event. So Lee Son, one of the middling stacks, has opened from under the gun end, the short stack. Peter Rudnev, shortest by a huge margin, playing just 6.5 bigs. Has a mountain to climb in front of him if he is to emerge victorious at this APT Hanoi main event final table. Top prize of over $127,000. Lee Son does put him all in, and Peter Rudnev obviously happy to oblige and make the call. Some of the best news he could have seen, that he is at least flipping against Lee Son. No help on the 9-9-8 board. Going to need an ace or a queen only. King of hearts, no dice. 4 outs once for the Russian. Ace of hearts, corner pocket, Rudnev gets the double. So the overwhelming chip leader going to raise with the ace-8 offsuit. Is going to pick up 1 customer from the big blind, Gerdemann Bukharov, playing just shy of 40 big blinds effective to start the hand. King 3 suited. Heads up to the flop, 380k, 480k. In the middle, Queen 6-3, 2 spades. Gerdemann flopping best with bottom pair. He is up against a very aggressive and competent local player, Huang Hai Nam, reaching for a c-bet. Let's come out firing. 130k into 480k. Bukharov going to make a quick call. What an interesting spot here for Huang. Stabbed flop. He puts all of his time bank chips in front of him. Turn went check, check when the flush came in. He obviously turned top pair. Now a 4th spade has rolled off on the river. And Bukharov has come firing, turning his flopped bottom pair into a bluff. Huang knows what his image is at the table. He's been incredibly aggressive. The overwhelming chip leader with 125k up top. Wow. Wow. Makes the call. And I tell you what, if that doesn't send a message to the rest of the table that I'm here to win this, I don't know what does. How about that for a hero call? So Din, Duck, Trung are the shortest stack. We've been playing 7-handed without an elimination for the better part of 2 hours now as he moves his final 1.1 into the middle. Ace Queen suited. Well, 1 seat over. Feng Xiao with 2 10s and just 11 big blinds. 7 tray going to hit the mark. So these two are going to be flipping for survival. Lee Song gets out of the way. Chip leader asking for it. Wow. Chip leader hasn't even noticed that he's got 2 queens. As he calls for a good hand before looking at his cards, comes in over the top. So we have a 3-way all in. Rudnev came in as the shortest stack, now covers half the table. Gotta get out of the way, so a 3-way ordeal here. Potential couple of ladders for the rest of the table if the queens for Huang Hainan can hold here. And a queen in the window. Queen 9-3. All spades. There are some chop outs as the 10 of spades rolls off on the turn. Another spade would be a 3-way chop. No dice. 7 of clubs. Seals the fate of Feng Xiao and Ding Duck Trung. And everyone else gets a double ladder. Chip leader up to 13 million now. So the Swiss player, Ives Thalmann, kicking things off with a raise from the cutoff, does have the goods. Opening off of a very shallow stack, sub 15. Gok to Pham, 1 seat over. Looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Wants to try and apply pressure to the shorter stack deep in the APT Hanoi main event. We are down to the final few tables. Really abusing his position on Ives. Still got kings, Ives, and they are good. 4-1 favorite to double up here. And the crazy thing is that I feel like Ngok has kind of priced himself in a little bit here, as Ives does announce himself. Local Vietnamese player going to ask for a count. Only has to call an additional 225k. There's 740 in the middle. Just has to hope that he's up against a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen. Some suited broadways. You can obviously see he's in really rough shape as he does make the call. So cards on their backs. He gets shown the kings. The tables, the deuces. 5 to come. Deuce in the window. Daily quads for the local Vietnamese player. Has Ives drawing to running kings only as the Queen of Diamonds leaves him dead on the turn. So death by quads deep in the APT Hanoi main event. Ives Thalmann did nothing wrong. Got his final 15 bigs in with the kings, but flopped quads for the local Vietnamese hero. So Win Doi An on the button with ace 7-0. Started things off around 50 big blinds effective deep into the APT Hanoi main event. Tournament chip leader, Gurman Bukharov. Good to defend from the big blind. Does have the local Vietnamese player covered. 175k in the middle. And well, how about that for a flop? Ace, Queen, Jack, 2 spades. Gurman Bukharov has flopped Broadway. More importantly, a very aggressive win at Doyan has flopped top pair on a board texture that could really get spicy. It's going to continue. Just shy of third pot, 60k into 175. question is, does German Bukharov want to apply the pressure right here, right now? He is reaching for raising chips. Looks like 185,000. Just north of 3x. Really interesting spot for Win, obviously. Bottom v big blind. Gonna have wider ranges than normal. He knows that German's good enough to have gut shots. Have hands like Queen 10, King 7 of spades. Any suited King X, basically. Any suited 10x. 4 diamonds on the turn. Disastrous turn card for Win. He's going to have the best hand a lot of the time. It's a real setup deep into the main event here. German setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.6 by betting 350,000 into 545,000. Already more than average in the pot. 895k in the middle. Can understand the quick call from Win. He's going to pray for some spade or straightening card to roll off. The 7 of hearts. Giving Win 2 pair. Now beating some value as well. Hands like Queen Jack. He knows German is good enough to triple off with a bluff here. King 8, King 9, King 6 suited, 10-9, 10-8. All of those hands that would want to apply max pressure. It's the only player at the table that has Win covered. Deep into the APT Hanoi main event, over 120,000 up top. 1.2 million in the middle. Win with just 860,000 behind. German set up the river jam perfectly, and he does announce himself. Action back on the local Vietnamese player. You can see the discomfort. You can see the discomfort in Win. He knows German can have bluffs here. I just don't think he can get away from this. I don't think he can. There's just too many bluff combos, and even beating some value, like I said, Queen Jack, throws in all the time bank extensions, pained by this decision. Does make the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news. German flopped the nut straight. Maybe there was a world where Win could have got away from it on the river had the 7 of hearts not rolled off, but rivering 2 pair, and he was one of the contenders to potentially win this main event, now exiting before the final table, and German Bukharov extends his chip lead at the APT Hanoi main event with this classic cooler. So Win Tuan Tai has opened off of a short stack. Final table of the APT Hanoi main event. Over 125k for first. Lee Son, another local Vietnamese player in the big, does have his hearts dominated. Sorry, has the hearts of Win dominated, rather. Has to be somewhat concerned, though, that his ace-X is in rough shape, especially given that Win has opened off of 12 bigs from +1, but it does make the call. Already an SPR of less than 2 going to a flop. Five of hearts in the window. Looked like it could be some fireworks. 8, 5, 3. Couple of spades and 1 heart. Lee Son with the wheel draw and the best hand, although there's no way you can know that against the +1 open. Win going to fire out a C-bet. It's the shortest stack in the tournament as things stand. 200k into 660,000. Just shy of third pot. Hang on a minute. Lee Son clicking it back with the gut shot, trying to fold out all of those suited broadways, ace kings, ace queens, ace jacks, that Win might stab on the flop with, and then fold to a raise. Surely Win just gonna preserve his short stack here. Nothing much he can really do. He definitely has a range advantage. Obviously, we can see the hole cards. We can see he's just got queen high, but he's opened off of 12 bigs from +1. Does he just jam 9s, 10s, jacks? Maybe, but what about the stronger parts of his range? The queens, kings, and aces. They'd want to get some action. They'd want to induce some of the weaker holdings behind. So definitely has an overpair range advantage. He's going to throw out all of his time bank extensions. He's really thinking this one through. A lot of draws out there. A lot of gut shots, a lot of straight draws. Wow. I tell you what, I didn't expect him to find the jam, but he's moved all in on the flop. 3-bet jam, continued for 200k into 660. Lee Son clicked it to 455,000 with the gut shot and backdoor hearts. I would have liked to have just seen a jam from Lee Son or a check call, given that he's got backdoor hearts. But Win really sniffing this one out, just saying, hey, pal, I have all the overpairs. Really just putting Lee Son on a weak holding here with close to 0 fold equity as well. You can see Lee Son with just 735k to call with 2.3 million in the middle, getting over 3-1 on a call. Talk about perfect timing from Win. Just sniff this one out. Curious to hear your guys' thoughts on the check raise from Lee Son, but even more so, how about this jam? I mean, just some real street poker being played in Vietnam. One of the things about the APT events is you really just do get these unorthodox styles of poker, this street kind of poker being played, where sometimes theory just goes out the window and a man stares you down and 3-bet jams on the flop, and Win gets it through with just queen high. Take a bow, sir. The final table of the APT Hanoi main event with over 125k for first. And he finds the 3-bet on the flop with just queen high. So it folds round to Feng Zhao in the hijack with 2 9s. One of the most feared no-limit hold'em players on the Asian circuit, both live and online. This has a stacked resume. Opening off of 30 picks. Bit of a wide pill from the local Vietnamese player, Dinh Duc Trung, calling with the a6 off. He is 50 big blinds effective, but wants to be careful. Could very easily be dominated here. It's actually a pretty good situation for him as he has the big blind, the chip leader, Gerdman Bukharov, dominated, who's defended with the suited connectors. 295 in the middle, 3 ways to the flop, and, well, ace-6-6. What do I know? That's why I'm in the booth and he's out on the felt. Din flopping the full house from the small, but more importantly, Gerdman Bukharov has also flopped trips, does check round. And how about that for a turn card dealer? 9 of clubs, giving Feng Zhao 94% of the equity. Turning the bigger full house as Dinh Duc Trung comes firing. Half pot. Has flopped the boat and has run into the turn bigger boat of Feng. Gerdman obviously with trip 6s, not going anywhere just yet. And now what does Feng do? 5-6-5 in the middle. It's the effective stack 1.1, I think, closing the action. You know, you can just play this hand in position on the river. There aren't any river scare cards. He wants flushes to get there. He wants straights to get there. What an insane pot. Still one card to come. Final two tables of this main event. Feng looking likely to find a full double and maybe even more, as the 8 of hearts does complete the front door flush draw and a couple of those gut shots that we mentioned. 700k in the middle. Din Duck Trung loves that river. Little does he know, he's about to double up Feng Zhao. It's like 485,000 into 700,000. What does Bokharov do here? Flop trip sixes. Hearts do get there. You can see he seems pretty puzzled. It does make the call. So there's already 1.7 in the middle, and Feng is still to act with 1 million behind. It's the easiest jam of his life here. 9 of clubs turning off on the turn, giving him the full house. Question is, does Gerdemann get away from it? I'm sure he does once Feng jams, and one would assume that Din Duck Trung is going to beat him to the pot with his flopped full house. Feng taking his time. It's such a weird spot. It does eventually move all in for 1 million, and now action back on Din. Obviously loses to aces and pocket nines. Has to ask himself, would Feng jam flushes? I don't think he would, given that Gerdemann is overcalled out of the big. I think there are a lot of flushes that actually fold, other than the nut flush, given the action. Remember, check through on the flop. Din then led turn, got 2 calls. Now bet again on the river, and Feng has come over the top. Gerdemann gets out of the way. Din gets shown the pocket nines after flopping a full house in a 3.2 million chip pot, going to one of the most feared players in Asia, Feng Zhao. Looking like a favorite here. Final 2 tables of the APT Hanoi main event with now 3.2 million. Good for 80 big blinds. And now a real contender to win this main event. What a disgusting turn card for the local Vietnamese player. We know the Feng fans are loving that. 3.2 million now, deep into the APT Hanoi main event. So Lee Son, one of the middling stacks, has opened from under the gun end, the short stack. Peter Rudnev, shortest by a huge margin, playing just 6.5 bigs. Has a mountain to climb in front of him if he is to emerge victorious at this APT Hanoi main event final table. Top prize of over $127,000. Lee Son does put him all in, and Peter Rudnev obviously happy to oblige and make the call. Some of the best news you could have seen, that he is at least flipping against Lee Son. No help on the 9-9-8 board. Gonna need an ace or a queen only. King of hearts, no dice. 4 outs once for the Russian. Ace of hearts. Corner pocket. Rudnev gets the double. So the overwhelming chip leader going to raise with the ace-8 offsuit. Is going to pick up one customer from the big blind, Gerdemann Bokharov, playing just shy of 40 big blinds effective to start the hand. King 3 suited. Heads up to the flop. 380k, 480k in the middle. Queen 6, 3, 2 spades. Gernman flopping best with bottom pair. He is up against a very aggressive and competent local player, Huang Hai Nam, reaching for a c-bet. Does come out firing. 130k into 480k. Bukharov going to make a quick call. What an interesting spot here for Huang. Stabbed flop. He puts all of his time bank chips in front of him. Turn went check, check when the flush came in. He obviously turned top pair. Now a fourth spade has rolled off on the river. And Bukharov has come firing, turning his flopped bottom pair into a bluff. Huang knows what his image is at the table. He's been incredibly aggressive. The overwhelming chip leader with 125k up top. Wow. Wow. Makes the call. And I tell you what, if that doesn't send a message to the rest of the table that I'm here to win this, I don't know what does. How about that for a hero call? So Din, Duck, Trung are the shortest stack. We've been playing 7-handed without an elimination for the better part of 2 hours now as he moves his final 1.1 into the middle. Ace Queen suited. Well, 1 seat over. Feng Xiao with 2 10s and just 11 big blinds. 7 tray going to hit the mark. So these two are going to be flipping for survival. Lee Song gets out of the way. Chip leader asking for it. Wow. Chip leader hasn't even noticed that he's got 2 queens as he calls for a good hand before looking at his cards.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
It is main event bubble time as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Vidor Sinkel alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Arguably the most exciting part of any tournament, but especially a main event of this size. We were talking about it before we went on the lengthy dinner break. We're coming back 4 off the money, Vidor, and there are going to be some short stacks out there desperate to try and sneak their way in through for that min cash.
This is it. This is the crunch time, Henry. As you were saying before we went on dinner break, this separates the best from the rest.
It really does.
It's time for the big stacks to bully the short stacks, bully the middle stacks, really extend the lead and put themselves in the best position to win the tournament. And I'm excited to see the insight we get on to who on the feature table is in it to win it and who wants to cash.
Yeah, you know, you listen to top pros like someone like Sean Deeb comes to mind. I think he's very openly spoken about a lot of things, but one of the things that he's mentioned when it comes to players that he's interested in maybe buying action from or staking are the types of guys that he would rather they bubble because they're just going after it and trying to build a big stack to set up a deep run, then get the mint cash. He wants the people that are capable of abusing and leveraging their position and their power, and yeah, building up a stack as we throw it down to the main stage. Money bubble time here at the Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event, and well, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to be a fun time. 4 players from the remaining 75, going to be going home empty-handed. And I do apologize to cut you off there, Vidor.
No, my apologies, Henry. I was going to say we have a new feature table here, of course. We'll slowly get to learn more and more about the players. We've looked at 3 other feature tables in the past. I've been very, very impressed with both the style, the pace, and the aggression that I've seen in the play. Here we go with the massive bubble. Now we're looking at 71 players paid, as you said, Henry. 58 million or so, I believe, Vietnamese dong in terms of the min cash. That's almost 2x of the 33 million buy-in. That's not at all chump change. We're talking about almost 2,500 plus US dollars. But of course, the prize to play for, the big one, the winner gets almost 125,000 US dollars. I mean, life-changing money, and no matter where you're from. And of course, the pay jumps get into the mix, but right now, all eyes are on making it to the money.
Right.
Here we go.
Well, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. The plan is to play down to 48 today, so we'll be comfortably in the money at that point. A couple of exciting talking points, obviously the direct bubble here, but also the flurry of bust-outs that tend to occur once that bubble has burst. The short stack's more willing to obviously put their chips in the middle, and then it kind of plateaus a little bit, kind of, if you will, a stalemate, whilst the players are just kind of trying to get into day 3.
Whilst things get serious, perhaps.
Yeah.
When the big money comes into play. But a long way to go till we get there. As you correctly said, Henry, I mean, bubbles can take a long, long time sometimes. Of course, nobody wants to be the bubble boy, as we call it, which would be the 72nd, or even the soft bubble boy, someone who goes out with just a few players left. And all eyes will be on all the short stacks on the field. And I don't just mean on every individual table. I mean, if you have a short stack on one of the many tables that are left, I believe we'd be at something like 9 tables right now.
That's right.
You're probably standing up and eyeing all the short stacks on other tables. In fact, you might have been doing this during break just to scope it out and see where you stand.
Oh, jumping straight back into the action. How about this for a flop? Dong Chen defending his big blind with the Jack 5 of clubs and flopping top pair and a flush draw. Yukina opening from under the gun, completely whiffing, but does have the 2 overs and certainly has an overpair range advantage. She's got to have jacks and 9s as well in her range. Joshua McCulley, by the way, just realized that this is a guy, if I'm not mistaken, that I've battled a decent-sized sample of heads-up PLO with. So nice to see him out here in Phu Quoc playing some no-limit hold'em.
Wow.
I feel like I remember him kind of holding down the fort, if you will, in like the 5-10 and 2-5 heads-up PLO tables back in the day.
Well, very impressive that he's made such a deep run. I mean, he's pretty much guaranteed to cash to the extent anything is guaranteed in poker. He has a hefty stack right there, and just goes to show that if you can be really good at one variant, chances are you know other variants of poker pretty well as well.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm like 80% certain I really recognize the name. It wasn't a huge sample, but I'd say something like 2.5, 3K hands of, maybe closer to like 5K hands of heads up.
That's pretty good. That's a lot of hands.
But I remember him being one of the toughest guys to play against, and well, he's nursing a very healthy 410K stack here. Closing in on the money bubble. There's obviously a river card in the deck should Joshua call, though it is close to a pot-sized bet on the turn from Dong Chen. And maybe we just don't get to see a river.
Joshua certainly thinking there are better spots to find.
Right.
Pocket sevens hit the muck. And we'll probably get a graphic up with all the chip counts very shortly for you guys. But there we see the player positions. These are, of course, all the 6 players we have on the table so far. Look at all those flags. I love seeing 5 different nationalities and 6 players. Not surprising at the APT, by far the most diverse series. I was just going to say, Henry, you know, when you have 3 big stacks battling it out,
There's almost some EV in sort of moving on to the next hand and seeing which short stack you can bully instead of tasseling with another big stack.
Yeah, 100%. The short stacks and middling stacks that are kind of in that mindset of I need to sneak into the money before getting too involved. Quick shout out to the viewers over on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. GBSK, how's it going? See some Thai flags in the chat. Kumar Vatsal asking how many left? 74 remain. 71 places paid, and we will update you accordingly with the payouts as and when players obviously bust and they make ladders along the way. But for those of you watching over on YouTube, if you could take a couple of seconds to just click that like button, it really helps us grow the channel, but more importantly, it helps us to reach a wider audience. And who wouldn't want to see the game of poker, especially in Asia, continuing to grow and go from strength to strength as it has been in recent months. So a little blind v blind confrontation here. Keena completing from the big. Richard opening from under the gun with the Queen 10-0, and well,
wow.
How about a 6 deuce deuce board? Keena flopping trip deuces, king of clubs for backup. Richard with the 2 overcards and obviously the overpair range advantage.
Pretty wide open with Queen 10 off under the gun. We are, of course, 6-handed, as we mentioned, where opening ranges and in general how people construct their opening ranges changes completely, going from 8-handed to 6-handed. That continuation bet is just music to Yukina's ears, who's pretty much flopped the world. Question is, call or raise?
It's one of those spots where I feel like you raise and you fold out all of the broadways, some of the ace highs. If you call, you're going to manage to stack or win a big pot against overpairs regardless. She does opt to take the aggressive route, maybe a byproduct of the fact that we are on the bubble. Doesn't want a third club to roll off, although she does have that king of clubs in hand.
A great flop to raise on.
Oh
wow.
My. That's a click back. Those are the 25k chips in play, Vidor, if I'm not mistaken. The blue 25k chips, and Richard just clicking it back.
Wow, Henry, what a hand to start with. I was just about to say, this might be the right board to raise on because you can represent a lot of bluffs. 6 deuce deuce, all those tiny 4-3 suited connectors, etc. might be tempted to raise here. Yukina has done a great job of representing a bluff and has gotten a 3-bet on the flop, a rare sighting to begin with, a click back as you said, and now perfectly calls and strings along her opponent who's basically drawing dead.
Yeah, the rare flop 3-bet, 180k in the middle. If a card like an ace or a king rolls off, Richard may continue to barrel. Try and lean into those 6s, lean it. How about the 10 of clubs?
The perfect card in the deck.
Flush does complete. Richard turning top pair. Gonna check behind.
Giving away some facial expressions, might I add.
So a safe run out for Yukina. Still value to be had from the overpairs that we were talking about. 180k in the middle. Richard just trying to play the role of table captain and push her around. 3 off the money.
When you get raised on 6 deuce deuce, you tend not to put your opponent on a deuce. I understand where Richard was coming from, battling aggression with aggression. He seems shocked by Yukina's check and now is contemplating whether he needs to be going for value.
Oh, it looks like he's cut out some thin value chips in the form of 60k. It looks like third pot.
What an interesting hand, Henry. Once again, Yukina needs to decide whether to call or raise. Of course, with a flush on the board, I understand her proclivity to raise might be slightly dampened. She will be at least calling with such a monster hand.
Gotta take a quick look at the clock. So this went check, bet, check, raise, 3-bet, check, check, turn, and Richard value owning himself on the river after turning a pair of 10s, and Yukina scooping a monster 300k pot, just a few spots off the money, and now it's up to a very healthy 83 big blind stack. And Talking of table captains, how about...
Yeah, talk about taking down the table captain a notch. I was just going to say, Henry, I'm sorry to interrupt. I mean, Yukina might have maximized value there in such a unique way. Of course, she first check raises the flop. Fair enough to do with the deuce, but with the 6-deuce-deuce board, she actually induced a 3-bet on the flop. Makes the right call, because of course raising would have made, that would have ended the hand right there. And the check on the turn, I mean, actually allowing him to catch up and then allowing him to value on himself. Really great, interesting play there.
Some really funky stuff straight off the bat.
And how's that for settling in at the start of a new table and a new level? Some chips flying about. So ladies and gentlemen, as promised, the action is coming in spicy near the bubble here. We might not have a short stack to pummel, but we do have big stacks who are completely fearless. A 3-bet on the flop with absolute air, we just saw. Look at that. Running hot. Yukina wakes up with ace-queen of clubs from the small blind. We already know she's fearless.
That's the 3-bet. This is first v second in chips going to war pre-flop.
Whoa. Richard with the kings.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Straight off the bat since coming back from break. Richard with some ill-timed aggression in the previous hand, but this time being rewarded with kings and a cold 4-bet opportunity against a legit hand from Yukina. See what size Richard's made it.
Richard doing a convincing job of pretending he's tilting from the last hand.
Yeah.
Just the aggression with which he put in the chips, the sort of stare downs that are going on. He's running a number here on Yukina. And she seems slightly convinced that that's exactly what might be happening. She certainly has the chips to afford more action here. Wow, she grabs her cards. Really feels like she could be going either way. And now with that grab, I don't see her putting in more chips. And what a great laydown. I think Richard might actually be tilted now.
Oh, Yukina managing to avoid disaster. That pre-flop cooler. It's letting go of the ace-queen. Important pickup for Richard as well, uncontested. I'm sure he'll take it down, even though he would have liked more action.
Henry, I just spotted the screen. 73 players left. Only 2 more eliminations and we will be in the money, which also means for anybody not too familiar with live tournaments, or even online tournaments for that matter, once we have 1 more elimination, we'll be down to hand-to-hand play, which means that we will be doing 1 hand across all tables and not restarting a hand on any table until every other table is done. This is so that we know exactly who the bubble person is. We don't also want to encourage any tanking so that tables don't need to wait for other people to bust. 1 hand is happening at every table at the same time. So this is it. We're in the end zone, guys. If you're rooting for someone who you know who's out here, now is the time to make sure they don't become the bubble boy, as they say. Our feature table with really not a clear short stack. I believe 24 big blinds was the shortest stack. Not much ICM bubble play. That doesn't mean the action has been any less interesting, of course. And Yukina with the ace on the button once again is going to get involved, and Richard is laughing. He's almost pointing out how Yukina's been involved in the past 3 hands.
Shout out to Noel Zarate over on the Asian Poker Tour Facebook page saying hi, guys. How you doing, Noel? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Utiform saying good fold from her. It was indeed. Disciplined fold with the ace-queen.
Huge shout out to Noel, my co-commentator for APT Da Nang and absolute stalwart broadcaster. Really took me under his wing during that series and held down the fort across all the trials and tribulations we had at the time.
Joshua McCulley going to defend with the 9-7 suited from the big. Both players whiffing on the 10-4 tray rainbow board, although Yukina does have a gut shot to go along with the best hand, which is ace high as things stand.
She also has the betting lead and, dare I say, the momentum. She did lose the previous hand with the ace-queen, but it's almost like she got away cheap. She made a great fold. Ace high and a wheel draw, good enough to continuation bet. Joshua's going to be looking at a whole lot of nothing, just some hope to sustain himself on with some backdoor straights, backdoor flushes.
Yeah, against the 16k stab or continuation bet, that 9-7 somewhat wrapped around that 10 of spades, as you mentioned, the backdoor hearts. Maybe an option to check raise here or just float. Incredibly dry board, and he does come with the check raise. See what Yukina brings now. Really being put through the ringer over the last few hands. Couple of very interesting turn cards. 6 of hearts comes to mind. Does make the call, so again a sizable pot. Players really trying to push Yukina around.
Indeed, that's very true. I mean, if you think about the 3-bet on the flop, the check raise with air right now by Joshua seems to be a target on Yukina's back.
King of diamonds doesn't produce any of those backdoor draws that we were talking about. Does Josh want to just go for the old zero equity turn barrel?
Keep in mind, Henry, we saw Yukina perfectly flat call king deuce that then got showed down to the table. And trust me, Joshua must have noticed that. So he does know that Yukina can have absolute monsters in her range as well right here.
Yeah, 100%.
That might be why he decides to check this one down. And Yukina, currently with the best hand, can decide to realize her equity. She does have the wheel draw. That's got to give her a lot of comfort. Tempt her into the free card. On the other hand, does she want to tell a story of strength? Try to take this hand down right here. The king also a bit of a scare card in case Joshua had something like a 10 that he was check raising with. Wow.
How about it?
Fearless to the T.
Yukina just not backing down.
What a strong bet too. 100k into 126. I mean, talk about absolutely crippling Joshua. Even if he had something like an ace-10, what would he really do in that spot? Amazing. Great play. Bluffing with the best hand, but still showing really serious metal with that float and taking it down on the turn. Smiles all around. You love to see it. We're approaching the absolute stone bubble very shortly, but these players seem pretty unfazed. Not only are they fearless, they're getting their chips in the middle with air sometimes. Really splashing around. And we were talking before we started this feature table, Henry, about separating the best from the rest. Who really wants to go for it? Seems like we have a lot of candidates here who want to go for it.
Yeah, that we do. These guys playing as if we're not on a bubble right now. 2 spots away from a min cash of just shy of 2,400 USD, or 56 million Vietnamese dong. Just shy of a 2x return on the buy-in. Not a bad couple of days in the office.
Victor is the shortest stack. It's been understandably snug.
Actually had the chance to play with Yukina the other day in the Super Hold'em event.
That's great. Was she as fearless then?
Fairly sure she stacked me in one bullet. Or at least doubled up through me.
From what I've seen so far, not surprised, Henry. Not surprised you got the short end of that stick.
Yeah, I got wrecked.
She's floating check raises. She's trapping trips. Quite a board here for Yuan with the flush draw and the gut shot straight draw with the 7-6 of clubs. Chen continues to tell some sort of a story, but resistance is pretty much guaranteed. Now maybe the bubble comes into play here, Henry. I mean, such a strong draw, you might be tempted to check raise, but with 31 big blinds facing an opponent who has you well covered, now is not the time to juice up a pot and actually put your whole stack at risk. Decides to realize his equity, whiffs it completely in the favor of Chen, who now actually does have top pair.
Yeah, Dong Chen, one of the top players from China with over 800K in tournament earnings. Number 34 on China's all-time money list, best live cash of 153,000. It's a known face at the APT, came fourth earlier on this series in a single-day high roller for 13,600 USD.
That's a great feeling. You're probably free-rolling the series once you have a cash like that.
Yeah, those single-day high rollers, man, they get a lot of attention. People really love the structure and love the fact that, you know, over the course of one day you can win like 30, 40K.
Yuan made the call on the turn. He pretty much had the right odds to chase his draw. Fortunately, whiffs it all on the river, and this spot is guaranteed to go Dong Chen's way. Decides to check it down. Doesn't really make much of a difference. Wasn't getting any value, really. So the rich get richer, and Yuan now sort of the co-shortest stack on the table, but still 25 big blinds, plenty to play with, and pretty much no reason to not make the money in the tournament unless you really face a cooler of some sort. You can probably wait it out until somebody busts with 25 big blinds. Likely to see many sub 10 big blind stacks on many tables, and as we were talking about earlier, they're going to be waiting each other out a little bit. If you've been looking at the counter of the number of players left, we've been, so to speak, stuck at 73. We've been trickling down pretty steadily for the past few hours. And now as we get down to the final two players who are going to get eliminated without being in the money, things are understandably slow.
Now we know Greg's out there on the floor scouring around the tables looking for those short stacks.
Like a predator.
He is. So what content can I catch on camera? Whose pain will I get to bear witness to? $2,400 min cash. Two people going to go home empty-handed, of course.
Preying on the weak. Just trying to make some content out of people who are just going to be hating life for a couple of hours. But such is the nature of poker, and I would argue such is the beauty of poker. I know it doesn't feel like it if you're on the short end of the stick, but that's what makes the game so fascinating. The emotional roller coaster. A bit of frisk from Joshua. Actually ended up dominated in two spots, but definitely from the caller, Yuan there.
Yeah, he's on the button, always going to open close to range, or at least an incredibly wide range, given that he does cover both players in the blinds. Just lean into the fact that we are two off the money. Complete whiff on the 9-6-5. Going to check behind. So be somewhat concerned about what the small blind flatting range of Yuan looks like. Much more condensed range compared to the big blind defending range. Going to contain a bunch of ace highs and suited broadways, as well as some smallish pocket pairs, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s. I want to see a flop.
A great bet by Yuan, almost smartly realizing that checking to the razor again will pretty much guaranteed that he was facing a bet. Joshua was very likely to pounce in that weakness. Yuan taking it down, I mean, not a joke to do this when you're the shorter stack on the bubble. Very impressive play. Pretty much with air, if you think about it.
Yeah, it was indeed. Dong Chen rather, leading this feature table on the soft bubble. One more elimination and we will go hand for hand.
Because of the way the tables are distributed, we're still playing six-handed, and that's actually maybe one of the many reasons we're seeing a lot of action on this table as well. Everybody has a stack. Six-handed, people are opening loose. People are fighting back. Six-max poker, as they say, is arguably the toughest form of poker.
Yeah, not as many places to hide. Six-handed. Blind and big blind ante coming around, obviously at much quicker pace compared to a full ring table. McCulley, the cutoff with a couple of tens.
It's a good feeling when you've been opening with air to finally look down at a hand. You're hoping to not get credit. Maybe have someone play back at you so you can come over the top.
He thought about it. Suited connectors on the button. Oh wow, a legit hand for the chip leader. We could see a massive pot play out here, just for the reasons Vidor just mentioned. Deceptive flat from Chen. Very disguised ace-queen out of the big, 34k in the middle. So comes ace-king 5, so Chen flopping best with the strongest top pair you can imagine he's going to have.
Joshua contemplating a reasonable continuation bet, even though you are not loving life with the ace and a king on the board when you have pocket tens. Certainly aces and kings smack your opening range more than they do the big blind's calling range. As it happens, Dong Chen was effectively trapping. Super strong hand, ace queen off. Now makes top pair, top kicker as Henry just said, and once again continues this trap, so to speak. Keeping the pot small as well, despite having the chips to be able to afford it. Maybe it's one of those things again where he doesn't want to play with the biggest stack necessarily, or even a hefty stack like Joshua's, to the extent he can avoid it. Extremely focused. Chip leader on the table right now, Dong Chen. Comfortable stack of over 90 big blinds, which is a lot at this stage of the tournament. The reason you want a bigger stack at these late stages is so that you can start pushing around the short and middle stacks, not just on the bubble, but just pretty much for the rest of the tournament. A lot of merit to conserving that big stack. Might be one of the few reasons he took this sort of low variance route, did not 3-bet pre-flop with the ace-queen.
Maybe also a byproduct of just mutual respect for McCulley's game. These guys have also been playing against each other for most of the day. We just heard the tournament director, by the way, announce that we are going to be hand for hand at the conclusion of this hand on the feature table, and if a player is all in, to not reveal their whole cards and to keep their cards face down, which means one would assume we're on the stone bubble.
Dong Chen takes it down. What could have been a very big pot actually ended up about as small as it can be. Flat on the flop, and that's pretty much it. That being said, Dong Chen has extended his lead to almost 100 big blinds. What a great feeling in tournament poker is to have 100 big blinds. Nice round number. You know, you're never too far off from being at the top of the leaderboard when you have such a big stack at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, it's currently impossible for him to be eliminated in one hand. Let's put it that way. Stone bubble, final 9 tables of 8 players. Just waiting for the tables to be rebalanced. Looks like we have some action on the outer table with chips behind.
Did not expect that, Henry. Love this. We're getting live coverage of bubble hands.
Oh, looks like a bet and a snap call on the turn from the player in the small blind.
All right, heavy action here. Board reads 8-5 queen.
Wait, what? 8-5 queen.
8-5-7-10
king.
Heads up pot. Again, the board reads 8-5-7-9 and a king.
3 hearts on board. Looks like the player who's peeled.
It's a check. And that's a straight there with a pair of 6s. All right, guys, we have the clock on pause. We still have 72 players left in the field. We are breaking a table.
Shout out to some of the faces I spotted in that shot. Greg, of course. Greg goes all in, our third musketeer here in the booth, who was out there covering the bubble, making some cool content. Also spotted Nishant Sharma, who's one of India's top pros.
We are going to knock off 2 minutes off the clock.
So 2 minutes off the clock per hand. I don't know, man. I feel like hands take a lot longer than 2 minutes.
Yeah, of course they do, but even the 2 minutes off the clock it's like a good happy medium, you know, you can't complain too much.
30 hands an hour? Really? Please deal me into that game for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I know. That being said, listen, shout out to the dealers again. The APT dealers, sometimes we can't keep up with the speed at which they lay out the flop in the river. They've been doing a banging job of keeping things moving along. Not just in terms of dealing, accumulating chips, shuffling, all adds up. But yeah, 30 hands is pretty good. A pretty good run rate if you're playing live poker. And it's one of the harder things for online players to adjust to as well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, we got to a point now where we're so spoiled with, you know, big screens and the ability to multi-table and the amount of games that are running, you know, all over the show, where players now, guys that come from a predominantly online background, you tend to see them rock up with like iPads, or they're playing like some game on their phone whilst they're also playing a live tournament. It's pretty crazy, man.
Funnily enough, Henry, the first person I ever saw play poker on their phone while sitting on a poker table was on, I believe it was a TV show, and it was Elke.
Oh, really?
I want to say in the late 2000s, maybe early 2010s. And, I mean, mobile phones alone were kind of new at the time, and mobile poker was certainly new at the time. And I was like, is that safe, Elke? Like, should you be doing that? Like, I didn't trust it. And here we are, where actually in India, the majority of the population plays on their phone.
Yeah. You were worried that people would be able to see his cards and stuff on his phone? Or?
It's like, I just couldn't understand how you could trust this device to handle the amount of money Elke must have been dealing with, you know?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's hard to put ourselves back in that mindset, but phones used to make calls, not play poker.
I remember the big bulky phone that my dad used to have, like in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
He was working in sales in London, and it was like a brick. I mean, this thing was like, you had to carry this massive brick around. Had a long antenna that he would pull out before like making calls. It was wild, man.
Yeah. And it was so expensive too. Any phone plan would just bankrupt you every month. How things have changed. I mean, if you have a online poker website that isn't able to handle 4 tables at a time on a mobile app, you're probably not getting business. People are just multi-tabling on their phones these days like crazy.
That's very true. So a couple of new players joining the feature table. We are on the stone bubble of the APT Phu Quoc main event.
Some restructuring and respacing happening on the table, going from 6 max back to 8, I believe. I did spot Nishant. I'll tell you more about him. I happen to know he is the Indian player to have the deepest run in the World Series main event.
Okay.
Which was a huge boost to his bankroll. And
how deep?
I think he came somewhere close to 30th, 37th. I know it's nothing compared to certain people you might know.
That's brutal, though. 30th is rough, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's before the high 5-figure, 6-figure pay jumps, every couple of spots. You get down to the final 18, and you ladder up to 16th, and all of a sudden, you're guaranteed an additional 100, 120K.
Yeah.
And it's brutal enough to the point where the dream starts kind of setting in, you know? You get down to the final 40 and you start thinking, what if? That's rough, man. Tournament poker is so brutal sometimes. I mean, we're just a bunch of masochists that love competition and love the game.
Oh, it is so weird. I mean, in the case of Nishant, it was actually very interesting because it was a huge boost to the Indian community in terms of realizing not just the representation that was possible on the world stage, but also the amount of money that you got. I mean, 37th in the World Series main event is still pretty good. And the idea that you could have that much upside by going to Vegas, it actually kickstarted, amongst other things, a huge contingent of poker players who go to Vegas every year from India. We had a first bracelet winner a couple of years after that. Abhinav Iyer, he won the closer. So Nishant, part of a select sort of path breakers of the Indian poker scene on the global stage.
Paving the roads for the younger generations, for sure. Did he kind of become an overnight poker celebrity in India? It kind of feels like that would do it.
Amongst fellow players, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think his personality is the kind to sort of aim to be anything outside of that.
Yeah.
Just loves the game, plays the game, and now a very prodigious cash game player as well. I think he just battles it out on the PLO, 5 PLO streets as well for high stakes.
That. Okay.
Not afraid to gamble, this man. Look at that stack. 94 big blinds he comes in with. That's just the nature of the style that Nishant plays. He is just always going for first. He's been there, done that. He's the kind of player who probably will never strike a deal. I've seen him on final tables. He struck a deal once. He regretted it. He's like, I'm never doing it again.
Yeah, we were talking earlier on about those types of players. He seems to fall into that category where if he deems a spot profitable, or if there's a spot that he needs to take and he ends up bubbling, or the flip side is he builds a massive stack and sets himself up nicely for a deep run, as we can see here, 94 bigs, a lot of ammunition for Nishant.
Bringing in some competition to the chip leader Dong as well, who had sort of had easy coasting with his healthy stack. No longer.
So due to the fact that we are, of course, hand for hand, that means that once the hand at our feature table finishes, we'll have to wait for the conclusion of the hands on the outer 7 tables. And the camera will, of course, pan over if there is an all-in and a call situation.
You mentioned the masochism of tournament poker, Henry. Have you ever had a particularly rough moment on the tournament scene?
Not really. I mean, just standard coolers in big buy-in events. Well, it's just you just sometimes dealt out the tournament. But no, I guess that's kind of like brutal in the sense that you go to a live poker trip with a group of friends, you book an Airbnb, everyone's super hyped, you're on the same flight. You get to the house and everyone's like, right, swap 5% here, 2% here, you know.
Yeah.
Fire in 2 bullets in this main event. First prize is going to be like $1 million, and then you don't even make it past like level 6 or 7 or whatever, and it's just, yeah, it can be. Oh, we get a little close up there of. Is that Chen's scalp? But yeah, most recently I was playing in January. We went to Miami, or Florida rather, Fort Lauderdale with a few friends, Matt Berkey, Landon Tice, and some of the crew that I hang out with in America, and got this Airbnb. Was super pumped. It was like one of my first live tournaments in quite some time, and quite literally, I hadn't even sat down at the table, but the dealer had seen me walk over, so it like dealt me cards as I'm like literally just like sitting down. Looked down at ace queen of clubs, open from the cutoff with a fresh starting stack. Big blind squeezes to like 6.9k. I call. It's like 35k stack. Comes queen 4 deuce rainbow. Check check. Turns an ace. He bets small. I call. River's a brick. He bombs like 75%. I'm like, we're in America. Should I just call or can I get value? I'm like, of course I go all in. I got top 2. And it just like beats me to the pot. And I'm like, really, dealer?
Set.
Really? Just has top set on the flop.
Top set?
Just has queens.
Oh,
Ow.
Extra brutal.
So I'm never playing again.
Top set is the extra needle there. So unnecessary. 4s I could live with.
Yeah, like queen 4 deuce rainbow. What's going on?
That's like a PLO hand, top set versus top
two. It's the first and last time I'll tell a bad beat story in the commentary booth chat. I do apologize.
I did prompt you.
Completely off-brand. But I needed to get it out. It's clearly been stuck with me for the better part of 2 months, chat. So I appreciate you kind of assisting me in releasing some and letting it go, you know.
This is just therapy with friends, Henry.
Letting it go in poker is a true art form. Something that really separates the elite from the middle of the pack. Just able to move on to the next hand regardless of the outcome from a previous hand, losing a big flip or getting coolered. Just maintaining that focus and getting on with it.
I have to say, Henry, one thing I love about watching good players is that whether as a viewer you realize it or not, you absorb the tendencies of the good player. So for instance, you see someone take a bad beat, they remain stoic, they remain zen, they're not affected. Next time around, you get a bad beat, you're pretty likely to actually want to behave that way. That happened to me in my first big tournament where I just knew not to be emotional. I knew that I had to just think of every decision just because I'd been hearing top players, podcasters, commentators talk about it. And man, it really helped me when it came down to the final table. Of course, I came second. And only after I exited the venue and I was riding around my little scooty/bike and the wind hit my face, did I process what just happened, how much more I could have won had one card gone a certain way. But that's okay, right? After the event is okay. I mean, in the moment, it's just about taking each situation as it comes, and poker is so unique that way.
Yuan turning top pair. This early position open from Joshua, uninterested in firing out a c-bet or a delayed c-bet on the turn. Goes check, check. Comes queen, queen. Yuan with a very disguised trip queens. Whoever that is coughing in the background sounds like they got whatever it is that I've caught.
Well, I hope they feel better soon.
Same.
Joshua has to be tempted, has seen the weakness of two checks. Little does he know he was being effectively trapped. Yuan didn't want to put his stack at risk at all on the stone bubble. Understandable. But when two queens end up on the turn and river, it's time to get those yellow 5,000 chips into the middle, try and get some value, try and get some hero calls.
That's a sizable bet. Close to 75% pot. Given that his opponents checked flop, turn, and river, I would have liked to see him size down a little bit. Really target those ace highs. The range of Josh seems somewhat evident to, you know, marginal showdown value, something like, you know, a small pair or an ace high that wants to just try and get to showdown.
Josh clearly considering this polarization from that big bet you just mentioned, Henry, might actually work in Yuan's favor. Because after all, now Josh might be thinking this cannot be thin value. This can't even be something like a 10 or a 6 going for thin value just because the bet size is so big. Yuan is one of the shorter stacks on the table.
Yeah, so it's like, what sixes does he have, right? It's like a slow played 10, ace 10 suited on the flop. That seems unlikely, and he flicks in the call. And how about it, Vidor? Yuan squeezing out max value, you could argue, with that sizing on the river, as you mentioned. Just really polarizing himself and, yeah, getting looked up from Josh.
What a great bet, and now Yuan has put himself in a much more comfortable position on this table. 233K, 135K is a short stack. Victor, oh, there we go. We hear somebody's all in, perhaps, which is why people are getting up.
Oh, hello.
Of course, we are hand for hand, so that means the table has to wait till the next hand. If there is an all-in on a different table, we will have coverage of that. Our on-ground production team trying their best to capture all the action. There we go. Right, as I said it, we cut to it.
Opponent has already taken a total of 3 time banks already.
So it looks like she's bet river and been jammed on and does eventually let go of her hand. So some aggression on the bubble, working out
All right, tournament dealers.
The lone player at the table just sat there. He's like, I don't care. I don't care what's going on the out table. It's just, you know, I'm here. Rocking the Triton hoodie.
He didn't even flinch when other players came back. He's just in the zone.
Just out there. He's got a job to do.
Or maybe the dealer is very pretty. That's possible too.
Might be the case.
So the players are back as hand for hand continues. That just means one hand across every table. The next one does not start until every table is done with theirs. We went from 6 max to 8 max. And weirdly, the action hasn't slowed down at all. Partly a function of this table being healthily stacked, by which I mean there isn't a real short stack on the table. We did see Victor with 135k. Some quick math suggests that'd be a hair over 23 or 24 big blinds. Plenty to work with. We're yet to hear from our newest entrant. I must admit, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce his name, but I'll go with Heoki for now. And of course, I do apologize every time I mispronounce someone's name. If you're listening to me as one of the players who's been on any of the feature tables and I have butchered your name, please find me after, correct me, accept my apology, and I'll try and do better next time. Understandable defense, Queen 10 suited from the big blind. Seven-three deuce is almost the stereotype of a dry board. And when the board is this dry, it's usually in the advantage of the pre-flop raiser. As it happens, Heoki even has a gut shot to go along with it to the wheel. Hoodie versus hoodie here. Richard does love those Queen 10s. That is the hand he went to battle with against Yukina. Now decides to float on the flop with 2 overs and the backdoor flush draw. 8 pretty much a blank for his hand, so question is how he proceeds. Heoki decides to check behind and does hit the ace on the river. It's going to be a lot more comfortable now in the hand.
For a split second, I heard the word Elkin. I was like, hang on a minute. Has he managed to sneak his way back in somehow? I mean,
if anybody could,
it would be him.
Well, I was discussing, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce Heoki is what I'm going with.
I would go with Heoki, yeah.
And Heoki here has hit the ace in the river, but Richard has a decision after floating the flop with Queen 10. And decision he does make, puts out 17,000 chips. A small bet, an easy call for Heoki there. Richard tables the hand, nice of him to do so. You are allowed to, of course, fold without showing, but then your opponent doesn't need to show as well. Since you've already lost the hand, you might as well get the info on what your opponent had.
That's true. And more importantly, you might be up against the type of player that if they think you're just a snap mucker when you're bluffing is making lighter calls than Queen High. I've seen it before, mate. It's
some ninja.
Oh, dude, you just get that read on a guy where you know when he's bluffing, he'll just snap muck, and you can just literally just like call off with any 2 cards, even if you bricked yourself. But the annoying thing is that there always seems to be someone that just like, I don't know, just speaks up about it. And they're like, hey, man.
Yeah.
You should just show your hand at showing. It's like, dude, just shut up. It's part of the edge. It's part of the game, you know? I'm out here calling with busted 8-high wraps and stuff, and you're just telling him to show down his hand. Come on.
I did see this in a home game once where person bluffs on the river. Exactly the situation you're describing. The other person decides to call light, thinking or hoping that the opponent will muck. Both of them had 7 deuce.
No.
And they both showed it.
Oh, that's fantastic. Did you see that Tom Dwan Rui Cao hand with the 7 deuce v 8-7?
Yes.
How fantastic was that, man?
Amazing.
That was one of the... It's got to be one of the most epic hands in recent times. That was wild.
So if I remember correctly, Rui Cao had a queen high or something that he was calling down with?
No, he had 8 high.
He had 8 high?
8 high.
Incredible.
So it's gone... I don't want to butcher the hand, but like... Tom Dwan has
playing
like...
the 7 deuce game, first things first.
Tom Dwan check raises after calling a raise on a like ace-king 5 board with 7 deuce. Rui Cao calls. Tom barrels big on the turn. Rui Cao calls again, and then Tom gives up on the river, and then Rui Cao jams with the 8 high. And he was like, look, if you were jammed, I was snap calling. Like, Paul Poo is there, everyone's there kind of thing. And
I believe him too.
Yeah, he was. Like, he just had a read on Tom. He's like, I knew you had 7 deuce. It was epic. I do love Rui. So still hand for hand here. The APT Phu Quoc main event. Min cash just shy of 2,400 USD. 56 million Vietnamese dong. Plan is to play down to the final 48 players, or the end of level 20, whichever comes first.
That white shot that we just saw really bothered me, Henry, because we have a full table here of 8 players, and yet it seems like a missing seat 8. Did you notice that?
Oh.
We have a seat 1 on the left of the dealer, and there's nobody on the right of the dealer, and I'm guessing, look at all that space in between seat 1 and seat 2. Come on, guys. Let's even things out here. Look at poor Dong Chen just squeezed in between.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, some of them have like placed their stacks and their seats kind of differently compared to their RFID chip reader. So it does look a bit snug out there. Look at this from Chen, by the way, just going after it. Late position, 8-4 of diamonds. Knows they can just really apply pressure both pre and post.
We haven't heard from Yukina in a while, and I feel like 8-4 isn't going to cut it.
She's just been enjoying some of the donations that people have been giving her, trying to push her around on the bubble. Talking of Yukina, owns a Japanese style bar in Ho Chi Minh City.
Very cool.
Won the Deep Stack Turbo in 2022 APT Da Nang and just came 3rd in the ladies event the other day.
Wow. Good start for her so far. She's...
Sorry, yesterday. I do apologize. Yesterday she came 3rd.
That's right. So she already has a final table.
Yeah.
And a good score. And now she's going to be cashing the main. What a great run.
A Japanese-styled bar in Ho Chi Minh City. I'm going to have to find out a little bit more about that bar. Do love Japanese food and culture.
Notice, by the way, that Richard did not raise pre-flop. We had Dong Chen, of course, opening super light in the hijack. Richard flats in the small blind with pocket 10s. An absolute monster of a hand, but he only has 36 big blinds relative to the 96 of Dong Chen. Dong continues telling a story on the Queen 3.
Yeah, I think flat calling makes a lot of sense. Do apologize for cutting you off. Just knowing the type of player you're up against that could very easily just like 4-bet over the top with, you know, with rags, but rags that have equity against you. You're one off the money. You have a very comfortable 40 big blind stack. Doesn't want to play for it all. Chen turning 2-pair.
Such is the nature of the stone bubble. I mean, if you were to even run the math on what you should do, let's say in the solver, etc., and think about the upside downside. You know, the downside is you could be out for 0. The upside is you hang on to your stack and effectively min cash, so you make infinitely more than 0. Makes a lot of sense to play a bit snug and try to realize as much equity as you can, get to showdown. Exactly what Richard has done here and has a lock on this hand. Not sure Dong can do much to blow him off it at this point.
Has river the flush draw. Gonna check back and show down his pair of 4s. no good against the tens of Richard and a crucial pickup.
All right, guys, on table number 2, we have an all-in call situation.
Spicy.
We're going to see both hands. We're going to reveal both hands.
So this is our first all-in call situation of this stone bubble.
Against pocket aces. Aces is a covered man. He's avoided 6 to stay alive.
Okay, so aces, the all-in player at risk. Both flush draws covered as well. Let's get a little like king 4 deuce board, you know, some backdoors.
I like it.
The running straights.
Like it. I'll take it.
It'd be brutal to bubble with aces.
Oh yeah, I'm certainly rooting for
all right,
aces
guys.
here.
Again,
Can you
aces will
imagine the
avoid
level
a
of
6 to
negative
stay alive.
anti-reeling energy
You'll
that's
see a
going
flop.
towards the aces right now with all the players wanting to cash?
Flop is deuce, 3,
Okay.
and a deuce.
Henry, okay.
Get
Okay.
only
There we go.
a 6 to eliminate.
Backdoor straight draws.
Off
Running
the
straight
turn.
flush draw.
Turns a 10.
Okay, so 6.
And
a
the
6
river
only
card
needed to burst the bubble here.
is a 9.
No dice.
And we still
The
have
upside down
72
6.
players left in the main event.
Love to see it. You see some hugs at the back.
Looks like that was a friend of mine, Craig. Lives in Thailand as well. Getting it in with the 6s. That's how things stand at this feature table. A couple of very healthy chip stacks at the top.
One of those healthy stacks in the frame right now, Nishant Sharma. Over 90 big blinds. New addition to the feature table. Hasn't really participated too much yet. Not been dealt the hands to do so. So still hand for hand. One hand at a time. Still on the stone bubble. Very exciting part of the tournament. Once in a while, in case anybody is not familiar with this dynamic, maybe in slightly smaller tournaments, you will essentially have sort of a consolation prize for the person who is the stone bubble. What it does is it actually speeds things along. So you say something like, okay, everybody will take out a small amount from the prize pool, give you the equivalent of maybe a min cash, maybe less than min cash if you are the stone bubble. And this way people loosen up and don't try to just whittle down to the last blind in an attempt to min cash. Not what's happening here. It's too big, too prestigious, and too big a field. Whoever does stone bubble is unfortunately going to be walking away with 0. Such is the nature of poker. Richard with a real hand to be opening on the button. I think Joshua did contemplate raising, considering he has about the same size stack as Richard. Could have applied a lot of pressure, but considering he has a hand he might want to see a flop with, and a stack that could get dented pretty easily, decides to come along, as does Yuan, with 8-7 off.
Okay, multi-way affair here. Couple of, you know, these hands could collide on certain board textures.
That's one of them.
Yeah, a little something for everyone. The most for Joshua, of course, with top pair. Yuan flopping middle pair. Some backdoor straight opportunities. Richard just one overcard to his pocket tens.
I've been very impressed with Joshua's play so far. Extremely active, always in the mix, extremely aggressive. Seems like
wow. Well, dealer.
What a card.
Dealer, how do you find that turn card? Yuan turning 2 pair. I can hear my voice in the background. Someone's watching the stream. I can hear it being picked up on a mic somewhere. I love it.
That's trippy.
It is trippy. Whoever's watching the stream out there on their phone, put your phone down. You've got poker to play.
But hit like, though.
Hit the like button before you go back to playing the main event. And good luck, most importantly.
Wow, Richard comes along for the ride with just 10s on a really wet board, I have to say. Multi-way. Bit speculative.
What does Josh do now? I mean, you've got a very disguised top pair, check through on the flop. You got the big blind who's going to have a bunch of gut shots and open-enders that stab. See a river dealer. Sizable pot brewing, especially for these middling stacks. King of spades rolling off does.
Checkmark for Yuan, and actually a safe card. I mean, a king not really hitting any of the calling ranges after you see a call on the turn. Maybe a king X of clubs is about it.
Right.
And that too you would be ahead of. So a great river. And the question is, can he get paid off? I mean, Richard, not really sure what he was doing in the hand to begin with. Well, not to begin with. Great hand pre-flop, but that call on the turn was certainly giving Yuan a lot of credit for bluffing multi-way.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a board texture where Yuan is going to have enough bluffs multi-way, especially given that it checked through on the flop. It's going to have more 6x, right?
That's true.
It's going to have more 9x kind of hands, and I can get behind the call. There's only one overcard. Reevaluate on rivers.
That's a great point, and it just goes to show that, once again, we know Richard is fearless. He's also fearless when it comes to calling and looking people up. You've seen him keep plenty of people in check. A great value bet by Yuan. It's like you said, he certainly can represent some bluffs, but multi-way, it's hard to tell a convincing story with a small bet on the river.
Yeah, it's just set an amazing price for his opponents, just really milking both of them. Now, obviously, Richard has to be somewhat concerned about Josh behind. King X of clubs. King Jack he does. Unblock hands like King 10 as well. King 10 of clubs, that is. So now some hands that he's losing to with Josh in the small as he has a quick glance over at him. Really like this sizing from Richard. Could honestly see him get called in 2 spots here.
Both Richard and Josh have to be worried about the range the big blind can have in a hand like this. With a 5-7-8 on the board, something like a 6-4 that would make a straight, that might play the exact same way. Pretty much only Yuan can have that in the big blind. 6-4 would be fairly speculative for Josh to be calling in the small blind, so certainly part of the consideration Joshua is going through right now. It's just the price, Henry. It's just so good. Yeah. 40K to win 160. You only need to be right 20% of the time. Is Yuan bluffing 20% of the time?
For this price as well, like, do you ever bluff for such a small sizing into 2 players after they both call?
Wow. Well, clearly Joshua thinks 20% of the time at least you do.
All right, tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
Yeah, it could certainly be value betting a weaker queen after defending the big. So Josh, with that, down to sub 30 bigs. Flop top pair. A multi-way pot and just couldn't get away from it. Yeah, I mean, look, I completely understand the call.
Sometimes you do get attached to the hand based on how it looked on the turn, as opposed to how it looks on the river. You know, you're like, hey, I didn't raise it up on the turn, so I can afford to have a call on the river. I mean, it's not easy to make the best decisions 8 hours into the day on the second day.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been grinding, man. I mean, it's one of the things that I really just tip my hat to the elite grinders that are just out there week in, week out, traveling around the circuit. It really does take its toll on the body and mind. And you don't have to just be physically in shape, but mentally as well, to handle the swings and the variance that tournament poker brings.
As somebody who's been up close to all kinds of mindset coaches and even the elite players and the kinds of fitness and training regimens they have, what do you make of it? Like, how important are those aspects to the game? And said differently, do you think you can be an elite player without focusing on your physical health, perhaps on your mental health?
The simple answer is no, in my opinion. It's funny that you mention it. I want to say Michael Soiser and Jason Kuhn were actually talking at the feature table in Triton about the elite poker players in the world, let's say, you know, the top 50 to top 30. And they were trying to find someone in their minds, you know, their minds in terms of the people they thought were in the top 30 players in the world, that wasn't in shape, that wasn't doing some form of fitness, whether it be playing sports, whether it be going to the gym, whether it be running, whether it be yoga, all this kind of stuff, and yeah, they were literally trying to count through the top 30, and I think they found one person. I can't remember who it was, and I'm not going to put them on blast, obviously. But yeah, man, I mean, it's so important, dude. You're sat, for 4 days. If you want to win this event, you quite literally have to play 4 days of 10 hours plus. We're currently 9 hours into the day.
At peak decision making, if you want to make it.
Where every decision can win you or cost you thousands in equity. So, yeah, man, I mean, I tip my hat to these guys, of course.
I can shout out one elite poker player who is out of shape.
Go on.
Simply because they just made a bet with the almighty Bill Perkins to shed a lot of weight. That's Sean Deeb.
Right, okay.
They just locked in a bet for Sean.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, it happened all over Twitter. And I think it's about getting down to 17% body fat in 14 months, which is an extremely aggressive number for Sean.
Wow.
I
would love to see Sean pull that off.
That'd be crazy, right?
I mean, that would be quite the transformation.
It's 100K 10 to 1, $1 million bet.
So Sean's risking 100.
That's right.
Oh, man, I love this. Okay. I've been off Twitter, man. I'm not on Twitter that much anymore. I'm not on social media in general now. But yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. And I'd love to see it for Sean as well. Be good for his wife and family. He's also one of those guys that's just always out there traveling. I believe the reason Sean maybe didn't fall into that category is I think they were discussing No Limit Hold'em tournament players, and Sean is the first to admit that Hold'em is literally his weakest game.
Yeah.
Out of all the, obviously known as being one of the best mixed game players of all time. Playing a lot of 5-card now, as far as I know.
Interesting. He certainly is elite. I mean, you don't get to be...
Oh, he plays the biggest buy-ins, the biggest cash games in Vegas in terms of the mixed game in Bobby's room, right?
He's probably always the favorite to be the World Series Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Before the series begins. Like, that's how good he is. But just to round out that story, I believe it all started from somebody capturing really not a very salacious video, but just a video of Sean eating chicken tenders, just sitting at the table. Just became a sort of a meme.
Okay.
And then, of course, Bill Perkins, the ultimate billionaire troll, gets in the mix and just starts offering the bet. Doug Polk took one of these bets, as of many, many poker players. And Sean initially was like, all right, like, I wouldn't even take it, because I think the initial terms was like 10% body fat, which sounds ludicrous.
I mean, dude, that is tough.
Sean was like, I don't know that I would take this for like $1 billion. Like, this is just out of line. And then there we go. They settled on a number, and I think the bet kicks off at the end of the upcoming World Series. So pretty cool, the kinds of crazy prop bets that happen in poker. And it does remind me of an older times when you heard about all these crazy Vegas poker players making all kinds of prop bets on, Ted Forrest standing on one leg, losing weight, running the fastest mile, etc. A fun way to channel degeneracy is to get your friends to lose weight.
I have to... It is a fun one, man. I mean, like, Sean, bro, good luck. Good luck.
Oh, yeah, good luck. We're all rooting for him, which is the crazy part. And he did mention, funny you said this, he's like, my wife is a #1 fan of this bet. Obviously.
Yeah.
Why not?
Especially at Sean's age as well. I mean, it's like so great for the rest of his life if he pulls this off. Looking like a jam that didn't get called. Oh, Pachara. One of the top Thai pros here in the main event. Looked like he jammed River into a shorter stack.
Once again, I love the shots of the floor. Anybody watching who hasn't had the...
These close-ups, bro. People keep walking into the camera. It's hilarious.
Button against the small blind. Let's see both hands, guys.
Okay.
7-8 offsuit from the button. Queen Jack is the short stack.
Wow, the short stack just happy.
All right, this is Queen Jack.
To get this
Jack
in
is
the
the covered
door.
man.
Undeterred by the fact that we're on the bubble. Getting his final, looks like 10 big blinds or so.
Looks confident, too.
Flop is
right
the window 7. The flop is 5-5-7. Queen Jack, the covered man, is behind.
This might be it, Henry.
Or a
He's
jack
got the
to
Greg
stay
Goes
alive.
All In glasses
Here
on
comes
as
the
well,
turn.
would you believe?
Turns a 3. And we're down to one lonely card.
We might be hearing applause soon.
And the river
not
card.
a jack or a queen.
Ounce wants to burst the bubble.
It's an ace.
That's it.
And congratulations. 71 players. Congratulations, guys, for making the money.
Takes it with a smile. You love to see it.
Yeah, you do.
Well
you
done.
Really
All right, guys, please do not
Well
leave
done,
your
sir.
seats. This is not a break.
That attitude is
All right,
worth
tournament
the
dealers,
main cash
please
alone.
do not deal yet. Please do not deal. Stop. Again,
so
all tournament dealers, please stop.
more drama then. So maybe some action on outer tables.
All right, tournament players and dealers, again, please stop. This is not a break.
You're thinking that somebody else might be all
I
in as well.
was, yeah, but no, he just announced that he can start. So I think he was just...
First one out, first one paid.
Well, there we go, Henry. 71 players left, all of them in the money, guaranteed at least 56 million Vietnamese dong. That's almost $2,500. Not a bad day at the office for these 71 players. GG to everyone who didn't make it past day 2. What a great day it's been of some good solid poker, some wild swings.
Yeah. Came back with 231 hopefuls. His final 71 players, all guaranteed a minimum cash of just shy of 2,400 USD. Just saw a little chip swap there.
Yeah.
Some lucky chips being passed around, maybe.
A lot more smiles all of a sudden, aren't there,
yeah.
Henry?
Well, now let's see how quickly it takes us to get down to the final 60 or so. A bunch of short stacks out there that are now going to be much more happy, given that they've locked up a min cash and more willing to put their final chips in the middle.
We are playing down to 48 players today. Now, there's not too much of a pay jump between 71st place and 48th place, but still, a pay jump is a pay jump. Some players might be eyeing that. But as you said, a lot of players likely waiting for the bubble to burst before they really put their chips in the middle. And usually, after the bubble bursts, there's a whole flurry of all-ins and chips flying about. Not sure if we see that on our feature table, given the stack depths.
Yeah, good point, by the way. The next pay jump doesn't come until we get down to the final 55 players. So 16 eliminations needed before the next ladder, and the next ladder worth 6.4 million Vietnamese dong.
Oh, 64 million.
No, 6.4 million.
Oh, you mean the differential?
The
oh,
pay
I
jump.
see. Got it. Sorry, I thought you were going from 56 to 6.4. Got it. So yeah, like you said, long way to go before we see any extra money. So anybody sort of waiting around with a shorter stack might want to get it in the middle, or at least be extra aggressive to try and give themselves the best chance to really go deep from this point on. But what a relief it is to finally cash if you're in the tournament right now, Henry. You just can sort of ease back. You can text your friends and family.
Gonna shoot a little Instagram video and let the fans know that we're in the money. We are in the money. I'm joined by my man, Vidor. Oh, I'm terrible with cameras, bro. Look at this.
Oh, same here.
Here we go. Live from Vietnam, Phu Quoc, APT main event, day 2. Please gamble responsibly, guys.
To all the viewers in chat, I hope your friends and family, to the extent you have any over here, have made the money. You can only imagine the relief and some of the shorter stacks and the joy that comes from knowing that you've cashed the main event. Get your score up on Hendon Mob. I liked what you said, Henry. You get the Vietnamese flag on your Hendon Mob. That's a good feeling too. Makes you a more rounded, more experienced poker player, at least in terms of the stats. And to the extent there's a second favorite time period in a tournament for me, after this lead up to the bubble, it has to be right after the bubble, sort of continuing the theme of separating the best from the rest, which is to say, it's time for the big stacks to really make an impression. We're in the end game now, as I believe Dr. Strange said in the Marvel movies. And that home stretch of being in the final 2 or 3 tables is now within reach. especially for these bigger stacks. You can start doing some math. Hey, I have 100 big blinds. This is what I think the blinds will be when we're down to so-and-so number of tables. These are the kind of numbers I'm shooting for in terms of how big my stack should be. Some players like Josh, on the other hand, just doing what they do best, staying active, not winning every pot as we see here. Open from the cutoff with hand as speculative as Queen 5 suited against the 8s. Does not work out. But Joshua impressively has been super active, fairly aggressive, not rewarded so far. Look at those stacks. 3 somewhat similar stacks above 500,000. 2 shorter stacks closer to 140K. Suddenly a full table, apart from that little spot on the right of the dealer that you guys can now see that I was moaning about earlier. Joshua almost occupying seat 7 despite being seat 8. You always need that one person on the poker table to just remind everyone to center themselves. I think everybody too lost in the excitement for now of cashing, keeping their eyes on the prize. Once again, we're playing down to 48 players. 71 made the money. We're probably right around that number right now, maybe 70. So 22 more eliminations to go before we wrap up the day. Certainly the first 10 or so could be quick. A lot of short stacks tend to wait around near the bubble, but after that it's anybody's guess. Just know that we're along for the ride. I'm Vidor Singhal with Henry Kilbane in the booth, and we're in it right until the end with you guys, and we hope you are as well. Some interesting poker to be played. Things do slow down near the bubble, and really thank you for holding on, watching along that hand-to-hand. Great job by the production team there to capture those final all-in hands.
I love it, man. You know the hand on our feature table's over and done with it, then it cuts to the outer table. The camera is an all-in, and you know someone's going to be going home empty-handed eventually. And yeah, we're here for the long haul. 71 players in the money. There is a new bubble of sorts, the end of day 2 bubble, if you will, where you know the final 48 players get to go home, get some rest before the 12 p.m. call time tomorrow, where we'll be playing down to the final table.
That's a great point, Henry. Now, with the caliber of players who have clearly cashed the main event at the APT, how much do you think that bubble is playing into their heads? After all, it's not a real bubble. Let me pause on that as we go back to the action here, because Victor has finally found a hand he can go all in with. That is what happens once the bubble is over. Pretty reasonable holding. 3-bet jams from the small blind, and Joshua has to be tempted. He keeps finding himself in these spots. Pocket sixes very likely to be flipping, but as we've seen with Joshua being constantly in the mix, trying to essentially give himself a chance of having a big stack, is this a spot he wants to take?
It's close, man. It's close. I think it like cut off. 7s probably makes the call. This is close. I think the great point that you make there is, you know, the payouts, the next ladder isn't until we get down to the final 55, you know, and it's very flat. So this part of the tournament, as you mentioned, you know, just trying to set yourself up to win the tournament. You're not looking for a small ladder, right?
Right.
You're looking to build up and nurse a healthy stack. We've already lost 3 players in the span of one hand. Yeah, very close spot there for Josh. I think 7s, 1 seat over, makes the call for 21 effective.
You're probably right. I think a general rule is if you're flipping at best, you have to fold. I think 6s is one of those hands that's flipping at best.
He's not jamming deuces, 3s, 4s, or 5s, right? Or one would assume that he's not, so.
Yep. So Henry, what I was saying before that hand was, do you think that day 3 bubble is actually a factor here in most players' minds?
I mean, I don't know. You got me second guessing myself now, Vidor. I feel like it is. I mean, you know that if you make it to the end of day 2, final 48 players, you get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
You get to reset. The brain gets to just hopefully switch off for the night, or at least decompress a little bit. And even if it means you're coming back tomorrow with like a 15 or 20 big blind stack, you're going to have a clear and hopefully more focused mind. Whereas, you know, fatigue this deep into the money, these guys have been thinking all day. You know, we're 9 hours in, 10 hours in almost. And I really think, you know, a good night's sleep, some rest, maybe a walk / gym in the morning
absolutely
can really help set up a strong day 3.
I completely agree with you, by the way. But that being said, that also means that that's another little edge for the elite players to exploit, because they do know that there are a lot of players who want to make it to day 3. They might play a little bit tighter than they otherwise would, despite day 3 being a sort of fake bubble, as we're calling it. You want to be able to tell your friends, I'm in day 3.
That's
not
it.
only did I make the money.
The Instagram story.
Yeah, not only did I make the money, I bagged
The
day 2.
Facebook post. You know, your mum commenting, good luck, babe.
Your mum telling your neighbors.
That's it. What's Henry up to? Oh, he's over there playing poker. Shout out to my parents, obviously. My biggest fans.
Shout out to Mr. and Mrs. Kilbane, indeed.
They love it. Let's go, whoever that was. A bit of emotion deep into day 2. Sounded like a little fist bump and a outburst. I don't mind it.
I love it.
Main event.
I loved it when we had a stone bubble all-in situation with the aces versus 6s.
Yeah.
And I saw 2 people hug at the back when the aces survived. And then afterwards I realized those 2 people were not, neither of them was the one with the aces. It was actually a third player. So clearly some strong support for
maybe a little 5% or 10% on the line there, you know?
Exactly.
Some vested interest.
Hey, support is support.
100%, mate.
Oops. Little flick up by Richard, showcasing his tight range of folding queen 3 off. Happens to the best of us.
Hey, listen, man, 5% can turn into a lot of money.
Absolutely.
The right action and the right people at the right time. Sometimes they run deep and ship it.
Nishant, we haven't heard from him in a long time. With the exception of a hand or 2 where he actually did have the goods. Decides to make a reasonable, somewhat light open, king-jack off on the hijack. Hoping that people have noticed how snug he's been. Give him a bit of respect.
Close spot for Victor. The cutoff against one of the big stacks does just remain disciplined. Again, a byproduct of the hour-long clock. People less inclined to take the more marginal spots.
We have taken a moment to empathize with Victor here. He's actually squeezed between the 2 biggest stacks on the table.
Empathy is not my strong suit, to be honest with you.
Sympathy, then, it is.
My therapist has been, you know, he's been working on it. It's a work in progress. Queen 5-4, complete whiff for both players. Nishant, the pre-flop aggression, and that King of Diamonds, a pretty key card. It could potentially be a key card on future streets.
Nishant just won a huge main event early on, last year actually. And I was commentating on that table, and this man does not lack for aggression. And by the way, we've been discussing table captains. He's been fairly quiet on this table. Bubble play is, of course, a totally different dynamic. But if he survives to much deeper in the tournament, I suspect he will be the table captain on whatever table he ends up at. He knows exactly.
With.
Yeah, he just knows what to do at every stack depth. And you don't get to 30th or whatever place he did in the World Series of Poker main event without knowing how to navigate various stack depths.
His table presence and demeanor is just incredibly stoic, and also, I don't really know how to phrase it. There's like, it's just like a tension when he's in the hand, and you know, you can instill that kind of fear factor into players, but by just remaining stoic and not really getting involved in table talk, just playing the game that you're here to play, and that can really impact some of the weaker players, some of the newer players that maybe don't have much live experience. Stephen Chidwick kind of comes to mind, you know, these types of players who their table presence alone kind of gives them an advantage, if you will,
well,
over some
poker
players.
Is about making your opponent make mistakes.
Right.
And when you can allow your opponent to be too comfortable, their brain is capable of making fewer mistakes. So when you do the opposite, that's an edge right there. And Nishant, by the way, a lovely guy.
Yeah.
Great guy to hang out with.
It's the same with Chidwick and like some of these, you know, Triton crushers and high rollers that seem almost unapproachable due to their table presence. But then you meet them in person. Nick Petrangelo comes to mind as well. Like, one of the funniest guys away from the table.
Really?
But he just looks pissed off 24/7 at the poker table, man. Like, he looks like he's just so dialed in, so serious, because he takes his craft seriously.
There we go. I would have never guessed about Nick.
Yeah.
But I'm not surprised, too.
Super fun guy. Just cracks like just the best jokes, like comedic timing. Fantastic.
I liked the phrasing you used there. There's a certain tension in the hand every time Nishant is in. There's a few players like that. Some good names right there. You know, when people were smiling and sort of loosening up after the bubble burst, guess who didn't? Nishant, just sitting there, super focused. Let's do this. Let's keep it working. It's just another day at the office. Just so happens that the office is in beautiful Phu Quoc, Vietnam.
Yeah, Corona Resorts and Casino. We went for a little stroll last night. Weren't holding hands, chat, don't worry. We did go for a little stroll around the resort. Bikina.
An absolutely beautiful property. I just love the whole vibe here. It's great weather. And these sort of 3 interconnected hotels is such an interesting dynamic. We have the hotel where we're staying, of course, where we are right now, Corona Resorts, with the casino and this great poker room. A huge row of restaurants next to like these fountains. And then an amusement park. We could just walk to an amusement park tomorrow if we wanted. How cool is that? And in case you're new to the stream or just joining us, that's a big reason a lot of poker players are coming here with their families. Something to consider next time around. Possibly the most family-friendly poker destination on the circuit.
So limited time offer, by the way, over on Natural 8. This week's journey to the APT Taipei main event features a $30 satellite with 10 seats guaranteed, and you can actually satellite your way into the satellite with a $3 step satellites available over on Natural 8. So if you have been watching our streams over the last few months, you've seen some of these main events, you've seen some of the locations that we're at, you've fancied yourself coming out, but maybe the buy-ins are a tad too steep for the bankroll. Amazing opportunities over on Natural 8. Once again, shout out to our sponsor. Ace King in the cutoff. You say that's Xai or
Heoki I went with.
Heoki. Heoki Xai.
For all those who survived day 2, and if I can find them on the floor, I certainly will try to reach out, find out more about how to pronounce their name. Would love to learn, really. There's so many interesting dynamics with different languages, different geographies. You can never be too sure, but always cool when you sort of learn some new intricacy. Vietnamese names, for instance, of course. Nguyen, the most popular surname in Vietnam. And Chung is something you really need to know how to say, even though it's sometimes spelled with a TR. It's cool to expand my horizons like that.
Yeah, it's almost like Smith, you know?
Pretty much.
Or Peters. Well,
Exactly.
maybe Peters not as popular, but Smith.
Nishant, by the way, has one of those Smith equivalent Indian names, Sharma.
That's true. That is true.
If you search Nishant Sharma on Google, I promise you, the poker player is not the first one to pop up. There's going to be thousands.
Can I open up and tell you something? You know, today when I asked you the pronunciation of your surname, when I was in my hotel room, one of my closest friends is from Ludhiana in Punjab, and he was telling me how the surname Singh is just like one of the biggest names in India. I was like, I really hope Vidul's surname is Singh or something that's just really easy for me to pronounce, because I don't want to butcher your name live on stream. And
it's pretty close. It's pretty close to Singh.
It's good, man. It's good. I was sweating that one for a moment, dude. King of Diamonds rolling off on the river. Richard bricking his gut shot after stabbing A little probe on the turn after he went check on the flop. Now, Sai with the toppest of pairs. Shout out to all of our viewers, by the way, who've been consistent in keeping us company over on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook as Richard stares down the barrel of the options he has on the table. He knows 6 high is, I mean, effectively the nut low. Second nut low. Third nut low, I do apologize. He has checked, and a quick fold from Richard as Sai does fire out a bet. Looks like an overbet on the river. But yeah, back to our viewers. Appreciate the engagement in the chat. As always, let us know where you're tuning in from. Let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know if you're playing along over on Natural 8, if you're going to try and qualify into Taipei, set to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, event in the Asian Poker Tour history. And one of the biggest events in Asia in recent memory. Would love to have, you know, a viewer just come up and say, hey man, big fan of the streams, been watching. Now I'm here in the flesh playing.
That would be so cool.
It's one of the most awesome, like, just feelings as someone that releases content and does commentary, to just have someone that you've never met come up and say, hey man, you know, I've been enjoying the entertainment over the last couple of years. Nice to meet you. It's, yeah, incredible feeling.
I had that happen on a poker table once after someone took me for like 200 big blinds.
Oh, nice.
It's like, hey, and by the way, really enjoyed your commentary. I was like, hey, thanks for that. It's pretty much useless information to me right now while I hate you. But all things considered, I really did appreciate it nonetheless. Just took me a while to find the appreciation after I got over the shock of losing the hand.
Losing a 200 big blind pot, and then, hey, by the way, love your commentary. You know,
it's almost a needle at that point, isn't it?
It really is. But it's also a sign of someone that is just ridiculously nice.
Yeah.
You know, like they've just won a big pot, and the only thing that they can do, like their brain is telling them to
make you feel better.
Just make you feel better.
You're right.
So, shout out to whoever that was. But don't ever do that again, okay? Don't you dare.
Well, the unintentional needle actually usually hurts more than the intentional needle anyway.
Those are the funniest, for sure. Interesting decision here for Nishan, opening from under the gun. Considerable range advantage on the king, queen, 10, but opting to check behind with his 6s. Was an opportunity for him to maybe start setting up something funky across multiple streets. 4-liner on board now. See if he wants to try and fold out some 10x, Jack X, Queen X, even King X going to be in a world of pain. We can obviously see Yuan with just 6 high and a snap fold after Nishan fires out the delayed C-bet. Cruising just shy of 100 bigs deep into day 2. 64 players remain leading the field here at this feature.
Nishan fairly uncontested so far in most spots. Dongchen too has been fairly quiet, as has Yukina, and those are the 3 effective chip leaders on the table. So sort of mellow phase of the feature table. Observing the action outside, I think everybody came in with hefty stacks. Everybody on this table certainly made the money. Now maybe that day 3 bubble in the mix here, as you mentioned, Henry. The idea of making it to day 3 by simply playing snug, letting the cards determine your fate, has to be tempting, but in the meanwhile, some enthusiastic, aggressive player might decide to take advantage of this. It does feel like the most likely candidates to do that, excuse me. I'm thinking here of Joshua, maybe even Richard. They've been crippled early on, just had a bit of a rough go of it. Kind of waiting for their spots right now before they can truly get busy. Hyoki, meanwhile, with another ace-king, I believe. Suited this time. Gets through the button and the small blind with the ace-9. Nishant, who's probably going to be defending very wide, manages to find something that doesn't look attractive to defend with. Let's go, and I believe with that, we have stepped up the blinds. 4K, 8K, one of the bigger jumps in the tournament. There we go, new blind level. So now the biggest stack is closer to 70 as opposed to 100 big blinds, and that does change the dynamic a bit. If you look at 8K blinds, 118K Joshua sitting on just a hair under 15 big blinds, and finally a real short stack on the table.
Yeah, sizable increase there in that blind level.
It does mean there's 20K in the middle every time to fight for. Just seems pretty attractive.
Yeah, and it
try
means,
and take down.
The average stack, the overall field drops quite significantly. Some of those 30 big blind stacks that were somewhat comfortable are now, you know, in that danger zone or getting close to it. Danger zone.
Yeah. Did you love Top Gun Maverick?
Oh, mate.
You have to.
I cried. I cried.
It was so good.
Great movie.
I just love how they got the nostalgia out of the way by just playing Danger Zone straight up at the beginning. They're
No
like,
nonsense.
yeah, we know what you're here for. Here.
Great casting. Big fan of Miles Teller.
Oh, nice.
One of my favorite actors. The newer generation.
I love Whiplash.
Oh,
is that one of your favorites?
Yeah, one of my favorite movies.
Love Whiplash.
In the last decade or so. Just absolute masterpiece.
Look at that. Joshua finds the ace-jack under 15 big blinds. Considering the new blinds that just went up, you almost get a slight edge when you go all in with the blind level having just increased. People sort of don't process that it's fewer effective blinds to call off. None of that comes into play here with nobody finding a hand, but Joshua gets a nice pickup there.
Yeah, it just increases his stack by almost 1/3 just by getting the jam through. Jeffrey Jonathan over on YouTube saying, "Go Victor." Okay. Go Victor. Some fans in the chat. What just happened?
Is there a bug in the studio?
Yukina's reaction, I feel like maybe she got like a static shock from the felt or something.
What do you think her hat means, Henry? Celine? Think she's a fan of the Titanic theme song there?
Is that what it says, Celine?
I believe so. Somehow I don't think she's referring to Dion.
Fun fact, bit of a name drop here on my part, but I'll own it in its entirety.
Henry, if you know Celine Dion, I'm going to freak out right now.
I have played a lot of poker with Celine Dion's son. Loves PLO.
Not a bad humble brag right there.
Loves the great game. And he's pretty good. I'll give him that. He took me for a decent couple of weeks' wages.
Very cool.
Really nice guy. He plays, obviously lives in Vegas with his mum. And yeah, runs a home game in Canada and Vegas with. Yeah, it was really fun, man. I mean, I don't even know how I got into the game.
That's awesome.
But we were just like playing. It wasn't a private table, and then they had their private game set up for later in that day. And some of them saw me as a whale, I guess, or they just wanted me in the game. I'm not sure what it was, but they took me for a few binds. Maybe that's why.
Did you ask him if his mom plays? Because now that's a visual I want. Celine Dion playing the great game.
I honestly, like, one of the things that I really try and avoid doing is people that are famous know that they're famous, right?
Uh-huh.
And I try just not to, I'd rather not bring it up at all unless they bring it up in conversation, and then I'll engage. But I rarely ask. In fact, I never ask because you do meet a lot of people that just enjoy poker as an escape from, you know, their life in the public eye. It can be incredibly chaotic. People always wanting, you know, questions and pictures, and they just want to be like everyone else. They just want to sit down, play poker, and yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, it didn't even get brought up during the time that we were playing, and I'd much rather keep it that way for someone like that who's been in the public eye since they were born. I can imagine it can be pretty tiring.
Funnily enough, one of the top Indian pros, and I won't name him for the same reason you just said, actually is the son of one of India's basically a living legend in terms of a singer. Certainly Celine Dion level status.
Yeah.
And perhaps for the same reason, I've never asked him about it.
And trust me, they appreciate that, man. They definitely appreciate that. It definitely makes you easier to hang out with and just have a normal conversation and friendship as we dive back into the action. Richard opening with the Queen Jack from +1. Yuan, the 3-bet from the hijack, Ace Jack O. I'm a big fan of this. Perfect timing. Just recognizing it doesn't play too well multi-way. If he flats, he opens the door for a player behind to get involved, but he has run into a legitimate holding. Viktor Zhukchov. Zhukchov?
I wouldn't even want to guess. I know I'd butcher it, but thankfully Victor is easy enough, and after really grinding out the short stack for a long time, that's a great holding here.
Zhukchov does make the jam. There's already close to 100k in dead money out there for him. And I think Yuan just priced in now once he gets a count. Can see he almost has 30% even against the hand as strong as kings. We did see one ace folded.
Gotten a chance to crack a smile, knowing that Yuan has to call it off, which is exactly what he does. Pretty much had the right odds, even if he could see the cards, but as things stand, 28% with ace jack. Victor looking for a nice little double up with his kings.
290k, so double up and then some with the dead money out there deep into day 2. Come 10-9-3. Does have the spades covered. Oh, oof. Wow.
And the spade redraw. Talk about keeping it exciting.
What a brutal development for Victor, as Vidor alluded to. Just nursed that short stack in a masterful way. Got it in good. That's all you can hope for in tournament poker for a 290k pot. But that ace of spades on the turn, Yuan spiking the 2 outers. We know there was an ace dead in the chance hand, and well, GG's. GG's, Victor.
GG's. Love to see the great attitude. Walked out with a smile, with his flowing locks of hair and Hawaiian shirt. I love the whole vibe. You can already tell he'd be fun to hang out with. And
you think he surfs?
Yeah, I do think he surfs.
Yeah, we're on an island paradise in Vietnam, you know. You got hair like that and a shirt like that, you probably know your way around a beach.
And how about Yuan there? What an interesting table, Henry. We have effectively 4 chip leaders. That's not a statement you say all the time. Between 65 and 75 big blinds, 4 players. Yuan joining those ranks thanks to that ace on the turn against the king-king of Victor. Got to be feeling good. So totally different kind of late stage table. 4 players with very big stacks who simply cannot avoid each other. After all, there's 4 of them. Potential for some big pots and big swings here. One cooler here and there, and we can have an all-and-out tournament chip leader. Someone who's not a big stack, Richard, who I must say has had a rough go of it. Glad to see he's maintained his patience and not gotten too out of line. Just finds himself either slightly card dead or on the losing end of most of the heads-up confrontations he's been in, at least recently. Yuan has found that gear. Momentum makes so much of a difference in poker. Pocket 3 is good enough for an open, of course.
really late in the day here at the Corona Resorts and Casino. Deep into the Asian Poker Tour main event, day 2. We are in the money, and the plan is to play down to the final 48 or the end of level 20, whichever comes first. I got a funny feeling it's going to be 48. I think we're down to 59 if I'm not mistaken. Still have like 40 minutes left on this clock. So 3 more levels would be another 3 hours to lose 11 players. That doesn't...
That's a lot.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, and especially now we're at the stage of the tournament where the blind increases are pretty significant. You know, the next blind increase by 25% goes up to 5k, 10k, so it's getting pricey out there for some of these middling stacks.
And there is no big pay jump. You mentioned the pay jump at the 55 player mark. And then that's really about it. So we are likely to see ourselves play down to 48 players as opposed to the level 23 hours you mentioned. Now the adjective I've used the most for Yukina is fearless. And here she goes about demonstrating exactly that. Makes a small bet. Pretty confident she's ahead, has the little straight draw to help as well, but let me correct myself here. Not a small bet, 35k into about 35k, a pot-sized bet. Essentially asking Yuan, hey, you have a small pair or like an ace or a king jack or some other draw that clearly whiffed when you check the flop. Pay up. Raking in those chips, familiar sight when it comes to Yukina on this table. There we go. We take a look at the flags again. Vietnam, of course, 3 out of 6 or 7 I counted there, but the usual diversity you might expect. And Richard on the right-hand side of your screen has gotten deeper and deeper into his hoodie there. Bit dejected, I think, from the run of cards and the flops he's been getting.
Also just an absolute grind of a day, you know.
Absolutely.
That fatigue really can set in.
The players, of course, are aware that the clock pauses with 48 players to go. So,
yes,
in terms of the day 3 bubble or sort of realizing that you're fatigued and wanting to just wait it out until 48 players, fair enough. That's a good strategy. And as a result, I think a lot of these players might be eyeing the screen which shows you how many players are left constantly. Aoki's been getting some big aces. Ace king again, ace queen suited this time on the button. It's going to look like a steal when he raises. Wow.
Oh no.
Here we go.
How about it? Button v small blind. And also, you know, going back to what you just said a few hands ago, Yukina has been fearless. A lot of 3-betting. We saw her 3-bet fold earlier on as well with the ace-queen. I don't know. I don't know about you, Vidor, but even at 50 big blinds effective, button v small blind, ace-king suited v ace-queen suited.
This is what you dream of when you have a strong hand on the button. You're like, hey, I actually have a real hand. Let's hope they think I'm bluffing. So when they play back at me, for once I can play back at them. Not an easy decision here for Aoki. We see he's got the worst of it here, at least pre-flop.
Uh-oh. Buckle up, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. There's the 4-bet from Xai. Has he planned to 4-bet fold against Yukina? Or is he just happy to run this? Just clicked it back to 116,000. This could potentially be one of the biggest pots of the tournament, Vidor. These guys starting off the hand over 400k effective.
She certainly cannot fold. She has ace-king suited. And as we know, players tend to play back at Yukina for one reason or another.
That is true. So she's announced herself all in. Wow, oh my word, let's go. Let's run it, chat. Biggest pot of the tournament so far today on our feature table. 808,000 in the middle, and Xai is the player that is all in, at risk, and covered. Vidor, 5 cards to come.
What a development. What a good spot to be in for Yukina. Just praying for no queen is what I imagine she's doing in her head. What a clean board, too.
Into day 2, both players with the backdoor flush draw potential, as the 8 of hearts presents itself on the turn, and now Xai with 15 outs. The 10 of diamonds, a formality.
What a monster pot to win. Yukina has almost doubled up, has eliminated Heoki, who had a pretty reasonable stack. Unfortunately, just a cooler small blind versus button.
And how about it, Vidor? Note the average stack in the tournament. Yukina now playing 2.5 times tournament average deep into day 2.
Almost 1 million chips.
That is wild.
118 blinds with 57 players left. Shows some emotion. You love to see it. People asking for fist bumps.
Well, I'll tell you what, that one's going to make the highlight reel. That heart on the turn as well. What a sweat.
Never easy. Just never easy.
Goes from 2 outs to 15 at the turn of a card. Oh, no, it couldn't be from 2 outs to 15. That makes 0 sense.
I guess 3 outs. With
well, there was a queen dead.
Oh, right.
And then 9 flush outs, so 11 outs.
No, there were some chop outs as well with the 6s. Maybe that's what was showing up on the screen, because it was a 4-liner.
Oh, you're right. You're right. That's why Vidor's in here earning the big bucks, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, talk about a sweat. Like you said, 2 outs to 15 or so. And Yukina just stays steady, utilizes the fact that players do like to play back at her, and ace-queen suited was just too strong for Heoki to get away from. Understandable there.
Oh, GG's. Joris in the chat saying, lol.
I'll tell you what, if the table has been paying attention, Yukina is not the person you want with chips either. I know we've been saying this about a lot of players, but my god, she's been absolutely fearless. Has pulled the trigger at every spot she needs to.
Yeah, flashbacks to that ace-5 hand where she just, like, called the check raise and then bombed turn against Joshua. 3 times, almost 3 times tournament average deep into day 2. She has an average stack for the final 2 tables almost.
At least. It still haunts me, Henry. I told you, remember, my friend mocked me for saying I had a final table stack on day 2. This is one of those final table stacks right here.
I've had that, man. Me and 2 of my buddies bagged for final day of a win main event with, like, you know, hundreds of thousands up top. And we've all bagged like top 10 stack for the day. We're coming back with the tables get released of who we've got. I got a commentary legend at my table, Tony Dunst.
Of course.
Had a blast playing with him. And like in the group chat, you know, boys, you know, there's a chance for us to win like $500,000 today, you know, combined. And of course I'm out inside an hour, right? You know,
God.
Just queens into aces, 10s into ace queen, and you know, man, it can happen, bro. It can happen.
Variance is a fickle mistress.
Couple of 20 big blind flips not going your way, and you're out of there. So heads up to a flop.
Phil Locke, if you remember, invented this word, the idea of being upstuck, usually applied to cash games. The idea of being,
true.
If you were winning $2,000 and now you're only winning $500, it feels like you're losing $1,500 because you're upstuck.
It does indeed.
You're stuck from the maximum point that you were up. And that can occur in tournaments as well, right? If you had a massive stack and now it's been whittled down, you still have an average, maybe even an above average stack. Mentally, you feel like you've lost so many chips, it's almost like you've ended up lower than the average stack, and then you make worse decisions. So managing all that is really what poker is all about. There we go. The floating begins from Nishant. King Jack, 2 overs, backdoor flush draw.
Well, that is a turn card that Nishant could potentially steal this away from Yuan. Doesn't turn the flush draw. And Shan picking up additional outs in the form of a gut shot to go along with his 2 overs.
Playing out of position is always so difficult in poker. And playing out of position with air is just a whole different ball game. That's where Yuan finds himself with the ace-5 on that board. And now that he's checked to Nishan, showcasing a little bit of weakness, Nishan gets to represent any part of the board he wants. The 8-7, of course, just turned into the nuts. All kinds of 10s in Nishan's range as well, flatting on the flop.
I like the bet just north of half pot. Ace high going to hit the mark, and a well executed float and take on the turn from Nishant, part of the Indian contingent, and I believe joining him to his left is another player, part of the Indian contingent, Deepak Bothra.
We had Deepak on one of the earlier feature tables. Absolute crusher in India. I was telling Greg he went to one of the top business schools in India before he decided to switch his career towards poker. We see him in the shot right there.
Yeah, you see a lot of people pursue business and finance early in their careers and then kind of not want to be drawn into the rat race, if you will, the hedonic treadmill of the finance world, and a lot of their skills that have obviously assisted them to perform well in the business and finance world have, you know, crossover.
If I may malign a whole industry altogether, you said the word treadmill and industry, and Deepak was qualified to be an accountant, which unfortunately is the stereotype you resort to when you're talking about sort of traditional treadmillish careers. Deepak smartly decided to lean into something he clearly had an affinity and huge talent for. Does really, really well online and clearly in live tournaments. If you look up his Hendon Mob, lots of cash is in Vietnam on his Hendon Mob. And today he's added one more cash to that mix in the main event. Maybe it's because I know Henry, but I feel like the fatigue is showing on a few of the players. Completely understandable, of course, but as we wind down the day, it's really starting to reflect, and not necessarily the play of the players, I'd say. It's been as exciting as when the day began, but certainly the physical demeanor, maybe the enthusiasm, the energy, the table talk.
Yeah, 100%. I can no longer feel my spine. That's how fatigued I am. I jest, of course.
Except Yukina, of course, because when you win a pot like that,
oh, man,
that adrenaline will just jolt you right away.
Absolutely buzzing to put a post out on Instagram. Likely tournament chip leader, at least top 3 stack, top 5 stack.
As the day rounds out to a close, and assuming she can maintain her stack, you never know, of course. She will find out if she is one of the chip leaders in the tournament, or maybe the out-and-out chip leader. And that's an Instagram post you really want to make.
Josh happy to take this spot with the king high. Oh no, to apologize. Hang on. He limped in and Yuan jamming the 7-4-0.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
First one's never a trap, right?
Well said.
That's the rule. Right. First limp is never a trap.
Just goes to show the dynamics that Yuan has picked up on. You know, as Joshua's been extremely active, extremely aggressive this whole time. Probably doesn't suspect he's being trapped with a limp from a player with the kind of tendencies Joshua has shown so far. Great read. Makes it look easy too. Going all in with 7-4. The sheer risk of your cards being flipped over is alone is often enough, I should say, to keep people from pulling the trigger, but not Yuan.
Deepak only just joining this feature table, unaware of some of the table dynamics, but a lot of hands for him from under the gun. Happy to get involved, of course, with the Ace-King O. Fold round to the blinds. That's going to fold round to his fellow countryman, who has woken up with a defendable hand. Jack-7 suited, facing a min open.
One thing top players hate is giving up their blinds. Certainly foresee a defense as Nishant cuts out calling chips. These two have likely battled it out before. Nishant getting the best of it on the flop.
It's funny because you say these two have likely battled before, both being from India, and it's like a bit of an inside joke in the UK on some of like the UK streams where you have a couple of guys from the UK. You're like, well, hang on a minute. It's a population of 70 million in the UK. Like India, obviously more than 1 billion.
Yeah.
And but we're so quick to just be like, oh, they probably played with each other. You know, it's just like India. They're probably neighbors.
Let's just say I would never say that about two people from any other country. Apart from India, of course, I'm well aware of the scene there, and these two being sort of the top regs. I know they're probably grinding it out on multiple online, if not live tournaments.
Yeah.
So yeah, good looking out, Henry. That's really not what I meant.
It's like, oh, the two Americans, they've probably played with each other before. Google's the size of America. So a turn card.
It is
Deepak, sorry, could continue barreling on, although the 9-10 does get there.
I was just about to add, it is funny how poker is so big, so popular, and yet sometimes does feel small, and wow, what a card.
Okay.
Back to the hand for a moment, just the sheer nuts here for Deepak.
Stabbed flop. Nishant with the check call after flopping top pair. Check, check on the Queen of Diamonds turn, and now the 10 of clubs giving Deepak the nut straight. One of those annoying spots as well, because it does feel like potential bluff card for Deepak. Nishant with pretty strong hand, although I guess you could argue he's going to have better hands to hero call with. Queen 10, Queen high straights, 2 pairs. See the overbet on the river from Deepak, who's now representing a kind of nuts or nothing range.
Not surprised at that polarization. Nuts or nothing is exactly the kind of range you want to represent, so you can get called by a wide variety of hands, such as 2 pair. Because after all, there's a 4-liner on the board, and 9 makes a straight. Deepak would love for Nishant to have a 9, although I suspect Deepak knows that Nishant is probably not checking a 9 on the river there.
Yeah, nice folds. Very easy to just think your opponent's at it with some ace-x, some king 10 type hands. That's how things stand. We are 7 away from ending the day, playing down to the final 48. Currently 55 players remaining. That lady right there, Yukina, from Japan, one of the tournament chip leaders, by a huge margin. Although it's getting sloppy in the booth, on my part.
No, on both our parts. It's just that time of the night.
This is your last level of registration and re-entry.
Players know they're in the home stretch here. They're going to act accordingly.
31 minutes to get in for Soja Classic.
We see David pick up a hand here. David, of course, joining us. Late entrant to this feature table, but he was on, I believe, the 3rd feature table we had earlier today. And sporting some floral tattoos and a Joker tattoo, which I thought was really cool. Look out for it once he's back in the shot. Love how creative those sleeve tattoos can get.
I wish I could pull one off.
It is a vibe.
It is a vibe.
I don't think I could pull one off either, but one of my very close friends has, he's all inked out or tatted up or whatever the cool kids say. Clearly I'm not one of the cool kids, but I just think it's a really cool form of self-expression. Look at that Joker on the right forearm right there. Straight from the Dark Knight, Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight, that is.
Fantastic movie. One of the best movies of all time, according to IMDb.
Absolutely. It's in the top 10, I believe, of the IMDb Top 250.
I think it's tied third behind Godfather, Shawshank Redemption, and...
Godfather 2?
Godfather 2, sorry. Apologize for not clarifying. Although, if anyone thinks the original Godfather is better than the Godfather 2, maybe you should look in the mirror. I mean, come on, guys. All right. Al Pacino.
De Niro.
These guys. Legends of that era. Not just that era, I mean, over the last, 4 or 5 decades. I feel like De Niro burst onto the scene with, what was it, Raging Bull, I want to say early 70s?
That's right.
Hey, I'm walking here. One of his...
Is that him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you know, that scene wasn't scripted.
Oh, that's right.
There was a driver, one of the extras that got into the set, or was in the wrong part of the set. They were filming, and he was driving through to go back to where he was meant to be stationed.
You know, I remember the story now. I'm a bit of a film buff, and if I'm not mistaken, just so that we're not being corrected on chat, I think that's Dustin Hoffman in Midnight Cowboys.
Is it? Oh my god, now you're going to get me Googling.
I feel like I'm scoring some massive film trivia points here, but I do know some of my friends who know what a big film buff I am would be disappointed if I didn't get that one right, so I'm hoping I end up correct here.
Oh my god, you're right. What does
did I nail it?
Say you did? In
I know what you're thinking of. I think it's
Cowboy.
Taxi Driver. You talking to me?
You're right. There's a scene... Oh, I've absolutely put my foot in it, haven't I?
I think it's you talking to me with the taxi driver scene in the mirror. Bit of a smaller pot here as we figure out the answer to our film trivia debate. Deepak versus Dong. Deepak actually value betting. Dong makes the easy call and is going to get all the chips here. Fair enough play. Deepak with middle pair, top kicker. Dong with top pair. Not much of a dent either way. Yukina still the out now chip leader on the table, probably the tournament as well. But Dong and Nishan still with the 70 big blind plus stack. Very, very healthy. Certainly coasting their way into day 3 if they so desire. But the question is, do they want to maintain this level of aggression, activity, enthusiasm? Try to really increase their stack as they round out the day.
Wow. You've absolutely binned me. It was the you talking to me. And did you know that in that movie, De Niro actually prepared for the role by working as an actual New York cabbie?
Of course he did. I did not know that.
When the film was approved, he was in Italy making 1990, and he flew back every weekend to drive a taxi in Manhattan and picking up real fares.
That's wild.
Talk about committed to the bit, mate. I mean, that's amazing.
At a time where he could probably pull it off, not enough people knew who he was.
Yeah.
So there's somebody out there who essentially got a cab ride from Robert De Niro and did not realize it.
Wow.
That's really cool.
What scene have I got in my head then, man?
Is that not it? You're talking to me?
No, I'm picturing a taxi kind of almost running over the toes of a famous actor in a scene, and he's like, hey, I'm walking here.
Dustin Hoffman.
Okay.
In Midnight Cowboys. A movie I haven't seen, but I think it's only when you said that it was an extra and that actually happened.
Right.
I remembered that piece of film trivia.
Okay. On the Shan. Easiest 3-bet of his life, cut off the hijack with the pocket jacks. See if Yuan wants to fight back. That's an okay-ish 4-betting hand from late position, but not going to muck around deep into day 2. The APT Phu Quoc main event. Need to lose 6 more players, and the final 48 will be bagging and tagging for day 3. And with that, by the way, first pay jump since making it into the money, 63 million VND now locked up. Everyone almost guaranteed a 2x return on their initial buy-in, just shy of 2,800 USD now.
That's a great feeling too. Not only have you min cashed, gotten the first ladder out of the way, now you can really loosen up in case you were sort of holding on. 2x to your buy-in, probably good enough to get you into a couple of other sweet events we have going on at the APT Phu Quoc.
That's so true, man. Did you see the bit that Greg filmed going around asking people what they would do?
Yes.
Everyone's like, yeah, more buy-ins, more poker,
buy-ins,
more traveling, higher stakes, you know.
So cool. Somebody tried to come up with some answers. Oh, I'll, you know, something for, well, it's just more buy-ins.
I think it was Monica.
I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was Monica. We'll have to pick your brain. I didn't know you were a bit of a movie buff. Just put me in my place as the 2 Indians are going to square off here. Late position v late position.
So you know how I knew about The Godfather 2 is I used to host a podcast where we used to debate IMDb top 250 movies.
Okay.
At random. The idea being that most of them are pretty good. That's why they're on there. But one of the 2 debaters had to take against. And so you had to try and essentially trash some all-time GOAT movies just for the lulz.
Well, just to let you know, let's jump back into this hand just in case Nishan, I mean, does have a playable hand, maybe somewhat concerned about the stack depth of Deepak, would be playing the hand out position. Let's see how this one plays out, and then I'm going to drop some bombs on you now. Courtesy of Google, of course, not because I've got this info stored in my brain. Jack 10, not the worst hand to rifle in pre.
Nishan got an exact count, I believe, from Deepak. 116k in the middle, 287k behind for Deepak. 2.5x SPR, stack to pot ratio, as they say.
Well, there could be trouble on the horizon for Nishan. Has flopped middle pair, backdoor diamonds, and a split backdoor straight draw with Deepak. Pocket jacks, 1 overcard on the board. Rainbow vortex you typically see in these 3-bet pots. Those size downs on these King 10-6 textures. Going to be continuing with close to range, even with the ace-4s, ace-5s of the world. That 3-bet bluff pre. That's south of 1/3.
Just as you predicted, 4 big blind continuation bet. The idea being you can bet a lot more hands when you size down. Nishant understandably along for the ride with his Jack 10 suited, some backdoor straight draws, flush draws, and of course a middle pair.
Oh my word, what a disgusting turn card, Vidor.
What a card, a 1-outer essentially for this crazy action setup that we have now.
Deepak turning a set of jacks, Nishant turning 2 pair. I guess the only silver lining for Nishant is that this is a 3-bet pot and he knows Deepak can still have hands like kings, ace, queen.
Even pocket 10s.
Right.
As rare as that would be. I mean, clearly blockers don't matter as much as we think, considering the board and the hands we see here. But you're absolutely right. I mean, ace-queen really in both players' ranges. But when you have a set like Deepak, you don't worry about the one hand out of the player's range that can beat you. Try to get value from the others, and very small bet there.
Yeah, he's gone B33 on the flop and now gone 1/6 on this turn, just setting up a very natural river SPR of sub 1. wants to play this hand across 3 streets.
I have to say that that is a decision that is beyond my level of understanding poker. A lot of player dynamics might be happening here. Nishant clearly confused as well with the time bank chip being thrown in. The reason I'm saying that, Henry, is because the board, of course, has gotten very wet with that jack of hearts. The last thing you want to see on the river is an ace, a queen, a 9, or even a heart if you're in Deepak's shoes. So some sort of a leveling war going on here, by which I mean he's trying to induce some sort of a play. He's confusing Nishant. He's trying to make it look like he's putting out some sort of a block bet on the turn, by which I mean he's trying to buy a cheap river showdown by betting 30K on the turn and getting Nishant to check to him on the river, which is, of course, precisely the opposite of what he actually wants.
I wonder if Nishant ever jams for value/protection here. There's still value to be had from ace-king, pocket aces.
Absolutely. I mean, it has to be something he's thinking about. He's put in 2 time bank chips already.
2 of the best players to come out of India in recent memory going to war deep in this main event. Just the coldest of decks in a 3-bet pot.
Is that a 3rd time bank?
It is indeed. Not an easy decision for Nishant. All the options on the table, by the way. I tell you what, if he finds a fold here, I'm going to go out there and just shake his hand. And I wouldn't fault him for putting more chips in the middle either, obviously.
A fold would be mind-boggling. I mean, you have to be able to see your opponent's cards to fold Jack 10 for 30K here.
Yeah.
He's wasted, well, not wasted, I completely regret that. He's used all his time bank chips because this is such a sick spot. He clearly knows something is up in this hand. Because after all, 30K is not exactly a bluff on behalf of Deepak. So Deepak does have a piece. Nishant just wants to figure out how to best navigate the entire range of hands that Deepak can have.
Does make the call after using up 4 time banks. Such an intricate part of the game tree on display here as it bricks out Vidor, and that could be showers. Well, not showers, but close to a double up for Deepak. Really nice unblocking top pair as well, hands like King, Queen, some 2 pairs. Even sets, 6s, 10s.
One thing's for sure, Deepak knows he's ahead in the hand. Bets accordingly.
Do you think the quickness of that bet just really designed to not give Nishant much time to think about this excruciating river decision? Just like almost snap jamming effectively.
That does work to get calls from weaker hands usually, especially online. And Nishant just happened to have used up all his time bank chips. Yeah. And considering the leveling war that's been going on with the bet sizing, I mean, who knows what kind of leveling and variables Deepak is taking into account with this bet. I really like the idea that he might be doing that on purpose.
He'd have to be turning a hand like queens into a bluff. Value earning himself with aces, ace-king. Oh, he flicks in the 1-chip call, can't get away from it, and what a disgusting turn card. Absolutely no fault of his own. The 1 outer that costs him all the chips. It's the only card in the deck, Vidor, where Nishant loses a 670K pot deep into the main event. So brutal.
Sick turn, as you said, Henry, and wow, what a big pot going the way of Deepak. Pretty much a double up. He left himself a few chips behind. Once again, part of some sick leveling war in terms of confusing Nishant. And I really like something you mentioned, where the timing, not only of the bet, but the fact that Nishant had used up his time banks, might have played a huge part in this hand. The last thing you want in that spot is for your hand to be dead or folded. And I think Nishant a little quick to throw in that chip and make the call, because after all, he had a bluff catcher on the river.
Well, he only had 2 seconds left. The TD had counted down to 3, 2, 1. The chip got flicked in at the final moment. And I just think it's so sick, you know?
That is so sick. What a crazy dynamic for Deepak to exploit. Love it. Love seeing that aspect of tournament poker coming into play, possibly at least. We don't know what Nishant was precisely thinking, but more time helps make better decisions. I know some people say things like think long, think wrong. I have to say, Henry, I disagree, simply from the fact that I watch a little bit of chess, and I play very badly myself. And unlike poker, chess has different variants. It's always the same game, unlike, say, different variants of poker with Hold'em, PLO, etc. Chess is just chess, and the only thing that changes is the amount of time you take. And then you can go and analyze the level of decisions people made, and without fail, when you have more time, you make better decisions at chess. You can calculate more, as they say, which is to think more of the game tree, more of what your opponent might do and how you might respond. And
yeah, it's really interesting because some people could look at that with the naked eye, the time banks being used on the turn, but I think the turn decision was the most complex part of that hand for Nishant. He had every option on the table, the check raise, the check jam, folding was also an option, as well as calling. So very easy to jump the gun and kind of judge the use of all the time banks, but the turn spot is just such an intricate part of the game tree that I'm not surprised he took 2 minutes. I mean, how often do you play a 3-bet pot where you face a 16% turn barrel from your opponent on that board texture?
A turn barrel that is smaller than the flop barrel that was smaller than the pre-flop raise. Very interesting hand. Talk about making the highlights. That should make the highlights in India.
Yeah, it's definitely going to make the highlight reel. So we are coming up to a scheduled break. 53 players remain. Of course, the plan looks like it's going to be executed perfectly down to the final 48. And then everyone bagging and tagging for the evening. So the scheduled break going to be 15 minutes, and then when we come back, of course, we'll be playing down to the final 6 tables as we dive back into this. Deepak Malhotra with his fresh 85 big blind stack.
Just calls. Under the gun open, of course, represents a lot of strength. Deepak with the 8s decides to proceed with caution, despite the newly acquired chips. And Joshua with 12 big blinds does have a pocket pair, the lowest of all pocket pairs, but is this the spot to squeeze and jam?
Under the gun raise, +2 flat, I mean. Feels dicey, but I know what you mean. You know, you want to try and just ISO and maybe pick up some of the dead money or flip against 2 cards. And with the dead money out there, it's going to make the call.
1 big blind worth the opportunity to try and hit a deuce.
60k in the middle, 92, the effective stack of Joshua McCulley. And well, how about top set for Deepak? The heater continues.
How about flopping everyone dead?
Well,
close enough.
Listen, we've had quad deuces.
That's true.
During an APT main event stream table before, so I'm not counting anyone out. See how Deepak wants to proceed here. It's like a smallish sizing. 18k, just south of third pot.
Almost back-to-back sets.
Wouldn't fault Yuan for peeling here with the 2 overs. Knows Deepak's good enough to just have some 2 Broadway type stabs, Jack 10, those types of holdings that he's currently ahead of. discipline fold from Yuan. It's very easy to peel one off there. You can see 7 minutes left on the clock, 5 away from the end of the day to the end of level 18. Bro, imagine if we're here for 2 full more levels, we don't lose 5 players. I feel like I might have jinxed it.
You certainly jinxed it to last longer than it should have. I don't know about 2 levels, but the more we focus on it, it's like a watched pot never boils kind of thing, you know? 53 players left. We're playing down to 48, of course, as Henry just said, and
a watched pot never boils.
You ever heard that?
I have. I haven't heard it for a long time. You remind me of my grandmother.
That's probably
the type of thing that she would say. I mean,
that's probably where I got it from, my own grandmother.
That's fantastic. It's like my mum turns around, just like, pot, kettle, black. It's like, all right, mum, grow up.
Well, what I love about that is that it's the most efficient way of using the saying. It's just like you don't even say the whole thing. You're just like, yeah, here's the main words. You know, you know what I'm trying to say. The British expression is probably a watched kettle never boils, isn't it?
Yeah. I've heard both. Yukina's turn to be on the bad side of an ace-king v ace-queen situation as Richard pushes his final 152 in the middle. He's going to be in great shape for a double-up. Playing a 19 big blind stack and cut off the button. One would assume Yukina going to go nowhere. See if Lady Luck's on her side. No.
Wow. Talk about owning someone by folding.
Oh, I'm absolutely seething if I watch that back on stream in Richard's shoes. How have I not doubled up to 40 bigs?
She gets the dealer to flip over the cards, gaining a lot of respect. Richard, I mean, he was giving away, I should say, a lot of, well, tells, but in a way, I think he was trying to goad her into calling, saying like, you know, screw it, I'm just like bored of this, let's just get it in.
Oh, look at me, a sub 20 big blind stack. Like
Yukina falling for none of it, and the speed at which she folded that. It's almost like she learned the lesson by being on the right side of the ace-king, ace-queen, and decided, I'm not being on the sucker end of that deal.
Unbelievable, Riz.
Love seeing that. I mean, a few hands just sort of jolt us awake in the commentator booth as well sometimes, and that's one of them. I mean, Yukina's adrenaline seems to be infectious.
Deepak flopping sets like it's going out of fashion. David. Couple of Django's.
When you make it look easy like Yukina did, just thinking back to the last hand again, it just makes you realize maybe it's not luck that, oh my god, what did I just see? That's all the kings, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, chat. Even though the chance of this being a chop pot is very likely, can we just enjoy this moment? Richard jamming, just wants to high five everyone. David can't wait to click the call button, and then they're both going to get shown kings. And
I'll tell you what, if Richard wasn't tilted yet from everything that he's gone through so far, this might be the last straw. No, he takes it well. We love it. We love it.
It seemed like a little bit of a slow roll from each other there. Neither player wanting to show down their hands. David saying, no flop, please. Can we just chop it? Because obviously there is the possibility of a 4 flush. Would be a brutal way to go deep into day 2. And, well,
free roll for Richard. Let's root for a spade to make it interesting. Then a blank too. Blank already, fair enough.
All right. Ocean, please, dealer.
So Richard Marquez arguably can't catch a break. Has had a good run of cards off late. Ace-king picks up a little 10K. Sort of splits the antes and the blinds with his kings. Much respect for keeping a good demeanor at the table and, of course, staying patient. 2 minutes to go to the level. Opportunity for the players to stretch their legs, take a 15-minute break. Same for us in the booth over here, but make no mistake, we will be back, and we will be whittling this player field down to the final 48 before we call it a night, so that we can come back with 6 tables tomorrow and play down to that final table of the main event. Everything pretty much still left up to play for. Just a hair over 60 million to whoever goes out next. That's over 2x, just under 2x I should say, of the buy-in of 33 million Vietnamese dong. Almost $2,800, give or take. But of course the big money, the big prize, first place over 120,000 US dollars, 2.85 billion VND. Whether you want to call it a billion, sort of a 10-figure score, or a 6-figure score in USD, it's impressive no matter how you cut it. Deepak, back-to-back sets, now with the queens in the small blind. Time to see what strategy he's come here with.
Talking about finding the heat at the right time deep into day 2. Unfortunately, no customers this time round.
23-second clock, so that means we'll get to squeeze in one more hand. Let's hope it's an exciting one. There we see the chip count, 915K for Yukina. Never really crossed that 1 million chip mark. Not that it makes too much of a difference when you have over 100 big blinds the way she does.
Volleyball break. Main event. Break time 15 minutes. Tournament players and dealers of the main event.
Likely to be the final break of the night.
It would be absolutely bonkers if it wasn't. Which is to say that we just need to lose a few more players to be done with the day. But hey, if you made it this far, clearly you're good at hanging around, as Teddy KGB might say in Rounders.
Oh, will Joshua be returning from break? 11 big blinds, ace-10 in the hijack. Is this his time? Does announce himself, and 4 players behind to get through. Folds round to the small blind. Chen Dong going to get out of there with the 9-5, as will David with the King 8 suited. Last break for these final 50 players now, Vidor. I didn't see that. A couple of eliminations.
Just 2 more to go.
On the outer tables. Almost wrapping up day 2 of the Phu Quoc main event here, the Asian Poker Tour, as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Quick turnaround, Vidor, as that was an extended stint in the booth for both of us due to that bubble. But just quickly, I mean, even this far into the day, the energy's still there, the excitement's still there, and you know, we're almost at the final lap now.
Well, some crazy hands in that last session, if you can call it that, and some crazy folds. I've been super impressed. But we have some out-and-out chip leaders.
We do.
We do have some short stacks. Of course, only 2 players left to be eliminated till we're done with the day. If you've been with us so far, this is not the time to leave, because this is pretty much it. We're going to be closing out the action when we're down to 48. Everybody's in the money. Everybody's excited. Everybody wants to make it to day 3. Everything's still left to play for with 120,000 plus US dollars up top. Stay with us. I'm Vidor Singhal for Henry Kilbane. Let's see you after the break.
to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Dan Shui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is $1,650 but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So Win Doi An on the button with ace 7-0. Started things off around 50 big blinds effective deep into the APT Hanoi main event. Tournament chip leader Gurman Bukharov. Good to defend from the big blind. Does have the local Vietnamese player covered. 175k in the middle. And well, how about that for a flop? Ace, Queen, Jack, 2 spades. Gurman Bukharov has flopped Broadway. More importantly, a very aggressive Win Doi An has flopped top pair on a board texture that could really get spicy. It's going to continue. Just shy of third pot, 60k into 175. Question is, does Gurman Bukharov want to apply the pressure right here, right now. He is reaching for raising chips. Looks like 185,000. Just north of 3x. Really interesting spot for Win, obviously. Bottom v big blind. Going to have wider ranges than normal. He knows that German's good enough to have gut shots. Have hands like Queen 10, King 7 of spades. Any suited King X, basically. Any suited 10x. 4 diamonds on the turn. Disastrous turn card for Win. He's going to have the best hand a lot of the time. It's a real setup deep into the main event here. German setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.6 by betting 350,000 into 545,000. Already more than average in the pot. 895k in the middle. Can understand the quick call from Win. He's going to pray for some spade or straightening card to roll off. The 7 of hearts. Giving Win 2 pair. Now beating some value as well. Hands like Queen Jack. He knows German is good enough to triple off with a bluff here. King 8, King 9, King 6 suited, 10-9, 10-8. All of those hands that would want to apply max pressure. It's the only player at the table that has Win covered. Deep into the APT Hanoi main event, over 120,000 up top. 1.2 million in the middle. Win with just 860,000 behind. Gutterman set up the river jam perfectly, and he does announce himself. Action back on the local Vietnamese player. You can see the discomfort. You can see the discomfort in Win. He knows Gutterman can have bluffs here. I just don't think he can get away from this. I don't think he can. There's just too many bluff combos, and even beating some value, like I said, Queen Jack, throws in all the time bank extensions, pained by this decision. Does make the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news. Gutterman flopped the nut straight. Maybe there was a world where Win could have got away from it on the river had the 7 of hearts not rolled off, but rivering 2 pair, and he was one of the contenders to potentially win this main event, now exiting before the final table, and Gutterman Bukharov extends his chip lead at the APT Hanoi main event with this classic cooler. So Lee Son, one of the middling stacks, has opened from under the gun end. The short stack, Peter Rudnev, shortest by a huge margin, playing just 6.5 bigs. Has a mountain to climb in front of him if he is to emerge victorious at this APT Hanoi main event final table. Top prize of over $127,000. Lee Son does put him all in, and Peter Rudnev obviously happy to oblige and make the call. Some of the best news he could have seen, that he is at least flipping against Lee Son. No help on the 9-9-8 board. Going to need an ace or a queen only. King of hearts, no dice. 4 outs once for the Russian. Ace of hearts, corner pocket, Rudnev gets the double. So the overwhelming chip leader gonna raise with the ace-8 offsuit. He's going to pick up one customer from the big blind, German Bukharov, playing just shy of 40 big blinds effective to start the hand. King 3 suited. Heads up to the flop, 380k, 480k in the middle. Queen 6, 3, 2 spades. German flopping best with bottom.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Well, warm welcome back to the broadcast booth here at the Corona Resorts and Casino. We are deep into the Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event day 2 coverage. Vidor Singhal alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. And Vidor, 2 more eliminations before we wrap it up after what is, I can only summarize as just an epic day of poker here.
Absolutely amazing day of poker. That's what I'm here to see. Some great hands, some great moves. We saw it all. Some great folds too, which by the way is a huge part of some epic poker. Now, if ever the word home stretch meant anything, it's this.
Yeah.
2 more people to go, after which we wrap up a great day 2. We'll be down to 48 players, and right as we cut to the action, we're looking at those final 2 eliminations. Now, of course, everybody in the money, so whoever gets eliminated next is going home with a hefty 60 million plus in prizes. That is almost 2x the buy-in.
In VND.
In VND, of course.
Yeah, just shy of 2,800 USD.
Precisely. Now, all the players on our feature table over here are essentially looking to get it in and give themselves the best spot to win the tournament. We've seen that based on the play we've seen so far. The shortest stack on the table is exactly who we've cut to here, Joshua McCulley. Queen 8 likely not going to cut it, but we've seen him get it in with all kinds of holdings. I don't think he has that day 3 bubble in mind based on his play.
Based off what I know about Joshua, I really hope I'm not confusing him for someone else. But like I said, you know, I want to say, well, I was playing heads-up PLO quite a lot 2-3 years ago, and he was the guy to get past. He was the guy holding down the tables and doing what a lot of regs wouldn't do, which was battling with other regs. You know, you would sit him and he would play. He would play until you either quit or, you know, you just couldn't play anymore. So yeah, I'm fairly sure that's him. There aren't many Joshua McCulleys around with from Australia, and the name does ring a bell. So nice to see, you know, him progress. And not only from being a heads-up PLO crusher, but also doing well on the live tournament scene, as we see him here with a short stack deep into day 2.
In case somebody is joining us just now, a couple of stories of the hour, or the previous hour, I should say. One of the stories is Yukina, and clearly looking to continue that story with her pocket aces. The hat is off, by the way, I've noticed.
Maybe Celine Dion released a diss track or something.
That's right, the Celine hat is becoming classic Yukina. Now, a new gear with aces, maybe.
Deepak with the Robbie, Yukina with
the
actual goods.
Let's not even get into that, in case somebody's lost. I encourage you to look up the Robbie on your own time. Deepak caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Yukina's going to be disappointed to get no action, but of course, these were big stacks battling it out. Shows the aces. Good to see some smiles and laughs right at the end of the day.
Wow, one more elimination.
49.
The final 49.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. I was talking about the stories of the hour. Yukina is one of them. There we see second in chips. Deepak both for the other story of the hour. Got into a huge hand with Nishant, who at the time was second in chips, now is down to 27 big blinds. That's fourth on the leaderboard. And Dong Chen has been fairly snug, maybe steady is a better word for it, ever since he was the chip leader on the table. Likely to go into day 3 with a very reasonable stack of over 50 big blinds. So this is it. 49 players left. We're playing down to 48. A sort of soft bubble of whoever gets eliminated next. Joshua looking around. Maybe not interested in making it to day 3 unless he has a decent stack to do it with. Final few hands here. If you've been in the chat and have yet to pipe up, say hi to us in the chat. Certainly if you're yet to hit the like button, please go ahead and do all of that. Let us know where you're watching from, who you've been rooting for. And now that the day is coming to a close, what was your favorite hand of the day? I know I have a few candidates. I want to hear yours.
Josh really just trying to run down the clock here. Wants to get in as few hands as possible before bagging up for the end of day 2. Nishant was on the receiving end of just one of the most disgusting hands of the day. 3-bet pot, 2 pair against the set. Doesn't really get much colder than that from the deck's part. Sure, it's going to be one that makes the highlight reel and do the rounds on socials. I know I'm not folding, or I'm at least struggling to fold. So he pops things up to 20k.
We have Ankur in the chat saying Indians to win. Certainly looking likely based on the makeup of this feature table. One big stack, one middle stack in the form of Deepak and Nishant.
There's a more than 0% chance that I end up getting married in India. Every time I go, my friends are just passing me around saying, eligible bachelor to all of their family friends. And they're like, oh, this is Henry. He's a poker player. Not sure that goes down too well in India, but...
Well, it's becoming more and more palatable, let's just say. And that's
true.
a good thing for us and for poker. But, hey, Henry, you're a catch. I'm not surprised that happens.
Every time. I don't even get to walk through the door and say hello to everyone. Already being introduced to my mate's extended family. I know in India you guys are huge on family. I mean, I even learned how to greet the elders in India as well when I first arrived.
Very cool. Did you touch their feet? That's a big custom.
Yeah. I had an amazing time. Look at this 3-bet, by the way. Amazing hand selection. And wow, Nishant finds the jam over the top. Just aware that David's good enough to have 3-bet bluffs even at this stack depth.
How about that? I mean, makes it look easy to essentially turn a hand most people might fold in that spot into a 4-bet jam. Sometimes, as I like to ask when sicko people make sicko plays, how does he know?
Yeah. It does feel that way sometimes. Something that I don't really have that kind of killer instinct, if you will. Nishant picking up 83k, a welcome sight deep into day 2. Now seeing a 361k stack. Still Yukina at the top with more than double tournament average.
One elimination away, as we said, from essentially ending the day here. Going to day 3. Players like Nishant looking to just add that little bit extra to their stack. So they're in the running for making a deep, deep run.
Yeah, 2 more days of coverage from this main event. Tomorrow, will be playing down to the final table, and then obviously on Saturday, the final 8 players will be battling it out for the top prize of 121,000 USD, 2.85 billion VND. Not a bad payday for a few days' work, Vidor.
Not at all, if you can be good enough and maybe lucky enough to get there. Can't win tournaments without luck.
Oh, 100%.
But certainly can't win without skill either.
They run good at the right time, timing at the right time. Winning flips, you know, it's a good skill to have in tournament poker, just in case you guys didn't know. Hate to state the obvious. Oh, Josh, Ace-7, is this going to be enough? It is the chip leader, sorry, second in chips at the table. Deepak opening from early position.
I have a feeling Josh knows what to do here. Deepak, second in chips, as you said, Henry, which means he's going to be loser than the rest.
There's also that end of day 2 bubble where some players are just kind of, you know, they're just waiting for the work to be done by someone else on the outer tables as Josh takes the spot.
And Deepak might be committed here. Queen 9 suited, just about combo-y pretty enough to have the odds to call against the shoving range of Josh here.
Yeah, I think so. 9 bigs.
Look
Queen 9 suited.
Sorry to interrupt, Henry. I was just saying, look at how close the equities are. It's almost a flip. Queen 9 suited versus Ace-7 suited. 44% for Queen 9 there. The camera is lingering on Nishant. The action, of course, is on Deepak, who's to the left of Nishant.
Both incredibly good-looking Indian poker players, all right.
There we go.
Can't fault the cameraman for maybe confusing the two.
Funny how it works, Henry, but after all the hype I've sort of done about Nishant and Deepak, that's probably the line that'll make them the happiest if they were to look back at the coverage.
Listen, boys, if you ever want to shoot the crap over a mill whilst you're at an APT tour, my DMs are open.
And if you ever want to be set up in India. I'm just kidding. I happen to know they're both married, by the way.
Yeah, Josh maybe with just like 2 big blinds too much for Deepak to call off there. Especially given how snug Josh has been playing. He has been disciplined with the short stack. So maybe, just maybe, that playing into the decision-making process of Deepak there to make the fold with the Queen 9. Everyone really just using as much time as they're allowed to pre-flop. Everyone wants to just call it a day, get back to the hotel room, shower, get a good night's sleep, wake up, breakfast, bit of sunlight, maybe a gym sesh, come back fresh for day 3. A big day 3 at that. 121k up top in this main.
That's the funny thing about a tournament. The stakes just get bigger and bigger. The pressure just mounts more and more. And yet, the fatigue sets in more and more. By definition, you've just been playing for the longest, so it's very important to do what you just described, Henry. Really make the most of that break, really reset, both physically and mentally if possible. And mercifully, the player party is actually tomorrow, as opposed to today.
Oh, is it? You're right. You are right.
So that means everybody except for the final 9, or the final 8, I should say, the people who make it to the final table of the main event, will actually be able to unwind.
Hold your horses for just a hot minute, Vidor, because Chen has opened from +1. Nishant has defended the big with Queen 4 of hearts and has flopped middle pair and the second nut flush draw. Chen with the gut shot and jack high flush draw. If a heart rolls off, for the Indian fans out there, could be celebrations late into day 2.
Chen drawing extremely thin, considering the absolute monster of draw that he probably thinks he has, and despite hitting the jack, still behind. Does pick up a little more equity now thanks to the 2 pair outs.
Does not want to see a third heart roll off on the river. 87k in the middle. As the 9 of clubs completes the board, and Nishant does have the check mark should this get to showdown. He's going to check it on over to Chen. Difficult to get an ace to fold, really targeting Queen X, beating the flopped pair of 5s, and gets shown the Queen 4. So a nice little pick up there for Nishant to, I believe, wrap up the day. I thought I saw the tournament director Lloyd come over. Yeah, you can see 48 players left with all. The clock has been paused, and with that, the stage has been set for day 3 of the Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event. Final 6 tables of 8 will be redrawn tonight, and these final 48 players are going to be coming back tomorrow playing down, or trying to play down rather.
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, marketing manager for Asian Poker Tour. I'm
Hey
here
Ray.
in Phu.
Quick little hello to Ray as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth for one final time here on day 2 of the APT Phu Quoc main event. What a day, Vidor. Let's just call a spade a spade. We had everything you mentioned, you know, just massive callers. The ace-king against the ace-queen, the set against the 2 pairs. We had amazing folds as well. And then we just had some out-of-line shenanigans, let's call a spade, both pre-flop and post-flop, with some very funky plays going on from the start of the day.
Absolutely. What a day it's been, as you said, and I was very impressed with the quality of play, not just in terms of the hands and the actions themselves, but the patience shown by certain players, certain short stacks, the navigation of the bubble, the navigation of bigger stacks. So very high quality of play. Now, one of the beauties of covering day 2, having 3 or 4 feature tables as we did, is we get to familiarize ourselves with the field. We'll know a lot of players as we go into day 3 tomorrow, some familiar faces, probably some new ones as well. I'm super excited. I know you wouldn't want to miss it. If you've been with us for day 2, trust me, day 3 is only going to get better. We're going to come back day 3 tomorrow. 48 players left. We're going to be playing down at the final table, the final 8 in this case, and that's when the real big money kicks in, 120,000 plus for first place, and lots of big prizes to play for.
Lots of big prizes, and tomorrow really going to be a long day. I know we've touched upon it several times throughout today, but just kind of summarize, you know, the impressiveness of these guys just like willing to commit to a 4-day tournament. It doesn't just take poker competence, it takes mental and physical, you know, prowess, if you will. You know, guys are going to be going back home tonight, getting some rest, hopefully able to switch their brains off after an intense day of battling on the felt, and yeah, looking to wake up early, go for a walk, get some good breakfast in, and just come back tomorrow as fresh as possible, because like you said, you know, it is a big day tomorrow. We're playing down to the final table of the main event.
And maybe the ones who'll go the extra mile will review the tape of our stream, see what their opponents were doing, look at maybe some reads that they can get on their opponents. So if that's what they wish to do homework-wise, that is up on offer, and we hope that they get a good night's rest so that we can get the best poker that we are able to get tomorrow.
And hopefully, you know, they don't mute the stream.
That's right.
Although after 11 hours of playing, look, guys, if you are in the final 48 and you're currently reviewing the stream back in your hotel room, we forgive you if you decide to click the mute button. It's okay. You get a pass. But good luck tomorrow in day 3. Vidor, appreciate you keeping me company in the booth. Shout out to Greg
Same
Goes
here.
All In, obviously, both in the booth and out there on the floor, to all the team, the production crew, and of course the players for just providing us with some world-class entertainment. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 12:30 local time. We'll be kicking off day 3 coverage from the Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event. From us, good night.
Players experience?
Right, I think so. Wow. I think I found people having a good time at the APTs. Like, it feels like a friendlier, happier tour than the rest of them.
But now we're trying to elevate it.
Now to make it all of it together, right? Like professionally great as well, and then fun experience as well. Yeah, that's the dream.
That's the dream. Yeah. That was fun having lunch with Dhaval. I'm going to try to do this every series of APT. So, at next stop, Taipei, maybe I will take you out. What the hell? They told me they open at noon.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chiu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Dan Shui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.